Uhuru, Uhuru, and welcome. Welcome to the Giving Tuesday Reparations 24-hour telethon. My name is Jamie Simpson. I am your host, your co-host, and MC for the day. Today is Giving Tuesday. It is an annual fundraising holiday. The Uhuru Solidarity Movement is hosting this reparations telethon in support of the Black Power Blueprint Project. That is one of the projects of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, building an independent economy by and for the Black working class. And today we have a goal of raising $10,000 to go towards specific materials and appliances needed to complete the Black Power Blueprint's renovation and furnishing of a fourplex apartment on College Avenue in North St. Louis. And we're going to be on for 24 hours today. During the next 24 hours, we're going to be asking you to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate generously to this incredible one-of-a-kind nonprofit, the Black Power Blueprint Project.
Uhuru, 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 Jamie, this is Jesse Neville. I'm here in St. Petersburg, Florida. I just want to salute you, comrade, as well as Casey Mackey, who's going to be joining us in just a second. And I am very, very, very excited to be a part of this 24-hour reparations telethon. This is going to be amazing. And I want to just appreciate everybody who has tuned in already and encourage you to share this on Facebook, share the YouTube link, post this everywhere you possibly can. Let's build a massive audience for the 24-hour reparations telethon to raise $10,000 for the Black Power Blueprint, this brilliant, visionary, unique project of the African working class community that is transforming the north side of St. Louis. So this is such an exciting thing to be a part of. I am the national chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which is the organization that is sponsoring this telethon. And the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is the organization of white people formed by and under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. The African People's Socialist Party created the Solidarity Movement to call upon those of us in the white community to take a stand in solidarity with the struggle of African people in the US and around the world for liberation, for freedom, for power over their own lives and resources, because that is the positive future that will benefit all humanity, nobody living at the expense of anybody else. And who we have to salute for this incredible vision, for this incredible organization, for this incredible strategy, for 50 years of unwavering dedication to the struggle for the freedom of Black people, African people, and oppressed peoples everywhere, is Chairman Omali Yeshitela. I want to give a big round of applause. I know people are on Zoom, so you can't necessarily hear it, but we salute our chairman. We salute the chairman of the African Revolution, Omali Yeshitela, who has been fighting in the trenches, who has been building, leading, speaking, whether it's on the streets of Canfield Drive or in the halls of Oxford Union. He has represented the interests of the African working class. And it is a profound honor to be under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And Chairman Omali Yeshitela will be speaking on this program later today. Jamie's going to tell you about the program. And I also want to give a profound, heartfelt salute to Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela, a mighty, mighty fighter for the freedom of African people everywhere, who is the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party. And this is a revolutionary whose face, whose work is known, whose name is known around the world. From South St. Petersburg to South Africa, what they call South Africa and the shanty towns of occupied Azania, Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela is known and loved for fighting for the economic and political power of African people, for fighting for the independent anti-colonial African economy, and for making it real on the ground. She's the architect of the Black Power Blueprint that we're going to be raising money for, that we're going to be raising $10,000 for. And it is a very, very exciting that we will have Deputy Chair on the program with us today. And I also want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess. We're going to be seeing Chairwoman Penny a little bit later today. Penny is the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee. So the white people that you see on this program today that are taking this stand in solidarity with African people under the leadership of the Uhuru movement, Penny Hess was able to take that stand when the chairman and the party called for this to happen in 1976, and she is still here today, 44 years later, taking this profound, principled stance of white solidarity with African liberation. So I just want to salute these incredible leaders, and I want to salute you and thank you and encourage you to donate. Go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, the most transformative nonprofit you're going to find everywhere, because it's more than just a nonprofit. It's something that the African community is wielding to transform their own conditions through self-determination. And for white people to take a stand in solidarity with this, this is not an act of charity. When you go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and you put in your resources, that is not charity, that is solidarity. That is solidarity with political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. So we're very honored to host this telethon today from the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We have 3 simple principles of unity. We're under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. We organized in the white community for reparations to African people, and we stand in unconditional solidarity with African self-determination. And if you feel that way too, then you're in the right place, and we're glad you're here. And we're going to have an incredible 24-hour reparations telethon. And I'll turn it back over to Comrade Jamie.
Uhuru, Chair Jesse, thank you so much for being here today. Thanks for your enthusiasm. I want to join you in thanking everyone who's tuned in and in saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, of the African People's Socialist Party, and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, without whom we wouldn't have the opportunity to be here to raise $10,000 for the Black Power Blueprint Project. And they will be joining us later in the telethon, which is so exciting. So stay tuned for tonight. And also Chairwoman Penny Hess, the first white woman the white person to work under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party for reparations and solidarity with self-determination for Black people, for African people, which is what today's telethon is all about. These incredible Black-led self-determination programs and projects, the specific ones that we're raising $10,000 for today of the Black Power Blueprint. And just reiterate, you can go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday if you want to kick off the fundraising toward that $10,000 goal. Today's telethon will include a launching of a very special campaign by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement called Reparations Legacy Campaign for those with social and generation wealth. Who want to take a stand of reparations. We have this new program that we'll be launching today. You're going to hear from the comrades that are making that a reality. We will also have interviews with Uhuru movement leaders, including but not limited to Abdullah Alexander, the outreach chair for the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, Bakari Olatunji, the African People's Socialist Party's Western Regional Chair, Akile Anai, the African People's Socialist Party's Director of Agitation and Propaganda, and the editor of the Burning Spear newspaper, the oldest Black Power newspaper in the world, Dr. Aisha Fields, the director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, or APDEP, will be joining us. Yejide Urinmila, the president of the African National Women's Organization, or ANWO, will be joining us, and many more. There will be interviews with the Black is Back Coalition members Cam Howard and Ralph Pointer, as well as Betty Davis. We will have an interview with Unión del Barrio's Benjamin Prado, an incredible Mexican liberation organization and fraternal organization of the African People's Socialist Party. We will have new and original music that you'll get to hear today from African People's Socialist Party member Alikie and Goma. That's going to be really exciting. We will hear DJ sets from 4 St. Louis-based DJs, including DJ Lurker, Bass Ninja, DJ Konami, and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's own DJ Reparations. We will have unseen footage of the Black Power Blueprint's renovation of the 4-plex apartment that's going to be part of the African Independence workforce project. And there's going to be so much more that I don't have the time to let you know about today, but I'm just so excited to be here. I'm so honored to be here today. Throughout the day, we encourage you to donate, and we will reach our goal of $10,000. We're going to do that, and we're going to go beyond. And every hour for 24 hours, we'll show you exactly where today's fundraising raising efforts are at and where we'll be going. Speaking of which, I want to turn it over now to our fellow MC and co-host, KC Mackey of the African People's Solidarity Committee and Midwest representative of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Uhuru, KC.
Uhuru. Uhuru, everybody. Welcome to this incredible telethon. I'm so excited that all of you are tuning in. Today is going to be amazing. Just really want to appreciate my starting co-hosts, Jesse and Jamie. And yes, today is a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint right here in St. Louis, Missouri. And the mission of this campaign is to overturn the deep poverty and oppression faced by the Black community of St. Louis's North Side, and is the blueprint for how to overturn this poverty of Black communities everywhere. This poverty that we know is intentional and imposed by this system. And this project is what the solution is, how to fight back. So the Black Power Blueprint is a project that is co-sponsored by Black Star Industries, the economic foundation of a liberated African economy, as well as the African People's Education and Defense Fund, the incredible nonprofit of the Uhuru movement, whose mission is to overturn the disparities in health, healthcare, economic development, and education faced by African people. So APEDF has a 20+ year track record of building programs that build economic self-reliance and political self-reliance in the Black community, such as marketplaces in Philly and radio station in St. Pete. And in St. Louis, the Black Power Blueprint is one of the most ambitious projects ever. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. It has launched in 2017 by Deputy Chair Onazene Yeshitela, who read the chairman's political report about how African people must fight back against gentrification that we see destroying Black communities everywhere. And he wrote that there was a need for the Black community to collectively purchase and own properties in their community that keep it in the community's hands and out of the developers. So Deputy Chair made that a reality by going to St. Louis and identifying what is now the Uhuru House, previously an abandoned building on 4101 West Florissant Ave that was, no floors, totally left to rot by the city like the other 25,000 abandoned buildings in St. Louis. And within 9 months, this place was completely transformed into the pictures that you see right now on your screen. A beautiful outdoor facade with the label and information about renting, the beautiful hall on the inside, the beautiful Aquaba Hall, which before COVID-19 was hosting incredible wedding rehearsals, poetry nights, other cultural nights, and rallies where the community can come in, get a meal, and talk about what's happening in the neighborhood. So that was the first project that was launched, and this Uhuru House and Aquaba Hall have become a beloved community gem. Then across the street, next phase was demolishing 2 condemned buildings to create the marketplace venue that you see on that picture that also contains an incredible community garden named after Gary Brooks, a man that has lived in this neighborhood for generations, whose family has lived here for generations, and had complete unity with the project since day one. Was there when Deputy Chair was working on the Uhuru House and let her use his bathroom. And he totally took on the plan to build a garden in this community with incredible knowledge and enthusiasm. And now you have this incredible garden club. One of the volunteers, Lulu, is pictured here. And you also have the beautiful red, black, and green flag that was planted where these 2 rotting buildings used to be, and a stage for outdoor events, and a winding pathway that in 2021, when the COVID lockdown restrictions are hopefully lifted, there will be an incredible marketplace. So the next project has been the demolition of 2 other condemned buildings on 4007 to 4009 West Florissant, and there is plans of a possible health resource facility going here, pretty much whatever the community wants. These buildings could not be saved, were total eyesores, and now there's a beautiful empty lot that is where the possibilities are endless. So those are what's been done, which is a lot in 3 years. And next, one of the most ambitious projects is turning an old boathouse, also on the north side, into a community commercial kitchen that Black food businesses can rent out to build their businesses. It will also be a bakery and cafe, bringing the delicious Uhuru foods and pies and other healthy foods and creating jobs. It will also contain a classroom for job training for the African Independence Workforce Program, which brings African people out of prison and into the struggle for self-determination with programs like the job training and housing. Speaking of which, actually, I think that's in a little bit, but the project also plans to build a basketball court, a community controlled basketball court right down the street from the Uhuru House in an area where there's pretty much no recreational facilities for youth that are controlled by the community. There's a basketball hoop in the street, but this is going to be a safe place for the youth to play. So again, it's very important that we donate to this project as a stand of reparations, because can't build a basketball court out of nothing. So next slide, we are also fundraising for the fourplex apartment that's being renovated for the African Independence Workforce Program. And so earlier I mentioned the job training that will be happening out of the kitchen. Part of this program also includes housing. You know, the mass incarceration issue is extremely real. 50% of people in prison in the US are Black. 25% are Mexican or indigenous. That's 75% of the prison population that is colonized people that are, you know, oppressed and have no power over their own lives and put into these traumatizing colonial prison systems where they're treated as subhuman and come out and get no assistance from the system to get back on their feet, and they often end up trapped in a vicious cycle. Well, this program is breaking that cycle, you know, by providing the housing, job training, and stability for themselves, for their own people. And so this is a really important program. And this housing is 4 apartments that are being transformed into 4 beautiful homes for the people participating in this program. So it's really exciting to see what is a beautiful building that would otherwise be rotting, turning into a home for the community and controlled by the community. So we are fundraising specifically for furnishing each apartment. So today, $10,000 goal, and we're just going to go apartment by apartment. So right now we want to start raising $500 out of the $2,500 that's needed for the first apartment. Let's go ahead and start off the morning with a bang and say that we will have completed all the fundraising needed to furnish and outfit this first apartment and get it ready to go. So in the pictures, you'll see specific things that we need your donations to get. This is what this movement is calling on. We're going to need bed frames, mirrors, mattresses, bedding sheet sets, as well as dressers, nightstands, bedside lamps, blankets, as well as end tables, coffee tables, area rugs, reading lamps. You know, you can put in $19 for the end table and write, you know, in the comments at apef.org/Giving Tuesday what item you're sponsoring. Or you can just donate $50 knowing that your donation is contributing to get these needed materials to make these houses into homes. In addition to the living room items, also curtain rods are needed, a desk lamp, curtain sets, a couch, 4 couches actually. This is for all 4 apartments. In addition to that, we will need, sorry, just checking, the working desk, light bulbs, desk chairs, broom sets, as well as for the kitchen, refrigerator, kitchen tables and chairs, electric stoves, and vacuums. I mean, these buildings right now are completely empty and stripped. So the plumbing is being installed from scratch. All these things are being done from scratch. And this is sorely needed as the St. Louis homeless population, majority African, is skyrocketing. So we also need cookware sets, dishware sets, cutlery sets. So, forks, knives, spoons, plates, bowls, cups, electric kettles, cutting boards, spatulas, can openers. Think about all the things that exist in the white household that we take for granted. These are things that are needed for, functioning healthy lives. And, anyone out there I know can give $10 for a spatula, or you can do all 4 spatulas for $40. So this is what we're calling on people to do today. And I think that is the last of the items. So you can see, a lot is needed to outfit these. And if you donate today, you will have some special give backs, which is really exciting. So if you get, if you donate a certain amount, you will get this incredible tote bag, which is very exciting. In fact, if you donate $250 or more, you will get this tote bag. So go ahead and put in $250 and we will announce your name. If you want to remain anonymous, that's fine, but we want to thank you. And when you stand up and donate, it inspires other people to do the same. We're approaching the holiday season and we want to combat holiday consumerism and instead give to something that is making positive change, because we all hate this system. And so, go out and fight the system in style with your new Black Power Blueprint tote. Other give backs include these books that were donated by a bookshop in St. Pete, the Tombolo Books. We have here a cookbook for soul food, and just really, really beautiful books. A book of paintings of angels. Everybody loves to read, or hopefully most people do. But you can donate, and the first 7 people to donate $250 or more will get one of these books. The first 3 people to donate $500 will get one of these beautiful original pieces of art created by one of our own USM members, Santosh. So he's an incredible acrylic pour artist, and these paintings are absolutely beautiful, one of a kind, and worth so much more. So if you donate $500, the first 3, so don't hesitate, you will get one of these. So we are going for $500 right now to get to our first milestone of $2,500 to fund this first apartment. So who can give the full $500, or 2 people at $250? Go to apedf.org/givingtuesday, or to donate 5, 10, 25. Any amount is deeply appreciated and goes towards these specific materials, from electric kettles to a broom set. So we encourage you, urge you, fight mass incarceration by funding these materials needed for this housing program. So while people are putting in their first donations, we want to show a quick video of one of the beloved colleagues of the Black Power Blueprint, Leon P. O'Hara IV. He is the head of Paradigm Builders that has been hired by the African People's Education and Defense Fund to complete the renovation of the 4-plex apartment. They also did all the work on the Marketplace, incredible Black-owned company out of Old North St. Louis that shares the same vision as the Black Power Blueprint to revitalize the culture and economy of Black St. Louis. So here's a statement from Leon Uhuru. So what does the Black Power Blueprint mean to you?
So I want to say some things that Black Power doesn't mean to me, first and foremost. Mm-hmm. Black Power does not represent racism. Saved by the Bell. That's my son, but I'm sure it's okay. I'll call him right back. So yeah, Black Power does not represent racism. It just represents love for a community that has not been loved since this country was founded. Not loved by the folks that brought us here, not loved by the people that look like me that live here. So I think when we talk about Black power, that just represents Black love. And what are some things we can do to love ourselves better, to do better, for ourselves and for each other. And then what can some folks that don't necessarily look like us, what can some of those folks do to help us on this mission? So the Black Power Blueprint, I think, points to giving small businesses or individuals that are of African descent a chance to grow and to empower themselves economically. So, and then
All right, Uhuru, yes, that was a really powerful statement by, an African man that lives in this community that loves this project and is doing incredible work leading paradigm builders and participating in the African Independence Workforce Program already. Some of the talented contractors working on this fourplex apartment are coming out of the prison system and being given the opportunity to grow and to stabilize and bring in resources to their families. So this is really, really important. We have one more video to show to kick off today, and that is a video made by a brilliant and talented team called Adventure NYC. It was produced by Aaron and Ali Ablin. And I really want to shout out the director, Cami Thomas, an incredible African videographer who filmed the video, as well as Mad Keys, a local St. Louis producer who produced original music. And so check out this video to see more of the human face of this project and what it means for the community.
My name is Abdullah Alexander. I'm 59 years old, and I'm now living in St. Louis, Missouri. This is a place that I love. I've been here now for 3 years and working for the Black Power Blueprint.
After we purchased the building, we just went right into renovation mode. There were 2 stores down the street that had no food. It was like a food desert, no economic development or job opportunities within the community. And the community, I felt, was demoralized. 3 years later, we have acquired all these different properties and also programs within the African community. The Black Power Blueprint organically just grew out of the process of APDF coming into St. Louis and finding the Uhuru House.
The community is just glad that we got these dilapidated buildings taken down and that we are bringing economics to the community. And that's the bottom line. We have to revitalize this community economically.
My name is Kay, Chris. Most people in the neighborhood just call me Kay. And I work at Young Auto. And we've been in the neighborhood since 1977. There's not a lot of decent halls. So those type of things give more action to just the words.
That red, black, and green flag unites us all, regardless of what ward you're from, what set you claim, what block you from. We all see that flag and we see that we're united. We understand that we are one people.
Uhuru. Wow, such a powerful video. As you can see, the businesses, the auto shop owner right down the street loves this project. The community is just, it's such an incredible community in Northside St. Louis, and people love to see the love that this project is bringing and providing real solutions. Prison is not a joke. You know, it is traumatizing, and this movement is fighting for stability and power to all African people, including those that are coming out of the colonial prison system. So donate, donate, donate at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Okay, that's going to be the mantra today. apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So we are going to go and donate and raise the first $2,500 to outfit the first apartment in this incredible program. And we need your help to make it happen. So you may have seen in that video a very wonderful African man named Abdullah Alexander talking about the need to economically develop this community. And we actually have him on the call that is going to be coming on soon. So I am really excited for the first interview of today. Two key members of the Black Power Blueprint Project. The first, as I said, is Abdullah Alexander, who is the volunteer coordinator for the Black Power Blueprint. And to interview, actually, sorry, Jamie, do you want to bring on our next guest?
Uhuru, Casey, I just want to join you in saluting that amazing video. It was so inspiring. These projects are so incredibly inspiring. The Black Power Blueprint Project and the people that make them a possibility are so inspiring. And to interview Abdullah, we would like to bring on Kitty Riley, who works in the office of the Deputy Chair, Ona Zane Yeshitela, and is the director for the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, or ORED, as we call it within the movement. Uhuru, Kitty Riley.
Uhuru, Jamie, thank you very much. Is that it? I take it away?
Thanks for being here, Comrade Kitty. Yes, please take it away and introduce us.
To you, to Casey, kicking off this incredible telethon. I have the honor of interviewing Abdullah Alexander Muhammad. And I just want to start out by really saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leader and visionary and scientific leader of the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, and who has provided the leadership for the whole Black Power Blueprint. And I also want to acknowledge my direct leadership working in the department of the Office of the Deputy Chair, Ona Zane Yeshitela, who, as everyone knows, the story that's just part of the history of the body of the struggle of African people for self-determination, of how Deputy Chair came to St. Louis, to locate a building for the Uhuru House, and she came for a week and stayed 2 years, and has transformed the political landscape, the economic, cultural landscape of St. Louis that is being watched and admired and supported by Africans all over the world, and people like myself who want to be part of changing the world, from solidarity. And I love this telethon. And yes, we are going to raise these resources to outfit, in furniture and other items needed to create apartment into a home for the African Independence Workforce Program. So with that, I have the honor of working, under the leadership of the whole steering committee of the Black Power Blueprint here in St. Louis. And I want to really welcome Abdullah Muhammad, who is the outreach coordinator, volunteer coordinator, and so much more for the Black Power Blueprint. And of course, many of you already know Abdullah from the videos and the different statements and events that he coordinates. So Abdullah, how are you today?
I'm fine, Kitty Riley. How are you?
All right, good, good. It's interesting because we got to go back to the beginning. Like, how did you hear about the Uhuru movement?
Oh, Uhuru. Yeah, it's interesting because I was in the Cook County Jail back from 1989 to 1991. I met Carlos Beck, Okoye and Jury's nephew, Fred Hampton's wife, her nephew. And so we had struck up a friendship, and I began talking to Okoye on the telephone. So she asked me and her nephew if we would write an article for the Burning Spear on Fred Hampton, because I'd always admired Fred Hampton. He was a hero of mine. And so we wrote the article, and it was printed in the Burning Spear, I think around about 1990. And so that was my first introduction to the Uhuru movement. of course, being in prison, I had heard of the Burning Spear before and had read some copies of the newspaper because they circulate there. So that would be my introduction to the Uhuru movement.
Wow, the Burning Spear since 1968.
Yeah.
Incredible. And, you know, and then you came to St. Louis. Did you run into the Uhuru movement?
Yeah, I would come here for the culture, for the ambiance, because I was living I had been paroled to Springfield, Illinois, and they didn't have too much cultural things going on. So me and some friends and my wife.
I'm not hearing your voice. I think we're having technical difficulties.
Oh my!
Oh, there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Uhuru.
Yes.
Okay, technical difficulty. So yeah, I met Sister Fofi at the Juneteenth celebration. I had a booth there. I was selling my book, and so she asked me to come to the One Africa, One Nation market, and to get a booth there. And I sold my book there. I met Deputy Chair. From there, I was asked to come to the Uhuru House where they were having the political rallies to vend. And so I vended there. And from, just from hearing what they were saying, that was something that I wanted to be a part of that. And I identified with the struggle with what they were saying about the Keep 28 and other things, problems affecting the African community. They were talking about Mike Brown a lot, what had occurred then, and other Africans who had been beaten, who had been slain, had been unjustly incarcerated in prison. And so I was very interested in it. So we just kept coming, my wife and I. We would drive an hour and a half to come to the Sunday rallies. By coincidence, before that, we had met the chairman at the GoCo restaurant. Some of my friends and I, we had went to this Indian restaurant, and we saw the chairman. It was obvious that he was the leader. The people were sitting around the table. 4 feet was there. That was before I had gone to the One Africa, One Nation, before I met her at the Juneteenth celebration. So she was there. Kalambai was there. We met T'Challa. And so we met the chairman. We talked to him. He's very interesting, very striking figure. That's what, I guess, drawed us to him. We were looking at him. I think they kind of got on security because why they keep looking at the chairman? But we knew that he was somebody. So we met him, talked to him. He was very, generous with his time. And he talked to us, and, the chairman is very winning. So we just was proud to meet him. And I'm just proud to be, in the African People's Socialist Party.
That's an incredible story, because it just points to, the power of the party and the movement, coming into St. Louis, and all these ways of connecting up with the movement were out there because they've been out there for almost 50 years. So that's, it's really powerful. And I know if you met Deputy Chair in St. Louis, it would have been 2016, 2017. Yeah. Just at the initial stages of, the kickoff of establishing the Uhuru House.
That's right.
Well, I know that you are, the outreach and volunteer coordinator for the Black Power Blueprint. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, where volunteers are coming from? And,
from all over.
Organizing on the ground?
Definitely. Volunteers come from all over St. Louis. They come from all over the United States, and they come from all around the world. We have people from outside the country volunteering, people, computer, graphic artists, grant writers, architects, gardeners, social media people. So it's just very interesting. It's very exciting for so many people to be interested in the projects that we are currently working on. And because T'Challa Masimba had implemented this program that so readily facilitates volunteers coming into the organization or coming into the movement, we had this flood of people coming in to volunteer. So so we try to organize them. We try to put them in the areas of their expertise where they're most comfortable, where they best fitted. And so that has been so successful because of this program that T'Challa implemented. And so it's just my duty to try to lead that wherever I can. Obviously I'm not a media expert, social media expert, a graphic artist, but we do have those people in our organization. And so we sign those volunteers to those areas.
Uhuru, I just, having the honor of living here in St. Louis, I certainly unite with the work you've done in Chachara Masimba, with the whole N2 volunteer program, because I know, from the white community, people after the COVID-19 exposed so many contradictions, but after the killing of George Floyd, they were looking for Black self-determination programs, businesses, campaigns. And, we so appreciate, because they brought certain expert skills that had never been put forward, to the African working class.
Yeah, and I've talked to a lot of these white volunteers while we were gardening, and they so sympathize and identify with our struggle, and I never knew to what depth, that they identified with what was going, how they felt though, that what was being done to the African community was wrong, and that they wanted to right these situations, and they want to contribute and do what they could to let us know that I'm not part of that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in this police brutality. I don't agree with the way that the Africans are being treated. So I'm going to make my contribution to uplift this community or to repair this community. And so that's part of reparations that we'll probably get into eventually.
Uhuru, thank you so much. This is the project that people can express their unity, by donating. But let's make this fourplex happen. But I really, really appreciate that. Just the way people came that heard about it from another state and came home to visit family and wanted to call up and wanted to take a tour. I just really appreciate, Erin and Allie Ablin and their team.
Yes.
Which Bailey, Sinclair, Brandon, Mad Keys, and Ethan, the B-roll operator camera that came to the Uhuru house to make, the video that you appeared in that we showed, and, just very, very moving. And, donors like Tyler Mittendorf that has skills as an architect and urban planner that put them forward to start creating the vision of the Black Power Blueprint into an urban, Black Power, master plan, an urban plan. So that's been very, very powerful. There's something else I really want you to talk about too, because COVID-19 did shut down, all the institutions, obviously, certain cultural things can't happen, but with the outreach coordinator of the Musa Bantu Black Power Poetry Nights, which was a powerful cultural program. Once that Uhuru House, the Kwaba Hall, which was so beautifully developed by Deputy Chair Onizanea Shatella. Once that was open, tell us about the kind of activities happening.
Uhuru, long live Musa Mustafa Bantu, as one of our slain comrades, fallen comrades, but long live Musa. So the deputy chair, there was a deprivation of culture in this community. There's no blues clubs, jazz clubs here. There's no cultural events occurring here. And so the deputy chair, she gave me the task of implementing this poetry program, Black poetry program, and open mic. And I had never did anything like that before. But the deputy chair assigned me that task. And so it was my responsibility to carry it out to the best of my ability. And so I did that. We got flyers, first of all, to Chara and the committee that we formed for the poetry events. We got flyers. We talked about the situation. We got flyers. We got posters, tickets. We passed them out. I went everywhere I could. My wife and I, Malika, we went to other poetry events. We went to other Black places where Black people hang out, and just sold tickets everywhere we could, put, all around the neighborhood. And so the first event was really spectacular. So many people came. There was so much rich talent here in St. Louis. It just was off the chain. It was phenomenal how the people performed, and the response to the performers. You could tell that the community was proud that this event was occurring in this rundown, dilapidated community that had been neglected. So we bring a culture. You could hear the people singing. You could hear the poetry events, because we'd have drumming and different things, not just the poetry, but recited words, spoken word, and we'd have music going with that, and just the cars coming back and forth. That excited the community, along with the red, black, and green flag we got flying across the street. So the people just were so excited, and the people, we were, oh man, we just were amazed. And even one sister, she's a sister that's addicted to heroin, I believe. She walks the streets around here, and I'd given her a ticket. I always give the homeless people some tickets, invite them to come there. And she came and she sung, and she really broke our hearts. You know, it was just so beautiful. And she told us how much she appreciated us being here, because this place had been so neglected. People have been so neglected, and they felt uncared about. So by us relocating here, and we would feed them, we'd have these political events every Sunday, the Sunday rallies, and afterwards we would feed them. A lot of these women, they probably wouldn't have eaten that day had we not fed them. So we have made a tremendous impact here. And so again, they would come to these events where I would host them once a month, and the audience would get larger and larger. The talent never improved because it was great in the beginning. You know, we would have people would come and dance, and their family would come. We would invite anybody, Muslims, Christians, atheists, you know, straight, gay, whoever. And we would just have and come a good time. There would be vendors there, you know, so again, that would be generating the economic activity in this area. So it was just spectacular.
Oh, Huru, I just, you know, for the listening audience, you've really had the opportunity of hearing, you know, Abdullah really paint the picture of the power of the Black Power blueprint, you know, in Aquaba Hall, and, you know, just the rich, dynamic culture of the African community, you know, able to express that and resistance, you know, to that, you know, through the culture. And I know, like, you know, as a white person who came here to work in solidarity, you know, with the Black Power blueprint, you know, it was you know, just shocking, because you grow up, you know, in the white community. Even if you grow up in a city, you're in the white community, you know what I mean? And you live the white life, and you live on white resources that we're accustomed to. And, you know, it just absolutely barren. As Deputy Chair said, you know, I've heard her sum up, you know, this is the community we would want to put the Uhuru House. This is the oppressed African community, and these are the people we represent. And, you know, it's just been extremely powerful. And to see even street walking, it's just outrageous that that is the only economy. And the effects of the drugs that we know that the movement has summed up, the chairman has summed up so much as the economy put in the Black community. So this has been a revolutionary transformation. And I just really salute you and, you know, all the organizers, you know, of the Black Power blueprint. So, and now because of the growth of the Black Power blueprint, there are many institutions and facilities and buildings and lots, and, you know, and so, you know, I know that you recently have a part-time job with African People's Education and Defense Fund with the growing properties. So how has that been?
It's been wonderful, Uhuru. I mean, I totally united with the position. You know, the properties that we have are actually the people's property. And so we want to maintain the people's property to a high level, to a high degree. We want them to be clean, pristine. We want the lawns to be well taken care of, well maintained, the buildings to be well maintained, to be clean. And so I feel it's my honor to do that, you know, because I want us to shine as Africans. I want people to take pride in our possessions and what we have. And so that's what we strive to do. So it was an honor to maintain the properties of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, you know, just to be that presence there, to be there on the scene. And I take great pride in this work. So it's a great honor.
You definitely do. It's just very, very powerful, very powerful. I really, really appreciate it. And, you know, one of the properties right now under daily renovation, which should be, you know, it started late August, the very last part of August, and it's going to be completed in the month of December. And that's why we're, you know, really holding the telethon to, you know, be able to outfit it and furnish it. But that is the fourplex, and it's tied to the African Independence Workforce Program. When that training program happens, there has to be, you know, housing. And, you know, can you talk a little bit more about the significance of that program and why the housing is so important for Africans returning from the prison system?
Well, its significance cannot be overstated. This is tremendous. This is going to have a tremendous impact on the community. It's, you know, coming home from prison is a really difficult thing. You know, trying to get on your feet, trying to find housing. You know, where I was incarcerated for 27 and a half years. And so I know about so many brothers that didn't have anywhere to parole to. So if you don't have anywhere to parole to, they're going to keep you incarcerated till you do half of your parole. I know that's the case in Illinois. So people have actually finished their sentence, but because their mother may have died, their father may have died, or their wife lives in the projects, public housing, they can't parole because they're a convicted felon, cannot parole to public housing, so had nowhere to go. So through no fault of their own, they had to spend their parole, 3 years parole or 2 years parole in prison. So, half of that, you'd have to, then they will let you go, which is, doesn't make any sense, which is evil to extreme. So if you can let me go now after a year and a half, you could have let me go a year and a half ago. Even though I didn't have anywhere to go, you could have just paroled me to the street, but they don't do that. So having somewhere for these people to go house the African independence workforce is just tremendous. It's going to have a tremendous impact on Black families in this community, Black women, Black men, enabling them to feed, house, and clothe themselves, to be able to transition into the society, to come here, to stay for a while. This is just a transitional homes to get them on their feet, to give them these skills and culinary arts and other things that we can give them, that we can provide to them so that they will be successful. But just having somewhere to stay, somewhere to parole to, somewhere to go, it's just tremendous. This will result in people not reoffending and not recidivating because they have somewhere to parole to, they have somewhere to go, some warm environment, some safe place that they can be. And so again, the impact cannot be overstated. This is going to save so many lives. It's going to improve so many families, because this is an institution that we're establishing. So not just, people, probably hundreds of people will transition out of that place. So the fact that we have done this is just going to have a tremendous, awesome impact, positive impact on the community, enable people to become employed, to acquire skills, and it just can't be overstated.
Thank you so much for bringing that reality and the significance of, the African Independence Workforce Program in the housing. It's just been fantastic, Abdullah. I just want to ask you one more question. As an organizer in North St. Louis, what would you say to a young person, living in the community, why they should join the Black Power Blueprint?
Because we are about the community. We are about establishing economics in this community. We are about empowering the community. So if you live in an impoverished condition, if you want to do something about the situation, the conditions that you're living in, this is a place to be, because we have a long established track record of righting wrongs, of addressing the needs of the community. So this is what we are here for, to address the needs of the community. So a young person joining this organization will be able to utilize their skills, their abilities, or just their enthusiasm, right? Just their enthusiasm to improve the conditions of this community. And we will definitely make sure that they find a place in this community, a viable, place in this community where they can prosper, where they can grow, because that's what we're about. As the African People's Education Defense Fund, we're about addressing disparities. We're about finding jobs for them, which we have done and which we will continue to do. And we're about empowering them politically. That's why we have these political education classes, so that they would know why they're in this condition and what to do to get out of it.
Well, I just, you've certainly laid the basis for reparations, from the white community with this interview. And I just appreciate so much you're giving us all, it makes everyone know that they're there, and giving us the point of view of the Black Power Blueprint. Just really appreciate your time, giving to this interview. It's extremely important. Wow. So I really want to thank you, and let everybody know this is Abdullah Muhammad from the Black Power Blueprint here in St. Louis, Missouri. And we're going to turn this over to our next team that's going to start raising reparations. Thank you so much. Uhuru.
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 Wow. Thank you so much, Abdullah and Kitty. That was extremely powerful. We really appreciate it. And it's a great honor to have you on, Abdullah. That was really profound. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right. So we just really want to thank again both of those incredible panelists for participating, and just really salute Comrade Abdullah Alexander from the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis. And I'm going to be joined in just a second by Casey Mackey. And there she is, Casey Mackey. All right. So I just want to say I was really moved by that presentation, by that interview. Abdullah just really brings the true human experience of the colonized African working class, and also the hope and the revolutionary optimism and the vision for the future that he represents, that this project represents. And I just wanted to share something, Casey. I saw this quote on somebody who's watching on Facebook, a comrade named Victor Sayso, I think is how you say the last name. He says, "I'm on my way to work on the fourplex right now. This project is real. The people are real. We have to support ourselves to uplift the people. When we say Black power, we mean Black power. The power to feed, house, put clothes on the backs of our people. Uhuru." That's what it's all about right there.
Uhuru, shout out. That's Frog. Victor Frog.
Right. Right on. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Uhuru Frog. We're so glad that you're watching, and just salute you and all of your amazing work and everybody who makes the Black Power Blueprint what it is. The Black Power Blueprint is not just a set of buildings. The Black Power Blueprint is actual human beings that are on the ground, an African community making this happen, making this visionary freedom project of the African community, this anti-colonial project, into a reality. And I want to salute again the incredible strategy of the Uhuru movement and Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Yeshitela to go into St. Louis, to organize from the ground up, acquiring these abandoned buildings, initiating this rapid process of restoring, demolishing buildings to create Black community-led self-reliance programs. They have brought hope to a place that had been so long abandoned and assaulted by the city government. So for white people, this is about reparations. We know that we in the white community do not experience the type of conditions that Abdullah just talked about, and we can take a stand. We can take a stand in solidarity with the righteous, powerful work that they are doing on the ground there in St. Louis that's tied to the struggle of African people everywhere. So again, today, we're gonna raise $10,000 for the Black Power Blueprint, specifically for the African Independence Workforce Program, which is just part of the Black Power Blueprint that brings community members from the African community who are coming out of this vicious colonial prison system into the struggle to recapture power over their own lives. That's what this is about. So people, Africans who come out of the prison system and are denied access to any kind of meaningful employment will find job training and will find housing in the African Independence Workforce Housing Program. And that's what we are raising resources for. This is about repairing the damage. This is about returning the stolen wealth and repairing the damage that has been done in our name for our interests in the short term to the African community. That is not our interest in the long term. It is in our interest to stand with the people, to stand with the Black community. So that's why we want to raise $10,000 for this fourplex apartment on College Avenue in North St. Louis that Frog just said he's on his way there right now. They're working on it right now, but resources are urgently needed. Let's get those resources over. They're literally on the way there to make this happen, but they need the resources. They need their resources back. So we got to go ahead and send it over. Go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. That's what it's about. And before I turn it over to Casey, I want to thank a few people. I'm excited. I'm excited to do this. We already have some wonderful donors, and we want to shout you out. We want to thank you. We want to thank Laura Brown, who put in $25. Thank you, Laura Brown. Uhuru. We want to thank Susan McLucas, who put in $40. Uhuru, Susan. We want to thank Christopher Burke, who put in $10. Uhuru, Christopher. We want to thank Brian McElroy. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but thank you so much, Brian, for putting in $25. Uhuru. We want to thank Allison Hull, who put in $10. Uhuru, Allison. We want to thank Janice Camp, who put in $100 towards our goal today. Uhuru, Janice Camp. We want to thank Elizabeth Lee, who put in $20. We want to thank Michael Floorhog, who put in $100. That is what I'm talking about. Uhuru, thank you so much, Michael. And thank you, Joy Martin, for putting in $50 towards our goal. That means that already an hour into our 24-hour telethon, we have raised $405. 9,595 to go. Whoop, sorry. We're getting more donations in as I speak, Casey. I can't even turn it over to you yet because Pam Horgan just put in $25. Uhuru, Pam Horgan, thank you so much. And by the way, we're trying to raise $2,500 for the first apartment. It's a fourplex, right? That means there's 4 apartments. So let's go one apartment at a time. $2,500 each, and let's raise the money. So we're on apartment number 1 right now, and we're getting closer. And Bernadette Aiello just put in $100. Thank you so much, Bernadette Aiello, for that generous contribution, for that stand of reparations to the Black community and support of economic development. That means that the goal to raise $500 in the first hour has just been surpassed, Casey. We just raised $530, which means we have 1,970 to go to reach 2,500 to furnish and outfit and renovate that first apartment. So we want to thank you, all of our donors, for your great stand. And we want to thank our donors and sponsors, Tombolo Books in St. Petersburg, Mad Music in St. Petersburg, Omaha Living in Ashland, Oregon, all of our donors, all of our sponsors. Thank you so much. And for everyone who is tuning in now, you're watching the Reparations Telethon, Giving Tuesday. For the Black Power Blueprint, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate right now. The Black Power Blueprint is unique. There is nothing like this anywhere. It is unique. It is beautiful. It is the Black community taking back their resources to develop and revitalize their community for themselves. So we're going for $10,000 for Giving Tuesday. And we want to show you what this money is going towards, because this is not an abstract, vague thing. This is real. This is tangible. This is concrete. These resources are needed right now, and we're going to show you what they're needed for in just a moment. But before we do, we want to show you a community testimonial expressing support for this project. Zonlile Umbiko was born and raised in St. Louis and became a volunteer for the Black Power Blueprint after meeting the Uhuru movement and falling in love with its mission. And how could you not? So we're very excited to see this statement from Zonlile, who went live from the Black Power Blueprint social media on the site for the fourplex, expressing the importance of what this housing will be used for.
This is an opportunity for people that are in the colonial system, the colonial prison system. When they're released, they can come to us and they can find housing and they can find work, and they can totally get involved in what would soon be the Deco Kitchen that we have also another one of our institutions under APEDF and the Black Power Blueprint. As you can see, the workers are still doing the work here, and we haven't got everything installed, but hey, we need your help. Here would be a kitchen. We need utilities. We need stoves, refrigerator, and all of those things for people that are coming out of the colonial work, the prisons. Come on now, when people get out of jail, do they have money to get an apartment or a house? No, they do not. They need your help. And our goal is to stop the colonial cycle of going back and forth to the prison, create a foundation for our brothers and our sisters to have families, homes, and a real future. Give them a real chance. That's why we need your donations.
Wow, Uhuru, beautifully put. Thank you so much, Zonlile, for that great statement. And KC, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I really unite with everything that you said, and really appreciate the interview by Kitty with Abdullah Alexander Muhammad, and these things that I feel like I know a lot about the world, but then the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And I never even thought about the fact that when African people's sentences are up, if they have nowhere to go, they're not even released to the street. They have to stay past their sentence. So it's another way that the colonial system is constantly scamming and ripping off the African community and destroying their families. And the fact that African men can't go live with perhaps their wives that they had to leave, or girlfriends that they had to leave because they're in public housing. And if you have a felony, you can't stay there. And everything is set up to keep the Black community divided and oppressed. And so I just think it's so important that the Black Power Blueprint exists. It is led by the community itself. The people sitting on the hot stove are the ones that know how to get off the stove. And as white people, our responsibility is to return the stolen resources that we have benefited from to African people so that they can build for themselves, something that has been denied to them for centuries. So again, we want to encourage you to donate. The $250 donations will get you the tote bag. We also, I believe, have stickers for anyone that donates any amount. And we also want to call for specific items right now to get this first apartment furnished. And again, the Tombolo books you will get if you donate, and these incredible paintings by Santosh. Those are for $500 and up donations, original art, priceless, honestly. So we want to call on y'all to start funding the bathroom for this first apartment. What does a bathroom need? Got to get your shower rod and curtains, okay? Don't want to be showering, someone comes in the bathroom and they see you without a curtain. You want your first aid kits to go. These are going to be family homes, and kids are always running around and scraping their knees and cutting their fingers and things like that. So first aid kit is essential. Those are just $26. You can actually, if you've got the resources, which, are in the white community, go ahead and do $26 for a first aid kit and write it in the comments. And we need 4 of those. You can do all 4 for $100. Or again, you can just do $100 straight. We also want to furnish the bedrooms. So the bed frames themselves will be $179, and 4 of those are needed. So go ahead and say that I want to donate this bed frame and put in $179 and write that in the comments. We also, next slide, we'll need mirrors. Everybody need a mirror. You got to make sure you're looking good before you leave the house. So again, if you're just coming into this, we're not selling these mirrors. We want you to donate to buy these mirrors to outfit this apartment that is going to be housing for people coming out of prison. Donate these resources back to the Black community to have a beautiful home that will be a safe, stable place to come to when coming out of these horrible concentration camps called prisons. Again, 4 mattresses are needed for these apartments, and those are $179. Actually, I believe it's 8 because there's going to be multiple people living in each one. So again, the mattresses, the bed frames, the bedding sheets, those are just $19. I've seen some, Walmart, Target. Again, you can put in $19, or you can put in all 8 for, it'd be like $160. Or again, you can just donate any amount. But we wanted to show you exactly what you'll be funding today, and really encourage you to turn these resources into something real that can be used by the community. So we want to encourage you over and over again, keep going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And if you've got family members who aren't awake yet, or who are on the West Coast and not up yet, or across the world and don't know that this is going on, share this video with them, or just call on them to donate. Say, hey, Mom and Dad, I'm tuning into this fundraiser, this telethon fundraiser. Today is Giving Tuesday. It's the annual fundraising holiday. And you know what? Don't give me a Christmas present this year. I just want you to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and help purchase the materials needed for this housing to address the homeless and prison populations, which are truly out of control and skyrocketing as colonial violence against the Black community is only increasing. So we really, really need everyone to call on their friends and family to contribute to our goal so that we can thank you. And if you do 250 or more, you get the tote bag, and 500 or more, you get the original art piece by Comrade Santosh. So go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Go ahead and get that bed frame, get that mattress, get those first aid kits, and know that you are part of making positive transformation in the Black community, led by the Black community to keep their community. Uhuru. So while we are waiting for some more donations coming in, we actually want to show you some testimonies. Throughout the day, we're going to be showing you a lot of testimonies like that amazing one from Zanlile, where she also was calling for you to donate to these apartments. You know, you saw the shell of the kitchen that she was walking through. Can you just imagine when there's a little stovetop and a refrigerator where people can make their breakfast in the morning as they are continuing the struggle for African liberation? Just imagine. You don't have to imagine, you can just donate and make it real. But we also want to show you some videos from donors who support this project. So we have 2 videos from Comrade Len Dimmer in Philadelphia. Really salute this comrade, and comrades Claudette in San Diego. And both of these comrades actually organized powerful marches for reparations, that a campaign that we did last month that raised over $20,000 to the Black Power Blueprint. So I just want to turn it over to the statement from Comrade Lynn.
Before we do that, I'm sorry. Before we do that, I got a big announcement I need to make before we go. And it's good to see Len there, and we're about to hear from Len. But I want to let you know that Diane Tournay just put in $25 towards our goal for the first $2,500 for the first apartment of the 4-plex apartment. Uhuru, Diane, and Janice Kant just put in $250 of reparations for the Black Power Blueprint, and she gets the first choice of a book and a tote bag. So we got these awesome books donated by Tombolo Books bookstore here in St. Petersburg, Florida, and she's the first person to donate $250. So Janice Kant gets the first choice of a book and a tote bag, and also made an incredible contribution that is going to immediately translate into world-changing effects on the ground in St. Louis for this project. So that means, KC and comrades, we've raised $805 because that many people have already gone to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday.
Okay,
that's in their contributions. And we've got 1,695 left to go to raise the money for the first apartment. So let's keep it going. Uhuru.
Hi there, my name is Len Demmer, and I am a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement here in Philadelphia. I'm here today to encourage you to support the Black Power Blueprint. I definitely support the Black Power Blueprint because it's a real solution for African self-determination and independence. The reparations that the Uhuru Solidarity Movement raises goes to these amazing programs that support African power, autonomy, economic development and freedom, and also help combat the gentrification that's taking place. I encourage all other white folks out there who are tuned in right now to support these programs by giving some funds to the Black Power Blueprint and take a stand with me in solidarity for Black Power. Uhuru.
Beautiful statement. Uhuru, Len.
And then I believe we have one more from Claudette, really powerful organizer in San Diego. And shout out to everyone who has donated.
Yes.
Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. Hi, my name is Claudette Yaron, and I'm a barista located in San Diego, California. I'm a proudly organized member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, an organization created by the African People's Socialist Party for white people to stand in actual solidarity with the colonized people of the world politically and economically. I infinitely appreciate our fearless African leadership, the legendary Omali Yeshitela, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, the vanguard of the international African revolution, struggling to overturn the world of colonial violence by organizing against parasitic capitalism. He's gifted me the only place to stand in human dignity, to feel more peace and purpose than I ever could have imagined to find. Under African leadership, I know that my donations reach people in desperate need and that they're able to use it in ways that they determine that they need help most. None of this money goes to greedy white power. The Black Power Blueprint is an actual blueprint for targeted, oppressed, and colonized communities. It's where the international African working class is requesting we focus on to prove we're actually sorry for the colonial terror and genocide they've had to endure for generations because of us. The Black Power Blueprint is for colonized communities to create their own economic development, which is the only way for them to have power and self-determination like we all deserve. It's our human responsibility to pay reparations since all white people benefit from colonialism with every breath we take. Those who stand with actual social justice and in solidarity with colonized people understand that this is the only way to continue without being a living parasite. I personally refuse to continue living at the expense of others, and you can too. Black Power Matters, justice for George Floyd, Black community control of the police, Uhuru.
Wow.
Uhuru.
Very deep.
Thank you, Claudette.
Very deep stand of solidarity. That is, the brilliance of the African working class being expressed through the stand of solidarity that we as white people can be one to embrace our full humanity and see that the reason that the world is in the conditions that it is because of white power and colonialism, and we have a relationship to that, and therefore a responsibility. Of course, no one has to be born a colonizer, but that's the reality, and that's what we have to face head on. It's liberating to know the truth and to also know what you can do to change the world. And the Black Power Blueprint gives us the capacity to do that. So why wouldn't you support it?
Right.
So keep on donating at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Yes. And thank you again, comrades Lynn and Claudette, who have both been hardcore supporters of this project that see the impact it's having and want to be on the right side of history. So I think that, do we have any more donations to announce?
Not yet, but I know that people are in that form right now, getting out their debit cards, their credit cards, putting in their digits so we can start announcing and thanking you for contributing. We know everybody wants to support this project. This is not only is it great to be on the right side of history, it's great to be on the winning side. It's great to be on the winning team. You look out there at this whole system and the crisis that they're in, and you just see the Titanic just sinking down into the icy waters. But the Uhuru movement is on the rise. The Black Power Blueprint represents the future. And of course, we want to support this. Of course we do. So we encourage people to go ahead and make that support concrete right now. Let us shout you out. Let's just get most of this money raised up front. Like, we got 24 hours here, but let's just do it. Let's just get it in.
Now.
Yeah. Let's
donate
go ahead
right now.
apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and put in your contribution towards this fourplex. We're trying to raise the goal of $2,500 this morning for the first apartment that will be used for the African Independence Workforce Program. So that means 1,695 left to go. And thank you to everybody who has put in towards the first 805 that we've raised today together. So Uhuru.
Uhuru, definitely. And if you're like me and even, running low on resources right now, I made a pledge of $50 that I can submit on Friday on payday. So you can still put a pledge that you want to make in the comments, and you will be followed up with as soon as possible, because we are going to raise this $10,000 today and continuing. Even if we raise all 10,000 right now, we're going to keep going because this is reparations, and 10,000 is just a drop in the bucket. So let's keep going with our program so we can catch up on our time. We have the next workshop coming up, which is the Reparations Legacy Project. So I'm really excited about this because we know that there's lots of white people out there that inherited a lot of social wealth from generations that are, connected to the slave trade, and are waking up and want to do something about it, want to give away their inheritance knowing that they didn't actually earn it, it was stolen. So this is the amazing project that I am looking forward to hearing about in the next workshop, led by my co-host and the chair of USM, Jesse Neville. So take it away for the Reparations Legacy Project. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, KC. All right, well, I'm really excited to do this presentation for you today, and I'm gonna run through this pretty quickly because this is a fast-paced telethon. This 24 hours is gonna go by in a flash, so we wanna keep it moving. We have so many amazing people that are gonna be on this, leaders of the African People's Socialist Party that we're so honored to have with us. It's been incredible so far. Abdullah, Alexander, and Kitty Riley, and our comrades from USM that have been just making this such a wonderful, wonderful telethon so far. So I can't wait to just keep it moving. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I wanna bring on Len Demmer, Laura Brown, and Jamie Simpson, who are gonna help to present this presentation with me. And I'm very honored to be joined by them. There you are, Laura, Uhuru. And there's Jamie Simpson, good to see you.
Uhuru.
And Len Demmer is about to join us. We just saw Len in that very eloquent statement. So let's bring on Len Demmer. Comrade Len, the extraordinary organizer from Philadelphia who just put together an incredible March for Reparations just a month or so ago. Do we have Len with us? Len, are you there?
I am, Uhuru.
Uhuru, okay, I don't see your video, but I hear you. Okay, there you are. All right, how's everyone doing?
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Uhuru, great.
Uhuru, all right. Well, I'm glad to have you here on the Reparations Telethon, and I'm excited to go ahead and introduce and unveil. We're going public with this for the first time, and we're really excited about it. This is a new project of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and it is called, drum roll please. Somebody can do that. The Reparations Legacy Project. And we should be seeing the logo on screen in just a moment. I don't see it though, but I'm gonna keep going and I'm sure we will see it in just a second. So the Reparations Legacy Project, if you wanna follow along with this and start exploring this, you can see our website that has just been launched, reparationslegacyproject.org. And the Reparations Legacy Project is a new front of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement that organizes white people with access to financial wealth, AKA wealthy white people, to take a stand in repairing the economic and social damage of enslavement and ongoing exploitation of African people. Oh, okay, I'm sharing my screen. No, I'm not, okay. Sorry, getting a little thrown off here. So I think, okay, so we have the slideshow now. I'm not sharing my screen. So we're excited to unveil a new project, the Reparations Legacy Project, organizing white people with access to financial wealth to take a stand in repairing the economic and social damage of enslavement and ongoing exploitation of African people through the redistribution of resources towards the Black self-determination programs of the Uhuru movement. The Reparations Legacy Project envisions a world of unity and peace through reparations, in which African, indigenous, and oppressed peoples have full control of their land, lives, and resources, and no group profits at the expense of another. So I just want to make sure we can actually get the slides up. Can we hit present? Are we okay on that? All right. Okay. So, so I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela for the vision, the leadership, and the strategy of creating this incredible, okay, there we go. Creating this incredible project. We attribute the entire strategy. We are honored to work under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party And we have been called upon by the leadership of the chairman to really take the call for reparations to the white community. And that includes the poorest among us and the wealthiest among us. And it even includes people that would be considered members of the ruling class. We want to make this call. We want to make this demand for white people to take part in repairing the damage by returning the stolen wealth. So this means this is an invitation to business leaders, to corporations, to CEOs, and just to individuals who may have inherited wealth from a family member who had some ties to the enslavement of African people, or who just may have inherited wealth in some other way on the pedestal of the backs of the oppression of African and indigenous people. White people who have a lot of resources, who have social wealth, who are looking for a way to divest from the system of parasitic capitalism and reinvest those resources in a positive socialist future that will benefit all human beings with nobody at the expense of anybody else. We know that there are millions of white people out there who are looking for a way to take this stand and to relinquish control of these resources over to the oppressed population from whom they were stolen in the first place. And that's what the Reparations Legacy Project is about. So we want to salute the African People's Socialist Party for making reparations a household word and for defining what reparations means. White people don't get to define what reparations means. The African community has defined, the Uhuru movement has defined that reparations is a stand of solidarity with African self-determination and economic development. Reparations means funding the ability of the African working class to have economic self-reliance and power over their own resources and lives. So this project, the Reparations Legacy Project, calls on white people to fund the Black economic development institutions like the Black Power Blueprint that you can contribute to at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday on this telethon. And we believe that the ruling class must pay reparations. Wealthy white people have an interest and a responsibility to pay reparations. Young white people who are out there who have inherited money from stocks, from their families, or from other kinds of inheritances. There was an article in the New York Times recently about a rising generation of young white people who have money, who want to tear down capitalism, who want to take a stand for socialism. Reparations is the way. The Reparations Legacy Project was created for you. White people who are in their 50s, their 60s, their 70s, you remember the 1960s. You remember when the tide of struggle was high, and you want to complete what was started back then. The Reparations Legacy Project is for you. The Reparations Legacy Project is built on 4 core values. And I'd like to turn it over to one of our committee leaders from the Donor Outreach and Development team, Len Demmer, to begin talking with us about the core values of the Reparations Legacy Project. Before I do that, I think the next slide will show you a picture or a video. If we go to the next slide. And I just want to show this video because the question that is posed to us as white people is, what will our legacy be? Will we inherit the legacy of the slave master, or will our legacy be one of reparations, redemption, atonement, unity with the oppressed peoples of the world? And the chairman posed this question to us decades ago in this powerful statement that I'm going to show you right now. So let's go ahead and watch that clip.
You didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't have anything to do with it. Slavery is both our legacies. It's mine and it's yours. You inherited the wealth of slavery, and I inherited the poverty of slavery. I am determined to change this legacy that's been left up to me. If you don't change yours for yourself, I'm going to change yours too. So it's best for you to join this one and both of us stand.
Chairman Omali Shatella made it plain in 1992. So thank you, Chairman, for that powerful statement. And finally, what I want to say before I turn it over to Len is that we know millions of white people want to take a stand, and millions of white people and even some wealthy white people, donors and people like that, have come out and said that they want to take a stand in the aftermath of the incredible and courageous uprisings of the African community after the murder of George Floyd. The world has changed, and for all of those white people who are looking for a way to make a difference, who have access to financial wealth, who have access to resources on the pedestal of the oppression of African people, the Reparations Legacy Project is flinging the doors wide open for you to come in and join this movement and take a part in changing the world. So I want to turn it over now to discuss our core values. I'm going to turn it over to Len, and we're going to hear from all of some of the committee leaders of the Reparations Legacy Project.
Jesse, thank you so much. So our core values, the first core value that we have is the leadership of the African working class. Like Jesse mentioned a few minutes ago, reparations to African people is defined by the leadership of the African working class, not by white people. If we want to take a true progressive stand for reparations to African people, then it cannot be on terms that we as white people define. We must embrace the leadership of the African-led movement for Black self-determination and liberation. The Reparations Legacy Project is a project for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, a white organization formed and led by the African People's Socialist Party. We believe that all white people who want to repair the damage of colonial slavery and systemic injustice and oppression must follow the leadership of the African working class who are defining reparations on their own terms.
Uhuru, thank you, Len. Another core value of this project, of the Reparations Legacy Project, is that we understand reparations means solidarity, not charity or even philanthropy, because charity means the status quo of wealth, power, and resources in the hands of the white population and the ruling class. It does not change the material conditions or the structural relations of colonial power that form the basis for the fact that white people have control over half of the world's resources, while the majority of African people live on less than $10 a day. Think about that. Think about how little that is. Reparations is not an act of charity, nor a philanthropic gift. It's not a favor. It is the practice of material solidarity with the African-led movement for the creation of an independent, anti-colonial, liberated Black working class economy that empowers African people to gain control of their own resources so that charity and philanthropy become obsolete. Reparations is a stand on the side of African people, working to free up the productive forces in the African community to benefit their own people.
Uhuru, yeah, thank you, Jamie. Core value number 3 of the Reparations Legacy Project is that this is our responsibility and it's in our interest. As white people with access to financial wealth, we owe reparations, and that is the plain and simple truth of it. It's our responsibility, whether we're business owners or CEOs or just regular white people, as Chair Jesse mentioned earlier, who may have inherited wealth because of our place on the pedestal of the oppression of African people. And we have a responsibility to play an active role in ending this system of have and have-nots, built for our benefit on a foundation of the conquered lands, exploited labor, and plundered resources of Africans and other colonized peoples. Reparations goes to the heart of every single social problem faced by the planet today, whether it's permanent warfare, colonial attacks on Mexicans and others falsely labeled as illegal immigrants, ecological destruction, or any other forms of injustice such as gender-based oppression. So therefore, it's more than just our responsibility, it's actually in our interest as well. In the long term, it's not in our interest to alienate ourselves from the rest of humanity. Unity through reparations is a positive future for everyone, ourselves included. And the vast majority of human beings are fighting to create a world of equitable distribution of wealth where people can live and nobody at the expense of another. This is the future that we can be a part of when we join the movement for reparations.
And last but not least, we believe that the wealth that we have access to as white people is built on the stolen resources of African people. And it is impossible to quantify the mind-boggling enormity of the wealth amassed by the United States and European economies through the centuries-long and ongoing process of enslavement, colonialism, and genocide, beginning with the assault on Africa, the invasion and enslavement of millions of African human beings, transforming African people into the first commodities of capitalism as machines of production, forced to labor on plantations, producing the biggest expansion of economic productivity in human history, the genocide against the indigenous people of this land, the theft of their land, the plundering of African resources, minerals, silver, tobacco, coffee, rum, oil, sugar, gold, diamonds, culture, science, genius, talent, arts, knowledge, and continuing today through the exploitation of African labor that intensified after chattel slavery with the advent of convict leasing, sharecropping, the mass incarceration of African people, redlining, gentrification, the theft of land from African farmers, the list goes on. There is no wealth in the white world that is not smothered in the blood and stolen resources and labor value and land and lives of African people. And you see sometimes these portrayals of enslavement in the South. They focus on the stereotype of the Southern slave master, and that's sort of like put forward as the ultimate example of what slavery was like, and it was sort of like a Southern thing. And that is not true. The exploitation of enslaved African people permeated every aspect of the US economy and still does. It was not a Southern phenomenon. Everyone, every white person, the wealth of all white people in the South and the North was built through slavery, including the wealth of Wall Street and the US economy. And we're going to be talking later in the program about the campaign to make Wall Street pay reparations, which is a political action campaign designed to win resources, to demand resources from the banks and corporations towards the Black Power blueprint as a form of reparations. The Reparations Legacy Project, therefore, was formed to challenge white people, including the Wall Street sector and the ruling class, to take actions to right the historic wrongs that underlie the foundation of our wealth. Reparations to African people is the only way forward. So it's more than just slavery. It's more than just convict leasing. It's more than just the theft of land and property. It's everything. It's everything. And we owe reparations, and the conditions are worse than ever today. The wealth is in our communities. And with the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen the concentration of wealth into the hands of the ruling class accelerate and intensify. 8 billionaires have more wealth than 3.6 billion people combined. So I want to skip over a little bit of what I had written here and turn it over to Len in just a minute. But I just want to say that the Reparations Legacy Project is very excited to get off the ground. This is our launch day. We're going to be talking in a minute about the different things that we're going to be doing and how you can be involved. And the Reparations Legacy Project has a goal. And I want to say what our goal is. We have a goal to raise next year, 2021, $250,000 for the work of the Uhuru Movement and the Black Power Blueprint. Our goal the following year is to double that, $500,000 for the work of the Black Power Blueprint. Our goal the next year is to raise $1 million for the Black Power Blueprint and to really build this movement of wealthy white people of all ages and backgrounds who are coming into the fold, who are coming into this and saying, our legacy will not be the legacy of enslavement. We want to change the world. We want to change our relationship to African people. We want to be able to live in a world where we can look each other in the eyes as human beings and not as haves and have-nots and not as exploiters and exploited. That is not the world that we want to live in. And we know that we can take a part in changing this world by turning over these stolen resources, repairing the damage, and tying ourselves and tying our stand of reparations to economic development of the African working class in their own interests and in their own hands, which is diametrically opposed to everything that passes as economic development under parasitic capitalism. So this is the progressive stance that we can take. This is the stand on the right side, on the winning side of history that we can take. And we just want to, again, salute the leadership of the Uhuru Movement, Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Onazanea Shatella, as well as Chairwoman Penny Hess of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and everyone who has played such an important role in helping to lay the foundation for the Reparations Legacy Project that we are so excited to announce today. And again, I want to repeat that by 2023, we want to be raising $1 million to the work of the Black Power Blueprint. And that is not a joke. And we know the money is in the white community. We know there are white people out there who could make that goal happen in one check. So I'm going to turn it now over to Len to say a little bit more about this project.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, I mean, this is the call to wealthy white people of all ages and backgrounds. Whether you're a business owner, CEO, or you inherited wealth in your family, you're just a white person with access to social wealth who is looking for a way to return this stolen wealth and repair this damage. Join the Reparations Legacy Project. Fund reparations to the Black Power Blueprint. Fund African economic development and self-reliance. Fund African liberation. This is the Reparations Legacy Project. And ways that you can be involved in this project is, join the donor outreach committee. We also need graphic designers and web developers and, people to do research as well to try to help find folks that are willing to invest their time and money into this really important project. So we just pose the question, what will your legacy be?
Yes, it's an important question. And, reparations must go to the organized anti-colonial economy of the African working class. That's why it is justice. And that's why it must go to the Black Power Blueprint Project in particular. This is a one-of-a-kind anti-colonial project that we can support, that you can support. And this is political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. Think about how significant that is. This is the Black working class, the most oppressed sector of the United States, indeed of the world, the victims of colonial slavery. And we have traditionally, we have been the benefactors of colonial slavery. Like the chairman was saying in that incredible video, we didn't choose it. We didn't ask to be born as part of a colonial oppressor population, but the reality is we are. That's the situation we find ourselves in the world. So we have to ask ourselves what we're going to do now that we recognize that we recognize these foul conditions of poverty, of homelessness, of police murder and brutality are directly connected to this colonial legacy of slavery and oppression. We have to ask ourselves, what will our legacy be? What will your legacy be?
Uhuru, Jamie, I unite with that 100%. This project is so important, so vital. And there are ways that everyone can get involved right now. I want to mention that we also have a conference coming up, so please save the date for January 23rd in 2021. This conference will feature presentations from leaders of the Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party. So we invite any white person looking for a way to use your access to wealth to change the world through reparations to come to this conference. Like my comrades here said, what will your legacy be? I know I want mine to be part of this Reparations Legacy Project, and I'm so excited to be part of it. So please go ahead and sign up for the conference at reparationslegacy.org.
Uhuru, thank you so much. I really appreciate Laura, Jamie, and Len for playing such an important role in building the Reparations Legacy Project. And I want to reiterate that the Reparations Legacy Project is unique because it is not something that white people came up with and thought was a good idea. It's not something where we pull together wealthy white people with access to resources and we decide where those resources go. No, it is actually the very opposite of that. It is something that was mandated for us to create by our incredible leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And we are so honored and excited to be given the responsibility and the honor of carrying out this strategy of building the Reparations Legacy Project. And we know that this is going to really build, and that there are so many white people out there who have access to wealth, who are looking for a way to do something with that money that will actually change the world. And philanthropy is not going to cut it. These charity programs that are out there are not going to cut it. So much money has been raised in the name of the Black community after the George Floyd rebellions. So many different NGOs and nonprofits and even corporations were able to make a killing off of the aftermath of the uprisings and what resulted from it. this movement is making material changes on the ground. This movement is changing the world, and through the Reparations Legacy Project, we have the opportunity to be a part of it. So it is exciting, it is optimistic, it is visionary, and it is something you can sign up to be a part of right now by going to reparationslegacy.org. Check out our new website. Shout out to Declan and Kyle for all the hard work getting the website together for our launch today. We really want to appreciate those comrades and salute again Chairman Omali Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizanea Shatella, and invite you all to join the Reparations Legacy. Go to reparationslegacy.org, go to conference and sign up to get more information about our conference on January 23rd, 2021. Sign the Reparations Pledge if you are a white person with access to financial wealth. We look forward to meeting with you. We look forward to working with you. We look forward to changing the world with you under the leadership of the African liberation movement. So we are out of time. So I want to thank my comrades so much. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate it.
Uhuru.
And now I am actually going to jump in here as an MC, I believe. So I'm appreciate just want to appreciate everybody on that panel. And now we're going to bring on Chairwoman Penny Hess and Bakri Olatunji. And actually, I think I'm turning it over to you, Jamie, to intro this segment. So I'll go ahead and do that.
Great. Thank you for that, Jesse. Big salute to the Reparations Legacy Project and Comrade Laura and Len and you, Chair Jesse, for this amazing work. For our next interview, we would like to bring up two very special guests. Bakri Olatunji is the Western Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party and the Midwest Coordinator of Uhuru Foods and Pies. Bakri is also a veteran of the movement and has been a key component in building the work of the party since the 1970s. And we also want to bring on now Chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess. So Uhuru and welcome Penny Hess. And
Uhuru Penny and Uhuru Bakri.
Uhuru Penny.
Uhuru, comrades. I just want to say that Penny Hess also, I didn't give you full introduction as the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee since its founding in 1976. You have been working for over 40 years under the leadership of the party to win reparations to African people, which is exactly what we're doing today in raising resources for the Black Power Blueprint Project, $10,000 that we're gonna make today. And we encourage people to keep doing by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So I want to turn it over to you now, Comrade Bakri Olatunji and Chairwoman Penny Hess.
Uhuru, thank you, Jamie. And I just really want to salute you, Bakri Olatunji, the West Coast Party, African People's Socialist Party, regional representative of the West Coast. Really an honor to have you on today. I know that you have just been working really, really hard on the annual pie campaign, the first segment of the annual holiday pie campaign of Uhuru Foods and Pies. You are the West Coast director or coordinator of Uhuru Foods and Pies. So welcome to the show today. Thank you so much for coming on. And I just am looking forward to speaking with you today. And you have played, Bakri, a really important part in the Uhuru movement based in Oakland since way back in the 1980s. And we know that you are an RN. And just, can you tell us a little bit about how you first met the Uhuru movement and what are some of the very first projects? And actually, what are some of the many projects you've been part of over the years, Uhuru?
Uhuru, thank you, Penny. And thank you, Jamie, for the introduction. I don't know about way back, but yeah, I've been a part of the movement since the mid 80s. And, you know, I just think I met the party before I met the party. And what I'm saying is that the party had done some serious scorched earth in the mid 80s in the Oakland area. And by that, I would drive to work and I would see posters up all throughout the city. I would see spray painted political slogans like they say payback, we say cutback, reparations now, Uhuru means freedom. Things that are sort of like that, that reminded me of my younger years growing up in Oakland, where you saw a similar type of presence with the Black Panther Party. And one day I was actually driving and got out of my car to look at a poster that I had seen for a long period of time. And I finally got out to look at the poster to read it. And it was a poster asking people to come to a meeting at the Uhuru House Sunday at 5 o'clock. And it was centered around the campaign to free Freddie Lee, Freddie Roberts, who was a young African who was put in jail for murdering a cop. And the party had took up that campaign. So that's what drew me. And that's how I met the movement, so to speak. And yes, I actually came in, participated in going to the mobilizations around the Freddie Lee Roberts campaign. I remember one of the first mobilizations was when Reverend Desmond Tutu was going to come to the Oakland Auditorium or the Henry J. Kaiser Center, and how Omowale Kafing led a magnificent protest outside where we kept Tutu from coming and really, you know, turned back the white ruling class at that time, you know, trying to come into Oakland. I remember, you know, the African, the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic, which was really what I consider my mass work at that time, where as a nurse, when I first came to the few meetings and I was approached to people and they were telling me about the Bobby Hutton Freedom Clinic, and I got involved with that, where we went to the East and West Oakland projects of 6965 Ville and of Acorn in West Oakland, provided, you know, all kinds of medical care there. And of course, Measure H, which came 2 years after Measure O in Oakland, where we put the African working class on the political map in Oakland and challenged the land disbursement in Oakland and raised the whole land question through Measure O and Measure H. And there's probably more that I can talk about, but all this occurred at a time when, during the Oakland years, that the chairman has written about in this Vanguard, talk about how a lot of the theory of African internationalism was developed in Oakland during that time, you know, to really build. And even the precursor for the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement began there in Oakland. It was called PDOM, the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, before it became NPDOM, the National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And now we have a magnificent worldwide organization called the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So I can go on, but I'll stop right there, comrade.
Wow, Bakri, I mean, you just bring back so many memories. And as you know, I had the honor of working in Oakland as a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and specifically under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And those Oakland years, as we call it, this history must be written. It was amazing. It was powerful. As the chairman said, it put the agenda of the African working class back onto the stage of the entire world. And it was just a constant period of action. We were out on the streets, everything. It was incredible. And it's where the African People's Solidarity Committee was really consolidated by the chairman. And we began to internalize the whole question of reparations. And it was so exciting. But I want to really salute the work that you did in the Bobby Hutton Freedom Clinic. That was historic. That was historic. Can you just say a little bit about that, the kind of work that the party did and what it involved? It was a really powerful project.
Yes, it was. Actually, I really have to focus on that because, we had a 27-foot motor vehicle that we converted into a free clinic. And as I stated earlier, we went into 6965ville into East Oakland and provided not only free healthcare, but we organized African people, tried to organize them under the community control of healthcare umbrella to bring them into political life. In Oakland, you had the highest rate of prostate cancer among African men on the planet Earth during that time. And, we had curable diseases that could be dealt with that were running rampant throughout the communities in East Oakland. People were taking multiple medications from multiple doctors that had real serious contradictory impacts with each other. We had organized pharmacists to come with us and go to people's houses and review the medications they were on and, help people to understand, how certain medicines were contraindicated with other medications. And I just think that, one is to provide the service, but two, it was to bring people into political life and organize people to say that we have to control the healthcare in our own communities. And that was so important. And that's what the Bobby Hutton African Freedom Clinic did. And it was under the leadership of the African working class. And, the work that happened there was just phenomenal. We brought, healthcare professionals from the hospitals to the community where the people existed. We even provided healthcare to the childcare chalet that we had organized at the Uhuru House at the time, where we had the children were given priority in terms of the healthcare that we provided through the clinic. And for me, it was an eye-opening because this was my first introduction to the party during this time, and to be a nurse working in the hospitals and not really be aware of what was going on in the community, so to speak. And it really opened my eyes up to the need for the African working class community to have its own ability to heal itself, to organize around the question of healthcare, which was a political question. It wasn't a question of healthcare, it was a question of politics in terms of who decides who's gonna live, who's gonna die, who can go to the hospital, who can't go to the hospital. And as African community that was suffering from all these curable diseases, we need to determine how we're gonna heal ourselves. So the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic was so important.
It was so critical. And I just really think that it is another example, like the Black Power Blueprint, of that the African People's Socialist Party brings solutions that are in the power, in the hands of the African working class itself. It's not something that comes from the city or from the government, but it comes from the community, the African working class community itself. And it's really, really amazing to see. But I do want you to talk about Uhuru Foods and Pies and the annual pie campaign and how long that's been going on. And I know you had a rough year in a way that you had the COVID-19 impact, but yet did incredibly amazing job on the pie campaign this year. So I definitely want you to say something about this before you have to go.
Uhuru, yeah, people talk about 2020, but 2020 in terms of the Uhuru Pie campaign, we actually did more with less coming through these last couple weeks. There are less people available due to COVID-19 in terms of volunteers who come to the kitchen. Normally we have hundreds of volunteers, and that was way, way down. But Uhuru Foods and Pies is one of the dynamic economic institutions of Black Star Industries. And we've been a popular progressive tradition in the Bay Area for 30 or 40 years. So we have a great base of support for the pie campaign in the Bay Area. We were not able to be at a lot of the pop-ups that we sell the pies at normally because of COVID, where we couldn't be out on the streets. They're talking about shutting California down now, like it was early on in the pandemic. So we had to cancel some of the tables, but people were calling us, where can I come pick the pies up? I'll come, don't worry about it. or we shipped orders, and there were certain contradictions, and people say, don't worry about it, I'll donate the money. How can I help? And it was like an overwhelming support for this. And that comes through the 30, 40 years that we've been on the ground. We've become a tradition in some people's homes. Some people, one person told me just the other day when we had a pie table, oh yeah, one person was walking down the sidewalk and someone was buying a pie or trying to sell a pie to him. And that person said, oh yeah, they're famous, get a pie from them. You know, and they kept walking and all going down the street. So it's just a really powerful campaign. I just think that this year is the ascendancy of Uhuru Foods and Pies, and we are on the move. And we sold thousands of pies over the last several weeks. So yeah, it's been great.
Awesome. And then there's the December pie campaign as well. And that's going to be very, very exciting. And just really want to salute Deputy Chair Ona Zadeh Shatella, who leads the Black Star Industries that Uhuru Foods and Pies is part of. And of course, also Maureen Wagner, who is the main coordinator of Uhuru Foods and Pies. So, you know, this is so exciting. And I just want to interject for 1 second and say that we have received a $100 pledge from Raya Fogarty in memory of her late mother, Judy Drozda, who was a great friend of this movement, who we loved here in St. Louis. And we want to salute our comrade Raya and send our deepest condolences to her and her family, but to just say what a great woman her mother was, and a real supporter of reparations to the African community. And Raya pledged $100. We also have $25 from Harvey Benschoter.
Stoter. Yeah, I want to join you in
yes,
saluting.
Okay, Jamie.
Yeah, I want to join you in saluting Raya Fogarty and the memory of Judy Drozda, if I'm saying her mother's name correctly, and send my condolences. That's profound, comrade. And really salute the stance that your mother took. She will be remembered.
Yes, indeed.
And I just want to say that his name is Harvey Benschoter.
He's
in Philadelphia, and he's a dear friend of mine. Really appreciate you contributing to the Black Power Blueprint today, Harvey. That's fantastic. Really salute all these reparations coming in from people standing up to support the Black Power Blueprint project and the amazing work that we're talking with amazing comrades like you, Bakari, about. And just say that this means we've raised $930 so far. So remaining for that first apartment is $1,570 or $1,570.
All right.
And you can be a part of making that a reality, like these wonderful comrades have, like Raya Fogarty, like Harvey Benschoter, and so many others, by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. That's apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And I really want to just join you, Chairwoman Penny, in saluting you, Bakari Olatunji, for the incredible work that you've done. I've always heard about how popular the annual Uhuru Pie campaign is in the Bay Area, you know, selling thousands of pies just as a standard, and how the community embraces you, embraces Uhuru Foods and Pies. And I know that Uhuru Foods and Pies, like you alluded to, Chairwoman Penny, is part of Black Star Industries, a program of the African People's Socialist Party. Can you speak a bit to the significance and the goals of Black Star Industries, Comrade Bakari?
Yes, when we talk about Black Star Industries, it's where we want to create commerce for and between African people worldwide. And we talk about Uhuru Foods and Pies in relationship to that, to build our own independent worldwide working class economy and anti-colonial economy. And it's important because right now, we know that under colonialism, there is no African economy. There is no independent African economy. And we have to build our own economic institutions to negate the power of the capitalist colonialist system. So when we talk about, for the last 30, 40 years of having Uhuru Foods and Pies on the ground, it's just fundamentally important. You know, we have to win people to support the PIE campaign, to support the Black Power Blueprint. It is, as you stated earlier, it's not about charity. It is about upholding the African working class to feed, house, and clothe itself. And that's so fundamentally important. So, and I just want to say one quick thing that I want to salute Raya and also Raya's mother, who gave birth to a great revolutionary. Raya was one of the first people I worked with when I came into the organization with the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic. Raya was one of the first Solidarity members I had contact with. So I go back a ways with Raya, and she is a true cadre. And I just wanted to recognize that.
Uhuru, that's, I totally unite and really send out our love to our comrade Raya Fogarty. And Bakri, I wanted to ask you, I know a lot of new developments are happening right now with Uhuru Foods and Pies, a lot of relationships and different kinds of, even with breweries and things like this. Could you tell us a little bit about what's coming up here in the next period for Uhuru Foods and Pies?
Uhuru, I get a chance to use my new word. We are pivoting. Yes.
Pivoting.
You hear that a lot with the COVID, and that's exactly what we're doing. Our pop-ups were always one of the ways we raised all our thousands of pies. And this year, again, the pop-ups have been compromised, and we developed partnerships with people like Cliff Bar, who've been, really instrumental with helping us navigate the COVID. We have relationships with breweries here in Oakland, in the region, Humble Sea Brewery in Santa Cruz, Drake's Brewery here in the Bay Area in Oakland and San Leandro, and Temescal Brewery here in Oakland, where we actually did our pop-ups because they have outdoor venue spaces where people can still come with socially distanced areas and still be able to sell the pies. And we've had a few tables that have sold out, but we've moved a lot of product there. And we've got a lot of unity with these groups where they are doing this continually, not just a one-time thing. It's been occurring since earlier this year. In Florida, we've done a collaborative Black is Beautiful beer with one of the breweries in Santa Cruz. And, we built relationships. We're going to be doing next month, working with a foundation here where we're going to be, contributing 1,000 pies to a giveaway at the Oakland Coliseum. And I just think, these are the type of relationships that have come through us laying tracks of being out there over the years. And we're finally, moving into a place where we can deal with the money sector, so to speak, to be able to contribute large numbers and meet our needs and our goals as our thousands of pies are being sold out here in the community. Even with COVID going on, we're having growth and development, which is really exponential. And I just really am excited about what the future holds for us right now.
Wow. That's so inspiring.
Great. Thank you so much for being on. I know it's very early where you are on the West Coast, and really, really appreciate you coming on. It is always an incredible pleasure to talk to you. And there's so much more we could talk about. And yes, we will in the future on other kinds of programs and events, because I know that the whole West Coast is building the African People's Socialist Party, International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, Uhuru Solidarity Movement. It's really powerful. So just really salute you, West Coast rep of the party, Bakri Olatunji, and Uhuru, and unity through reparations.
Uhuru, thank you, Penny. Thank you, Jamie. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Bakri Olatunji, thank you so much for joining us on the Telethon today for the Black Power Blueprint. Just an amazing interview, comrade. Always a pleasure. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
So you just want to say again, Uhuru, and thank you for that fantastic interview, the West Coast Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party, Bakri Olatunji. So we really appreciate that. And we want to move now to another fantastic member of the African People's Socialist Party who is a revolutionary musician, Alikie Ngoma. And we will also be getting to hear some of Alikie's music. So I want to say uhuru and welcome Alikie Ngoma.
Uhuru Alikia.
Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny, and Comrade Jamie.
Uhuru. It's really exciting to have you on the telethon today. Welcome.
Thank you.
We are. I'm so excited. I know Chairwoman Penny is, and our audience will be, about the idea of revolutionary music, and that's your specialty. And we're going to be hearing about the African Nation fight song. And I just wanted to start off by asking you if you could tell us about what your process was of writing the African Nation's fight song.
Uhuru, that song originated in the Cadre Intensive of 2016. And it was supposed to be just a surprise, to the chairman, a very short song. And when we were building for the 2017 plenary of the African People's Socialist Party, the chairman raised that song to me again and said he wanted it, to be expanded into a full song. At that time, we were proposing it as a national anthem, which we do have a separate song for that. And so, he explained what he was looking for in the song, the type of concepts he wanted mentioned, basically African internationalism, as well as Louise Kinshasa, who is the Secretary General of the African Socialist International. So they were saying, we want to talk about revolution. We want to talk about the African poor and working class overturning parasitic capitalism. We want to talk about Marcus Garvey. We want to talk about the revolution in Haiti. We want to talk about, all these powerful things. And there comes the balance between like what you want, what you need to be said as far as like the content, and then how you put it in a musical form that it's easy for people to, to sing along to and to grasp. So, for example, like we have a line that says, African workers, we must unite against white power, the parasite. So it's the same thing as saying the African poor working class must work to destroy parasitic capitalism. And so after the song was, brought to a full version, I reviewed it one more time with the chairman, who thought the song was good, and then said, it's still not an anthem. It sounds like the lyrics seem like a fight song. So I said, okay, we'll call this the African Nation fight song, and then we'll work on the anthem separately. So there is another song that is actually the national anthem. So that was the process.
Uhuru. Wow. And, African community control of music. It's
yes.
Really powerful. It's really powerful. Fantastic. Yes. And I know that, that your family was born in Haiti. And say a little bit about that, how that has influenced your musical skills.
Overall, well, for one, I come from a musical family, actually.
Okay, great.
A lot of my, cousins and uncles and even siblings played some form of instrument or sing. But as far as like Haiti in particular, one of the greatest influences that I have is when I realized a difference, and the chairman actually contextualized this for me too, between what people would call conscious music or like, music with more serious kinds of lyrics. Over here, there tends to be a separation in like when like, for example, rappers want to say something more serious, the beat is not as upbeat or danceable as the same music as a rapper who isn't saying too much other serious things. But I noticed that in Haiti, and the chairman talked about it's the question of the drum. That line was not always there. You could be listening to a song that sounds festive, And then when you look at the lyrics, you know, they're either criticizing the government or, you know, they're talking about abandoning the concept of outside children, or, you know, condemning domestic violence, you know, very serious kinds of lyrics, but the music is still something that you want to hear every day. It's very commercial sounding. So that's one of my influences in trying to, that's what I want like my style to be, to really keep that balance where I'm saying something serious, but the music makes you want to hear it. It's as catchy as anything else. But besides that, excuse me?
That is so interesting. That is really powerful. Uhuru.
Yeah, and you know, there have been some artists here who have been, and it explains their success. Like when you look at a rapper like Tupac or Lauryn Hill, it explains why they were so successful with their lyrics, because they found that balance. Or Bob Marley in Jamaica. And then also just knowing the role that music plays in revolution, and that it played here amongst Africans fighting, giving each other messages through the music, the role it played in the revolution of Haiti. So it's a very powerful tool. It's the best way to learn something. You may not, you know, remember a lesson that a teacher gave you, but if it was sung to you, you would remember it.
Wow, that is powerful. Thank you for such a profound explanation of just the whole question of music originating from the African nation and swept the world, you know, based on the origination there. And so much to say about it. Very, very powerful. Uhuru.
Yes. Uhuru.
Alikia and Goma, really, you're a powerful comrade and so very talented. It's really an honor to have you on the telethon. And now we're going to play the African Nation fight song, and we will hear Alikia's music throughout the day.
Uhuru.
Carry the torch of sunshine.
Uhuru, and thank
Uhuru.
you, Alikia. That was amazing. Thank you so much. That was really powerful.
Uhuru, thank you.
Uhuru, thank you, Alikia and Goma. Really appreciate you being on the telethon today. That was an amazing song. And sorry, my video's off for a second here. There I am. Uhuru, comrade, really appreciate and salute you. We want to announce that we have reached $1,000 that we've raised today. And that was in part by contribution by Comrade Mads Ambrose, who donated $50. And then we had some other donations that came in. I want to go back to him. She has an amazing statement that I want to read. But we also had Catherine Mary Wing, who donated $25, and that brings us to, we've raised $1,005. So we're over the $1,000 mark, and we have 1,495 left to go for that first apartment, and you can be part of that. This is a telethon that is a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint Project, the visionary anti-colonial project acquiring abandoned buildings and initiating a rapid process of restoration or demolition to create new Black community-led self-reliance programs. You can contribute to this incredible goal of $10,000 to raise today by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. That's apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Be part of the winning team, like the African Nation Fight song was saying. And I just want to, Chairwoman, I want to read this amazing comment from our comrade Mads Ambrose. Mads says, Uhuru, I was so excited to be able to get some pies while in California for a family emergency. Uhuru Foods and Pies delivered to where I was, and it brought so much comfort to everyone. Uhuru, Comrade
really
Mads.
salutes the Comrade Mads and everybody who has given so far. Catherine Mary Wing, $25, as you said, and we've raised over $1,000 so far. Uhuru, the party,
right on,
the
comrades.
Black Power Blueprint is about winning, and I love that song that Alikia and Goma just had, where it says, we are winning, the party is winning. The African revolution is winning, the life-giving revolution for everyone that will change this, transform this planet, this world into a world without oppression, without the oppressors and the oppressed, in which the African working class and all oppressed and colonized people will be victorious. This is in our interest, and it's such an honor to be here today. Again, I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, our leadership in the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the organization of the party, the organizations of the party created by the African People's Socialist Party to send the African Revolution behind enemy lines. And that's our job, to go into the belly of the beast, to go into the white society and let other white people know the good news. There is a way that we can rectify our relationship to African people. We can overturn our role as the colonizers, as the ones who've been the parasites living off the stolen labor and the incredible suffering of African people and genocide and all of the things that we can look at the world today and see that it reflects that society, and that we have the ability to play a role. And our role in this African revolution, our assignment is reparations. And I want to talk about that, Jamie, because the Black Power Blueprint is so powerful because it is an organization led by an incredibly dynamic African woman leader, just an amazing, amazing, powerful African woman leading member, deputy chair of the African People's Socialist Party, who has put this amazing Black Power Blueprint on the ground. We're raising $10,000 today, which is nothing for this program. And we want to remind everybody to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday to raise this $10,000. We just have less than $9,000 to go. And right now we're working on our first increment, the first of the 4 apartments that we are furnishing with the resources from today. This is going to go to the 4-plex, which is the building, 4 apartments in a beautiful building right next to where the basketball court is, community basketball court is going to be, as one of the amazing projects. And this is going to be the housing for the African Independence Workforce Program for African people coming out of the colonial system. And we know who should be in jail. We know who should be in prison. And that we know that prisons are used as a colonial tactic to maintain the oppression of African people. But the true criminals, the politicians, the ruling class that steal the resources, that control the police and everything else that terrorizes the African community, never go to jail, and never go to jail for that crime. And that, you know, as members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and everybody who would be on this call today, on this Zoom event, we have the ability to contribute and return the stolen resources as reparations. So we're going to raise that $10,000. And I want to also say that I want to give $100 right now towards our goal today, and to get us closer and closer to that $2,500 goal for the first apartment. So Jamie, let's go ahead and bring that in today. It's only, what is left of what we have to raise? So the remaining is $1,495.
Yes.
So I just am putting in 100. So we only have $1,395 to go. Let's go ahead and bring that in. Let's just do this. This is nothing for so many people from the white community today. And, you know, if we have the resources and we have access to generational and social wealth based on the oppression of African people, let's give it back. Let's give it back today, because this is about power in the hands of the African working class. And it's winning vast support. Nothing else out there is like this. An organization that is putting projects, transforming literally its own urban plan, creating, tearing down rotten buildings left there by the city of St. Louis and turning them into beautiful, beautiful buildings and projects for the development of economic and political power in the hands and led by the African working class. So
yes,
Uhuru,
I really salute you, Chairwoman Penny, for your stance of material solidarity with African people, with the African working class. That, you know, you've been modeling this for 40 years, just getting out there in front of this question. And it's because of the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, of Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party, because such an amazing project like the Black Power Blueprint exists, that you can be someone who supports along with these incredible people like Mads Ambrose, like Catherine Mary Wing, and so many others, by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And, you know, donate right now, donate generously. We've got $1,395 to go for this one apartment complex, or the 4-plex apartment on College Avenue North in St. Louis. And it needs to be furnished and outfitted. And, you know, this is for African people coming out of the colonial prison system that we know is atrocious. We know is overstuffed with Black people. And this whole situation where, like, Penny, you're in St. Louis, right? And I'm based here in St. Petersburg, Florida. But one thing that connects us both is that we both know, whether it's called the South Side here in St. Petersburg, or the Del Mar Divide and North St. Louis in St. Louis, Missouri, that there's this upside down, backwards situation in the world today where we see extreme poverty in the Black community, needless poverty and suffering, and things like abandoned buildings in North St. Louis on the one hand, and homeless people on the other, right? A disproportionate, over half the homeless people in the United States are African people. Something's wrong with this picture. That's not natural. That's not normal. We have the opportunity to turn this right side up. with this telethon, with the Reparations Tuesday. We have the opportunity to say, we don't want to be part of this horrific legacy of colonial oppression. We don't want African people forever relegated to this position of being victims. They don't have to be. They're not that. That through this project, they're becoming the masters of their own destiny, right? And everybody deserves that kind of self-determination. That's just a human right. So we want to make that a reality today. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know, you're so right, Jamie, because yes, being here in St. Louis, and of course the world saw the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014 in Ferguson, which is basically just a little suburb of St. Louis right there on the north side. And all of the conditions imposed on the African community by the city of St. Louis, its whole history goes back to that. You can read, I've just been reading a book about the history of St. Louis, and wow, it is so intense year after year after year. And this was a city that was a military staging ground for the wars of genocide by the US government against the indigenous people, and for just incredible brutality against African people that continues to today. But what is so powerful is St. Louis has the Black Power Blueprint, and that is being recognized. We're going to talk about it more tonight when we hear from Chairman Omwale Shatella himself and Deputy Chair Ona Zinea Shatella herself about the significance of, you know, of a project led by the African working class that is not waiting for some kind of financial input from some government agency, from the national government, from local. It's not waiting for that. It's not waiting for the promise of support from white people. It has created all that. It has created the solution to the African community, with the solution being the leadership of the African community itself. There is nothing else like this in the whole world. We have seen some incredible pictures and slideshows, and we will see more about the actual projects of the Black Power Blueprint and what it means for us to turn over the resources to play our role in the, you know, just the fact that the Black Power Blueprint is winning, and that we can play our role of turning the resources over so that the resources are back into the hands of the African community where they were stolen from. And we know that this is not charity, this is not a favor, this is political power in the hands of the African working class. So I think we're going to see a few slides here.
Yes. Look at this wonderful tote bag that you can get.
I love it.
If I believe it's for $250 or more.
Right.
If you contribute to the Black Power Blueprint today. Look at these books, and I want to salute Tombolo Books for contributing these books for this telethon. I want to salute.
Where is Tombolo Books?
Tombolo Books is here in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Right.
It's on First Avenue South, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a business, a white-owned business on the South Side that said yes to the opportunity to support economic development in the hands of the Black working class at the Black Power Blueprint today. And and you can get a painting by Santosh Rohit of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. These are really beautiful paintings, some of which, you know, we had the art by design, or Reparations by Design fundraiser, yes, where he demonstrated how he creates these beautiful works of art. You can get one of those for a donation of $250 or more. And, you know, I want to salute businesses like Mad Music here in St. Petersburg that also contributed to this telethon. And I believe Omaha Living in Ashland, Oregon. You can support these amazing. Look at this work that's happening right now as we speak. People are
this is going on today. Yes.
Yeah, it's so important and needed. And these are just 4 apartments that we're talking about, right? Like, we need, ultimately, this needs to be a flood of resources coming in to furnish these bedrooms, to furnish these kitchens and bathrooms. And you can be a part of because every bit of this matters, you know? So if you see one of these items, you want to make it happen, you can go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate right now. You can help us finish off an entire apartment. That's someone who's going to be coming out of the colonial hell of the prison system and become part of this amazing solution that's on the ground right now. So
just go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and put in for something. I am putting in $100. So I'm getting a dresser. How exciting. You know exactly what these resources are going to, and it is fantastic. It is going to be very, very beautiful. The building is already beautiful, and I know they're going to be talking, Kitty Riley's going to be talking to Leon O'Hara, who is the contractor, the head contractor of Paradigm Builders, who's coordinating it. Very exciting. You can get a bedside lamp for $35, basically. And you can get all 4 of them at once at 4 times $35. Just go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday now. And let's get to our goal. We've raised $11,055, and we want to thank Marissa Ricchetti for putting in $50. That's
Marissa.
Awesome, fantastic. So we only, and Paula Lipsy, $100. All right, wow. So we have raised over half of what we need today. Well, what we need this morning, which is one whole apartment, $2,500, where we only have $1,245 to go. And if somebody just wants to put in $250 to get us under $1,000, then you get one of these beautiful paintings from Santosh Rohit, which is made custom, and you know that this can contribute towards a bed, a lampstand, very specific things, and you're free to say what you want it to go to.
Right.
So, yeah, go ahead and put it in. Go ahead, Jamie.
But yeah, I was just gonna say you can choose one of those books from Tombolo Books, and we'll continue to show you these wonderful gifts and salute these comrades and businesses that have stepped up to support economic development led by the Black working class. And I think what just really salute everyone, Paula Lipsy Rubin, Paula Lipsy rather, who's donated $100, and Marissa Ricchetti for the $50 contribution. That's amazing.
Splendid.
Be like them. Go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate right now. And we do want to show you a quick video made just for Giving Tuesday. And we deeply, deeply thank the team, the entire team that created this video, produced and donated by Aaron Ablin and Ali Ablin from Eventure NYC. So let's if we're ready, let's go to that video
and
now.
Let's thank the whole team, but okay, we'll do it after. All right, go ahead, Jamie. Go ahead.
Community I felt was demoralized. 3 years later, we have acquired all these different properties and also programs within the African community.
And we are bringing economics to the community. And that's the bottom line. We have to revitalize this community economically.
That red, black, and green flag unites us all, regardless of what ward you're from. We understand that we are one people.
Uhuru. I love that video, Chairwoman. I know you're trying to get unmuted.
Oh, let me just say something. I love that video too, and I want to thank Aaron and Ali Ablin and and Cammie Thomas, who was the director, an incredible African woman, film editor and camera person, very talented. Bailey Sinclair, who was over the St. Louis production. Brandon Mad Keys, who did the original music, and the B camera operator, Ethan. So really want to thank that team. And wow, we have something great to announce, Jamie.
Yes, we do. We want to give a big salute to Laura Brown, who donated $250 to the Black Power Blueprint. Laura, you will get a book, one of the books from Tom Below Books. And that means there are 5 books left to choose from. And that means that we have raised $1,505 towards that first apartment complex, with only 995 remaining to
go.
Yes, and correction, there's actually 6 books left from those books donated by Tom Below Books to choose from, for the first people to donate anywhere from $250 to $500. So line up
and I just really want to thank Laura, and also you did such a great job on the Reparations Legacy Workshop before, led by Chair Jesse with Len. Wow, you were really amazing. So really appreciate the work that you are doing to build the Reparations Legacy Committee, and Uhuru, and thank you again. So we only have $995 to go this morning, and we hope to make that in the next hour. I know we can. The party is winning. Be on the winning side. Join it. Join it. Our job is reparations. Let's do it. We can do this. Uhuru.
Uhuru, support the people's economy.
Is winning.
Yes, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Donate right now. Be part of this incredible mission to make reparations, to make economic development in the hands of the African working class a reality. So Chairwoman Penny, thank you so much. This has been really an honor. Thanks to everyone who joined us today, to Alikia and Goma, to Bakari Olatunji, and to all the comrades and people and yourselves for tuning in. And we're going to turn it over now to Comrade Len and Comrade Carbon. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Well, thank you so much, Kitty and Leon. That was really great. Carbon.
Uhuru. Yeah, that's wonderful. So exciting just to see this off to such a good start today.
So we're on. Let's see. Is Leon coming in?
Yeah, I'm on, but I can't seem to activate. Okay. All right.
Oh, great. Good morning, Leon. Thank you, Carbon and Len.
Sure.
Wow.
How's everybody? Can you hear me okay?
Program. And I know today we're doing a telethon to raise money to furnish the fourplex apartment, but we can't furnish it without the incredible paradigm construction. And so I'm very, very happy to be able to spend time with Leon this morning. He's in the middle of work, and I know that because he just called me to see if the gas company has turned the gas on in the building yet. So, I mean, this is a real dynamic project. To all of our listeners and attendees, you know, this is not abstract. This is work happening right now. And I want to introduce Leon. Really thank you for breaking your busy schedule today. And let people know this is Leon O'Hara IV. He's the owner of Paradigm Builders, a general contracting company based in North St. Louis. And he's been partnering with APDF to complete key projects of the Black Power Blueprint that we could talk about today. And people may know of Leon, not only because we played a little clip of a testimony he gave earlier this morning, but also from the recent article on the whole Uhuru movement in the context of building the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis that was in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch that really had Paradigm front and center. And especially the online article had magnificent photos, you know, of Paradigm in action inside the fourplex. So I really want to welcome you, Leon, and start by asking you, can you tell us about your background and how you got started in construction?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. There's a little bit of it's gone now.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. So how I got started in construction, really have to point to my parents. particularly my father, Bobby Eskridge, who told me, straight out of high school, I had to go back to or go to Rankin Technical College, where I studied carpentry and building construction. Then years later, I returned to get a business degree in applied management. If you can hang on one second.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Rankin is a really, incredible school here in St. Louis. So I didn't realize that. And then you have business. Well, I can see it. You certainly see the results of that, and the inspiration from your father. That's incredible.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm sorry. As you pointed out earlier, I'm on a project site actually at our headquarters building. So there's a lot of noise in the background. We're finally getting heat into the building.
Oh, great. Sounds like
Spire was downstairs making some noise. So I came up. So how I got started in construction, after I left Rankin, I went straight into the union, worked 5 years as a carpenter's apprentice. And before I could finish my apprenticeship, I was called up by Mike Roberts, who is a real estate developer, hotels, TV stations, things of that nature. And he asked me to come and be his construction project manager. So I did that for 13 years, managed over $100 million in construction projects. And then I started my own company in 2010, Paradigm Builders. So not to bore you with all the details, but currently Paradigm Builders focuses on historic restoration, primarily in North St. Louis. So.
Wow. Well, good. That leads us up to our next question, but I can see, the profound background you have, and it really shows in the quality of the work that you produce in Paradigm Builders. Now, how did you meet APGF in the Black Power movement?
So there's a gentleman by the name of Dwayne Thompson, who's an architect. I believe you all reached out to Dwayne for some help doing some architectural stuff. And then he led us to you. And the first project we did for you all was the community or outdoor public event space on West Florissant and Alice.
Yes. And what I recall about, because I think, Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella, who leads the whole Black Power blueprint, she first made those connections with Dwayne and then with you. And you had mentioned you were doing a historic renovation.
Right.
And gave her the address. So we just drove over there early on. And it was very interesting because I think it was Junior and Dennis maybe doing tuck pointing outside on ladders. We didn't know their names at the time. I didn't know them, but we said, oh, can we go inside? We said we could come by. And we went inside and we just absolutely amazed by the quality of the work and the beauty and the staircase over on the right. And Deputy Chair wanted to just go up the stairs, and I'm no, Deputy Chair, the railing isn't on yet. What if you fall? This is going to be a problem, all around. And, but she reminded me how she was saying, if we could get them, that would be it. That would be just it for the Black Power blueprint. And then, of course, you called us later on to say that there were cameras inside and asked us how we liked the visit, and you could hear us. And I went, oh, thank goodness. Everything we had to say was so positive. Which it was. So that was incredible. It was true. Once we saw the work, we just knew it. So how does APGF align with Paradigm's mission?
So, our mission, we want to restore historic buildings, which, the city of St. Louis and particularly the north side is full of historic buildings that need to be restored, right? But while that's our mission on the business side, more on a socioeconomic side, we want to restore the people that live in these areas. So, I mean, what you all are doing, your call for reparations through action is 100% in line with what we do.
Yeah. And I think it was seen the converging interest was seen early on. And, you know, we know the beauty of the outdoor venue space, which we had up online during the whole process, even through the winter and everything, you know, was just magnificent. The pathway, you know, the stage, everything was just gorgeous, and the community loves it. And it has really impacted the community, and it's all surrounding that 50-foot flagpole with the 25-foot red, black, and green flag. So it's just a center of just uniting the whole community and uplifting everyone who goes by.
Right.
And how has APDEP impacted Paradigm? How have we advanced Paradigm? We know how you've advanced us. The Black Power Blueprint.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, we've been impacted in a positive way. You know, fiscally, it's helped us, you know, pick up some revenue and helped us to pay, you know, the young men that we hire, and, you know, basically, which allows them to support their families. It also helps us understand that there's, you know, through your, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to say the name correctly, but your white solidarity movement, is that what it's called?
Sure.
So,
yes.
You know, it helps us understand that there truly are, you know, some white people that genuinely want to see the upliftment of the Black community through various forms of reparation. And it you know, gives us confidence to go out here and work with some other groups as well on the north side. So,
well, I thank you. That's a great observation, and I would say totally, it's the Uhuru movement, you know, that really formed the Solidarity Committee, Chairman Amalia Shatella, way back in the late 1970s.
Right.
Because, you know, although we hadn't shown through historically any genuine, you know, solidarity or our own interests aligned with African people, African working class people, they knew it was in our interest, and that it is in our interest to do that. But it gave us a chance to express our humanity and our real unity, you know, with African self-determination. Black Power Blueprint has been a powerful force for that.
Right.
So, yeah, I really appreciate that. And, you know, one of the converging interests, you know, around economic development has been, you know, every project, one of the goals is to provide work and an economy for African people, tradespeople, contractors, you know, the skilled trades, you know, semi-trades, whatever, labor. And what is Paradigm's philosophy? You know, to provide work and employment, because we do see that you have Black and Indigenous.
Correct. And
primarily, yeah.
You know, that's predominantly the workforce for us. But again, you know, my parents instilled me in an early age that, you know, if a man has a trade, he'll never go hungry a day in his life. So, you know, I take that same notion and carry it on to as many ears as are willing to listen, and as many hands are willing to swing a hammer and show them how to get out here and make a living for themselves and their family.
That's a powerful message. And, you know, there aren't that many opportunities, and you're really giving them. And one of the first things I know I observed in the outdoor venue was two of your employees with the blueprints out on a rain barrel or whatever it was, you know.
Right.
And you were telling me, and other men staking out the path, and you were telling me I'm teaching them algebra and calculus.
Well,
so
it was trigonometry, not calculus.
Oh, it was. Well, each one of them is so challenging to me. But I thought, oh my goodness, algebra and trigonometry. And that was just really powerful, because so many times, you know, for young, you know, African kids under colonialism, they can't see the benefit of algebra, or so abstract. There's never employment opportunities. There's no way to apply it. They don't see where it helped their uncle. These are things that I've heard Amalia Shatella sum up, you know, in the past. And here it is. You're applying it right there on the ground.
And I appreciate you saying that. And if I can, I'd like to give a quick story. So when I was a carpenter's apprentice, when I first joined the union, in fact, it was my very first job, fresh out of Rankin. So this is in 1994. We were building custom homes in West County in Chesterfield. And the foreman, who I won't mention his name, but the foreman was definitely a racist. He said all kinds of crazy stuff to me. But in reference to the plans, because I knew how to read blueprints and everything else, I went up to the plans one day, and he used colorful language to tell me to get the heck away from the blueprints. We're not paying you to think, we're paying you to swing a hammer. So
Wow.
yeah.
Total colonial reality.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I know in the program, Deputy Chair was talking with the young men for tuck pointing when we were doing the Quabbah Hall. And I don't know if you've met them at this point, but they were so humble and so fantastic. And they were saying that the work is on the South Side, basically where the white community lived. That's where, projects were happening, renovations were happening because the resources were there, and they would never give them the opportunity.
Right.
So, that's why Black Power Blueprint is so important in the work happening in North St. Louis, because it does mean opportunity is created. And that's one of the goals, to just get as much as can be gotten so that that opportunity is created, for the community. Right. Well, the most exciting thing now is that the fourplex is near completion of the renovation and just totally transformed and looking really, really beautiful. And, people have been watching the progress on the blackpowerblueprint.org website, and are really united, with this fundraiser. So, it is going to be housing, which, for the African Independence Workforce Program that'll be tied to building the commercial kitchen.
Correct.
Yes. But when I go over there, let's say I go over there, to take photos, and I had to meet someone about, the alarm system. It sort of looks like there's a workforce program happening now. Can you tell us about the way you're conducting your business that already incorporates, builds that relationship with Peru?
No, definitely. So, obviously we're a small company. We hire the best, staff that we can afford to hire. And oftentimes that means we're hiring entry-level people. Okay. So they don't have a ton of experience, but they get it with us. So we have on-the-job training on each job site, essentially. And then we actually have formal training opportunities for certifications through the Father Support Group. So there is an ongoing, workforce training happening every single day.
It's very, very powerful. I mean, I've been in there, and you might have been there when I was there. You saw the plumber, and he had an apprentice with him. You saw the electrician, he had an apprentice with him. You see painters. And another day I was there outside. One of the men are coming down the street saying, I just got my certificate for certified painter. I mean, that's very, very powerful.
Right. We have one. I don't think it was the one you're talking about, but another gentleman is actually working here today that graduated that program.
Great. That's a powerful statement about paradigm builders. Yeah. Well, my last question is, we'll have a project coming soon. One of our goals, 2020. We already have we're in the process with the kitchen designer and working with the architect you spoke of, Dwayne Thompson. And I know you've been in some of those meetings. It's the Herjico on Goodfellow, a natural bridge, and commercial kitchen, and it'll have the workforce program. What impact do you think this program is going to have on the community?
Well, it's probably threefold. First and foremost, as someone earlier pointed out, most of North St. Louis is one big food desert. So having access to healthy foods is, I want to say there's probably only 2 or 3 grocers you can actually get, real healthy, fresh food from. So that is tremendous in of itself. The employment opportunities that will be created both on the construction side and then of course on the operations side, but then just the getting rid of some of that blight, that that's on that corner. I mean, that, as you know, that's a very busy intersection, Natural Bridge and Goodfellow. My father was pointing out to me the other day that you know, he grew up around the corner from there, and he remembers when boats were actually sold from that same location. And now you look around, you're lucky if you can buy a sandwich at that intersection. So I think it's tremendous. And I want to point out one thing that maybe I should have pointed out earlier with the Uhuru movement. And we're trying to repair the Black community or the African community. I prefer the term Black myself, but the Black community within St. Louis. If we don't fix this problem in our area in North St. Louis, it will, and it has, and will continue to spill over in all the surrounding communities. A prime example of this is just yesterday at 170 and Olive, which is the Ladue School District. There's a rolling gun battle, and some lady that had nothing to do with it was killed by stray gunfire. So we've got to repair the problem down here. I thank you all for doing everything that you're doing to help repair that. We just need to get way more people involved in fixing this problem. So.
Uhuru, yeah, thank you so much. And I know, the Uhuru movement has summed up so often that it is colonialism that is at the root of all the violence that comes down on the Black community, which people characterize as police violence or state violence, the violence in the schools. They closed down all the Black schools, bust all the kids, all the deseg, as they call it, generation, came back and their schools were gone. They're empty buildings with the broken glass now, these huge brick buildings. And it's like it's a daily experience. Even what Abdullah was summing up this morning, that women still are doing street walking as the economy. And it was horrific when we got there 3 years ago. And just the uplifting of the area, and providing the political education and just whatever can be provided has changed that a little bit. But until this, it's systemic. But the thing about the Black Power Blueprint, it's tied to a strategy that addresses the systemic problems. So while we are going to move forward, and Paradigm is moving forward with really changing the topography of the area physically, the systemic still and will be addressed. And that's why I'm so thrilled that we have candidates running for the Ward 21 and Ward 3, on every level to transform the political climate that would never have another African die, not another Black life. Yeah. So I really appreciate so much everything that you do, and we definitely see converging interests. And I know Deputy Chair really picked a winner when she went for Paradigm Construction. And why do you think people should donate? Go to apedf.org, Giving Tuesday.
Well, and I mean, so not to repeat what I just said, I'll paraphrase. A donation to APEDF, which is going to directly affect the Black community, but that same donation is just improving our overall community, our overall, city of St. Louis, and then anywhere else that the Uhuru movement is involved in. You got to fix the worst of it before the best of it can be better, basically.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Leon. I know you're really busy, and I so appreciate you coming on this morning. Thank you.
No problem. I'm heading to the fourplex now. I'll see you later.
All right. I'll get Spire out there. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to our MCs. Thank you so much, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, for this powerful telethon.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Leon and Kitty. Really salute Leon for, and Paradigm Builders for the amazing work that they're doing over in St. Louis. I just want to take a minute and introduce myself. My name is Len Demmer, and I am a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in Philadelphia. And this is my comrade Carbon.
Ahuru. My name is Carvin Anderson, and I'm an organizer in New York City. And I'm really excited for our next part of the program to be introducing Leah Fifield, who is here from Minneapolis. And the work that she does is like figuring out how can you take the things that you are like so passionate about and translate those passions into reparations. So the work that she does is really wonderful. And I'm excited to hear more from Leah about how she's taking this on. Ahuru. See, I think you're on mute. There you go.
There we go. Uhuru, uhuru, everyone. Thank you so much, Carbon and Len. I am really excited to be here this morning. As Carbon shared, my name is Leah Fifield. I am a proud member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I do live in Minneapolis, Minnesota, which is the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Wapikut and Oceti-Sakowin nations. I stand in solidarity with the return of all Indigenous lands, and I want to acknowledge my leadership in the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela, and the entire Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. So I am here today to talk about the Reparations Challenge and building the culture of white reparations to African people. The Reparations Challenge is just one of the many campaigns of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and it's one that I have just endless excitement for because it calls on white people to get creative about raising reparations. And I love problem solving. I love using that creative side of my brain in order to figure out how I can repay the debt that I owe to African, Indigenous, and colonized people. So Len and Carbon, I know that you have some questions about the Reparations Challenge. So I wanted to turn it back over to you. Carbon, we'll start with you.
All right, so yeah, just to start it off, could you tell us more about what the Reparations Challenge is?
Definitely. So the Reparations Challenge is one of the campaigns of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. There's many exciting campaigns like the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign, which I know we're going to be hearing about later. We just heard about the Reparations Legacy Project, which was really inspiring and very exciting to hear about. So this campaign is one in which we as white people are challenged to create a fundraiser or an event that raises money, which allows us to pay reparations to the Black-led anti-colonial economic institutions of the African People's Socialist Party. So I want to say that, when we hear the terms fundraiser or event, that can sound like a really big sort of daunting task that might take a lot of planning, a lot of time, a lot of resources. But we, as participants in the Reparations Challenge, we can make something, a Reparations Challenge, as simple as we want to. Something like, just selling our books that we have around our house that we've already read. Or we can do something more involved, like hosting a dance party or teaching an online class. And I want to also mention that the Reparations Challenge doesn't stop because of the pandemic, because certainly the obligation to pay reparations doesn't change because we're living in a global pandemic. Indeed, it really makes reparations payments and taking the Reparations Challenge become even more important at this time. So we are going to have a presentation in a few minutes that outlines some of the more recent reparations challenges. So we'll be able to show sort of the range of what people have done in the past, and it'll give people that are watching an opportunity to get your creative juices flowing, help you to think about, like, what can I do for my reparations challenge? What am I going to be able to create in order to pay reparations?
Thanks, Leah. So who can participate in the Reparations Challenge?
Yeah, good question. And the answer is really simple. Anyone who owes reparations can participate in the Reparations Challenge. So whether you're a USM member, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, whether you're a member of this organization or not, you can participate in the Reparations Challenge. We do want every Uhuru Solidarity Movement member to be thinking about how they can participate at least once a year. And there are people who have set up ongoing reparations challenges so that they're making, monthly reparations payments, which is really great. We certainly encourage that. But your reparations challenge can be just a once a year event if that's how you want to handle it. And also I do want to say that you don't have to have a lot of money to participate in the reparations challenge. That's what's so great about it. We might think that like, oh, if I'm going to be hosting a fundraiser, there's probably like a lot of money that I have to come with in order to just like get that up and going. But what we want white people to understand is that we all have a tremendous amount of social wealth. We have social networks that we can tap into. So we need to tap into those things in order to make our reparations challenges successful. Just one example that I have of that is that I'm personally doing an ongoing reparations challenge in which I provide body work. And, pre-pandemic, I was doing this in my home. It was simple enough. I had a room set aside to be able to do this. However, during the pandemic, I had to pivot, as Bakri Olatunji earlier shared that word. I think that's a great word. I had to pivot, had to get creative about how I was going to continue with my reparations challenge during the pandemic. We decided in our household not to allow people outside of our family to come into our house. So I needed to find alternate space to do this in. We had, my neighbors, they have a large backyard. So they invited me to use that space, and I borrowed a tent from someone, and I was able to continue doing body work outside. And then as it started getting colder here in Minnesota, I reached out to the acupuncture clinic where I work, and I asked if I could use that space when nobody else is in there. So I am using my social connections. I am reaching out to, the social wealth that I have access to in order to continue my reparations challenge.
That's so wonderful. That's such a good example of how to integrate the things that you are really involved in and base your life around into reparations. That's a really beautiful way to do that in an ongoing fashion. And I wanted to ask you, why is it important that white people make a point to regularly pay reparations?
Absolutely. I think that's a really important question, Carvin. It's important that we talk about building the culture of white reparations to African people and just taking a moment to understand fully what that phrase means. So if we're looking at white culture, historically, we have been part of a culture of oppression, violence, extractivism, genocide. It's been a culture where the individual desires of white people have always been held higher than, in higher regard than the needs and the health and even the lives of African, Indigenous, and colonized people. So every white person, no matter your class, no matter your education level, no matter your sexual orientation, no matter who you are, we have all benefited from the colonial capitalist system. However, we have a chance to begin building different cultural values. So we can start to build the cultural value of repairing damage and paying reparations and standing in material solidarity with all oppressed peoples, and as Che Guevara stated, sharing the fate in victory or in death of oppressed peoples. So this is where the Reparations Challenge comes into play. When you participate in the Reparations Challenge, you are part of building these new cultural values, and that's a very exciting place to be.
Thank you, Leah. Where does the money go for the reparations that we raise?
Yeah, all of the money for that is gathered by the Reparations Challenge that goes to the Black Power Blueprint. And specifically, of course, during this telethon, we're raising the funds to furnish the fourplex apartment that's going to house those participating in the African Independence Workforce Program, which provides job training and housing to Africans who have returned from the colonial prison system. But all of the money from the Reparations Challenge goes to the Black Power Blueprint.
Uhuru, when is a good time to do a Reparations Challenge?
Yeah, anytime. Anytime is a great time to participate in the Reparations Challenge. And as I said before, just because we are living in a global pandemic, the necessity of paying reparations is not lessened, it is only increased. So I really want to encourage everyone that's watching right now that after they have made their Giving Tuesday payment for today, to sign up for the Reparations Challenge and get started on building the culture of white reparations to African people.
Thanks, Leah. And so how could I participate in the Reparations Challenge?
Yeah, it is really easy to get signed up. It's basically you go to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement website, which is uhurusolidarity.org, which is UHURU solidarity, that's all one word, .org. And then there's a tab at the top that says Get Involved. You click on that, click on the Reparations Challenge, and then you fill out the form. And then we will get back to you about how you can start doing the Reparations Challenge.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Leah.
Thank you. All right. So are we going to go to the slideshow next? Not sure if we had something else that was gonna.
I think the slideshow.
Okay, great, perfect. All right. All right, the Reparations Challenge. So we are going to talk a little bit more about the Reparations Challenge, go into some of the specific reparations challenges that have happened recently, but this is all about building the culture of white reparations to African people. So the Reparations Challenge is a campaign of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement to create a culture of white reparations to African people, and we are working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. This campaign is about overturning white cultural values of violence and genocide, and instead creating a cultural value within the white population of paying reparations to African people, returning stolen resources, and repairing the damage with which we are all complicit. And, we keep saying this, and I think it really needs to continue to be said that reparations are solidarity, not charity. If you are a white person who no longer wants to be complicit in the oppression of African peoples, if you are sick of the police murders and the colonial violence that happen on a daily basis, then reparations are the way for us to stand in solidarity. Reparations is a positive vision for white people by which we can rejoin humanity by returning stolen resources that have benefited us for hundreds of years at the expense of African people. So the Reparations Challenge calls on white people to think creatively about how we can raise reparations within our own white community. So whether that's through holding personal fundraisers, creating events, you can use your skills, talents, and interests. We all have different skills, talents, and interests, and you can use those to raise funds for reparations. Participating in the Reparations Challenge allows for individual white people to take personal responsibility for our historic role as oppressors and acknowledge our complicity in building and maintaining a system found on slavery and genocide. And as we just mentioned, all of the funds raised from the Reparations Challenges go to fund the Black Power Blueprint. So we are raising funds during this telethon for the fourplex apartment, which will house people taking part in the African Independence Workforce Program, which is the program providing job training to Africans who have returned from the colonial prison system. And the Uhuru Solidarity Movement stands by the commitment to raise at least $10,000 every year through the Reparations Challenge. And we take this commitment very seriously. So now we're going to look at some of the reparations challenges that people have created recently. So first off, we've got Hallie Murray, who is the Northeast Regional Coordinator for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. She lives outside of Boston, and this past summer, she held an 8-week backyard cinema series for her reparations challenge. So she showed different political and revolutionary movies in her backyard. You know, everybody was able to be socially distanced. She invited her neighbors to join, and those who attended paid reparations. And then that money was turned over to the Black Power Blueprint. And then Addison Adams is a USM member from Atlanta, and they have done 2 great reparations challenges so far. In their first one, they auctioned off some beautiful art, and more recently, they have created music as part of a pop duo, the proceeds of which are going to the reparations challenge. So you can go and listen to this music and download it and buy it on Bandcamp. Their duo is called Salsa Chest. You can even get a cassette on the site, which is exciting. And I recently bought this music. It's great. If you love some like poppy, chill, electronic music, this is really great to listen to. Casey Mackey, AKA DJ Reparations, is the Midwest Regional Coordinator for USM. And she has hosted several dance parties and DJ events for her reparations challenges. So this is an image of her at her most recent event, which was called Peace Through Revolution, and she held it in St. Louis, Missouri. And then Jackson Hollingsworth is a USM member in St. Pete and has hosted some really awesome trivia fundraisers for his reparations challenge. This Harry Potter one was pre-pandemic, so it was held in person, but Jackson has shifted to holding these events online by going live on Facebook. So these are really fun, informative events, and everybody pays reparations. And then Santosh, a member of USM in St. Pete's, has held Zoom art parties where attendees are able to learn different art techniques. So the last one that he put together was really great. There are 3 different artists, himself, Hallie Murray, and Wendy Craig, who is a USM member out in San Diego. They are all artists. Each of them taught us something different. So there was this really cool like paper folding craft that we were able to learn. We learned how to make gel prints. And then we also learned how to do acrylic pour painting, which if you pay $250 to Giving Tuesday, you can get one of Santosh's acrylic pour paintings, which is very exciting. And then we've got an example here of one of Santosh's acrylic pour paintings, which is just beautiful. And Lauren Bellafiore is a USM member in LA who held an online Ayurvedic food workshop. So she demoed how to make some really delicious and healthy food in her kitchen, and all of the attendees paid reparations. And Carrie Porter, who is also a USM member in Alabama, she holds yoga for reparations classes. She's been offering these online so that people can attend from the convenience of their own home or wherever they might be. And then for the past just over 2 years, I've been doing my own ongoing reparations challenge. I offer body work on a sliding scale, and all of that money goes to the reparations challenge. And then for this Giving Tuesday, I wanted to throw together a quick reparations challenge because I knew that I wanted to maximize what I could pay today in reparations. So I gathered some books, some jewelry, natural care items, posters, just kind of like what I had around my house that I was not using. And I sold these items on Nextdoor and Facebook Marketplace. It was just really simple. So I was able to raise money, which is great. And these are just a couple of examples of the numerous reparations challenges that people have done in the past. And I really salute everyone who has participated in the reparations challenge for their commitment to building the culture of white reparations to African people. So just to remind everybody, if you're wondering, how do I take the Reparations Challenge, it's really easy. You go to uhurusolidarity.org under the Get Involved tab at the top, click on Reparations Challenge, fill out the form, and then we will get back to you. And at the bottom here, we've got another picture of Casey Mackey, aka DJ Reparations. And then we also have a promo image for the No Surrender dance party that was organized by USM members Declan and Carbon in New York City. And of course, Carbon is one of our MCs for this portion of the telethon. So I wanted to go to Len and Carbon right now so that we can learn more about Carbon's experience putting together the No Surrender dance party.
We actually, I think we're going to introduce Dr. Aisha Fields, who just joined us, and come back around to the Reparations Challenge interview. To tell us more about the People's War Commission, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, the African People's Socialist Party created this commission to address African people around the globe to deal with this colonial virus. The director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project and the chair of the People's War Commission, we would like to introduce Dr. Aisha Fields. And we'd also like to introduce the chairwoman of the African People's Social Solidarity Committee, Chairwoman Penny Hess. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everybody.
Uhuru.
And I really want to salute Leah and all of you comrades for a very dynamic workshop on the Reparations Challenge. And I want to salute Jackson Hollingsworth, Paula Lipsy, Diane Tournay, Leah, yourself, Virginia Wilson, Robin Solo, and Santosh Rohit, and just for the tremendous fundraisers and work that you have been doing. Thank you, that was powerful. And I just want to say, before I have the honor of bringing on Dr. Aisha Fields, that we have raised $1,784 towards our first goal, our first quarter that we're raising for the first department, $2,500 goal. We have raised 1,784. We only have 716 left. So please go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And now it is my great honor to bring forward Dr. Aisha Fields for this Giving Tuesday telethon today. Dr. Fields is the director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, APDEP, and the manager of Zenzele Consignment in Huntsville, Alabama. She also serves on the Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. Dr. Aisha Fields, welcome. Thank you so much for being here today.
Uhuru, thank you so much for the.
Thank you. And yes, there's so many things, and thank you for coming. I know your schedule is so busy and you are on so many fronts doing just incredible work. So I wanted to start with this whole question of the People's War Campaign, created by the African People's Socialist Party in this time of this COVID-19 crisis. And tell us about the work that you are doing and you have been doing for the past period of this crisis, Uhuru.
Uhuru, yeah, first of all, I really want to appreciate having the opportunity to participate in this telethon. And I really want to salute all of the organizers for what I think is already proven to be a really dynamic event. So I really want to just express my appreciation for that. And, in early March, I think it was March 12th, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, called for the establishment of the People's War Commission, which would have the responsibility of summing up, within our movement initially, what the implications were for African people with respect to COVID-19. And if folks can remember, that was before there were any lockdowns, that was before there was any real understanding about what was, coming our way. in this country. But the chairman had the foresight to recognize that that it was going to be important for us to have the ability to develop the protocols that would help to minimize the risk that African people would have with respect to COVID, to develop programs to sum this thing up politically so that our people could really understand, what we were up against. And so, like I said, on March 12th, the chairman called for that commission to be established, gave me the responsibility of leading it. And since then, I think really early on, probably within that first week of the establishment of the commission, we pulled together our medical advisory team, which is made up of African doctors and nurses and other medical professionals who are members of our movement and who are volunteers and friends of our movement, to really begin to assess the situation and began developing protocols that we turned into popular promotional materials, brochures, posters that helped people to understand that this was serious and that there were things that we could begin to do to, to safeguard ourselves. And our organizers, our Uhuru movement organizers, including members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, went into communities all around this country, from East Coast to West Coast, in the middle of lockdown, essentially, making sure that people could know how to begin to build our immune systems, what we could do to even make our own masks, and directing them to APDEP's website, which, had the formal protocols there, had information and resources that could, really help African people and help African businesses. So that, immediately we just hit the ground running, making sure that despite the lack of concern, the lack of strategy, the lack of any kind of, effort to safeguard the people in this country, that we had the responsibility to safeguard African people, and we hit the ground running doing that.
Wow. And when you say protocols, you are talking about ways that the people and the movement can protect themselves against this deadly virus.
Absolutely. Correct? Absolutely.
And I know that the African People's Socialist Party has called this the colonial virus. Can you say a little bit about that?
One thing that I think the chairman really has helped us to understand is that, prior to even, COVID being a thing, prior to this pandemic, that African people, as colonized people, have experienced the brunt of every kind of natural disaster, every kind of emergency, any kind of health situation that might confront the general population confronts and hits African people, much harder. There are diseases that African people have that, don't even impact the white world at all, for that matter. And all of these things are based on because African people are a colonized people. We're an oppressed people who have had to, for the last, 500 years, live under the most horrible conditions that, create unwellness, create, a disease, where it's unnecessary. Now, we recognize that this virus, which, initially wasn't understood necessarily, was something that was spread through the air, but that we knew that it was highly contagious. And we recognized, the chairman, recognized that as African people, as always, we were going to be much more vulnerable to, to getting this disease and, dying from this disease because of the conditions that we've existed in for so long. And so chairman, coined the term colonial virus to help us understand that this is just one of another form of attack that African people have been under as colonized people. So, and I think it's important because it's not just a medical question that we're up against. It's a political question. And we can see that because African people and other colonized people have absolutely been disproportionately affected by this virus. And it's because of the colonial conditions that have been imposed on us and the colonial reality that we're confronted with. And in particular with this virus, that, we're told, and we were told, even before we were told about masks, we were told we should socially distance. We were told, if you can, stay at home. Schools were closed, children were brought home, but African people who are the essential workers, couldn't do that. I can remember early on in the pandemic going to the grocery store to try to, bring some things home because we knew the lockdown was coming. This might have been prior to the lockdown. And all of the African workers who were the cashiers, none of them had on masks.
Mm-hmm.
The grocery stores didn't provide them with masks. They didn't do anything to be able to safeguard their health. So there's no other result that could have happened other than African people being hardest hit because we can't stay home, and we're working low paid jobs that don't give us even decent health care to be able to deal with the situation if we do get sick. So all of this, is what allows us to understand that this is a colonial virus that we're up against.
I think that's a perfect term for it. And as always, it sums it up so clearly. And, right now we're in a situation where the virus is 10 times more than it was during the lockdown. And so how are these protocols, how is APTA and the People's War Commission, sending out or giving out the protocols at this point?
So we've really struggled to do a couple of things. One is to stay on top of the question of COVID. What is happening? How does this disease affect us? How is it spread? What are the kinds of things that we can do to build up our immune system? What are the kinds of things we can do to, minimize our risk of getting it? What are the kind of things we can do if we do get COVID and we're taking care of ourselves or a loved one at home? And we've really worked to make all of that information available, not only on our website, which is developmentforafrica.org. And I really want to call on people to visit our website to see, many of our protocols, laid out there on the website. But we also, have developed programs that offer direct, support to African people who are, experiencing COVID or who have, questions about COVID through our international COVID-19 telehealth program, which is a really dynamic program that has allowed African nurse practitioners and medical doctors who are part of our movement and who volunteer with us to provide African people anywhere around the world, because it's an online process, it's a telehealth program, access to making appointments with our doctors for free to get their COVID-19 related questions answered. And we've already had Africans from the continent of Africa, from Europe, from throughout the United States who have taken advantage of these appointments that our doctors in our program are offering. And so we've tried in every way we can to make information available, to make actual medical resources available to our people, and to even through our online show that we initiated in March, our Ask the Doctor series, to bring the best information, to bring the ability for our people to get their questions answered, and to really bring science to this question to help our people make sound decisions that can help us to safeguard our health during this period.
That is so powerful. The whole telehealth, the people's Ask the Doctor, it's just powerful. And I've seen some of the programs, and it's just dynamic. As you said, it's a really, really important program. So tell people again, how could they sign up, or how could they access this program? Where do they go?
Excellent. So if people are interested in making an appointment with our telehealth program, and I will say this, we are absolutely making this resource available to anybody who needs it, although we know that African people absolutely need it, because many of us don't have access to right. doctors, and to, we don't have primary care physicians. Many of us, emergency rooms are not available to us as our primary form of medical care, like they have been, in the past prior to COVID. So, but this is open to anybody who needs it. And you can go to developmentforafrica.org/telehealth, developmentforafrica.org/telehealth. You can see the appointment times that are available. And I just want to make a note that all of our appointment times are in US Central Standard Time. So, just adjust, for your time zone. You can see whatever appointments are available. You'll get an email with some information about your appointment and a Zoom link. And then you just follow that Zoom link for your appointment time, and then you'll be able to have a video call with one of our doctors.
That's powerful. And I believe it is development number for Africa. Is that correct?
It's actually development FOR.
Oh, okay.
Development FOR, developmentforafrica.org/telehealth.
/telehealth. Okay.
Yes.
And then I know you have the Ask the Doctor series as as what, weekly or every other week on Sundays. Could you just say a little bit about when and where that is available?
Sure. Initially, we were having those every other week, but we've moved that to a monthly program now.
Okay.
So that happens on the third Sunday of every month at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. And that happens on our Facebook page. So if you go to APDEP, All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project on Facebook, and you like our page and follow our page, and you should be able to get reminders when that happens. But that happens the third Sunday of every month. And we absolutely want to invite people. It's been I think a great source of information where we bring real experts to really help us to dive into various issues related to COVID-19. Our most recent one was a really dynamic program around asking the question, should Black people take the COVID-19 vaccine?
Yes.
We actually had a doctor, Dr. Sierra Washington, who actually has enrolled in the Moderna trial, who gave her insights, summed up the science of vaccines, talked about the current vaccine race that's happening, helped us to really understand the question of how the current vaccines, function. And we had Secretary General Louise Kinshasa of the African Socialist International, who really helped us to give a powerful African internationalist understanding of the question of the history of African people to the colonial, medical system, and really attempted to offer the information that people would need to make a decision for themselves about whether or not they want to take, any of the upcoming COVID vaccines. So we really think that that it has given our people, and it has given African people who are medical professionals an opportunity to contribute their skills to the African nation. And so I think it's been a really, up to now, really powerful process. And I really appreciate and salute all of the doctors and revolutionary organizers who've participated in that program.
Wow, I salute you and APDEP and all the doctors and medical workers as well. And that was a really powerful program on the question of the vaccine. And just really, this is such important, critical work. And it's part of a larger program in some ways, or related to what the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project is. Could you tell us a little bit about that and the whole idea of it, the concept of it, the political basis of it, and the work that you do?
Well, APDEP, the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, is an organization that was established by the African People's Socialist Party in 2007. And we were established as a strategy of the party to be able to offer African people who have various kind of specialized skills, medical doctors, nurses, other medical workers, engineers, scientists, agriculturalists, to be able to contribute our skills into a process led by the party that would help us to develop concrete programs, concrete African community-led programs that not only help us to deal with improving the immediate conditions of African people, because a lot of what we've done have been, programs that you can see can make an immediate and have made immediate and important improvements in the quality of life for our people. But that's a part of a strategic, part of a strategy of our party to win freedom, total freedom and self-determination for African people. We recognize that we can build programs, we can build clinics as we've done, we can build rainwater harvesting systems as we've done, we can build a variety of healthcare programs and educational programs, we can build farms and gardens, we can do that, we have done that, but we can't build enough of that to solve the primary problem that created the conditions for African people in the first place. It's a political question that we're confronted with, and the party has, helps us to recognize that ultimately we have to make the struggle that will put the resources of Africa into African people's hands to be able to create the systems that will ensure the health and well-being of African people. And so APDEP is a strategy that helps us to recognize that we are capable of governing ourselves, that we have the responsibility to fight for a future of self-determination for African people, to be able to recognize that the current conditions where don't allow for the genius of African people to be unleashed, to solve African people's problems. And for those of us who have those skills, who want to contribute to a future where African people can be free, can have health, that gives us a process to be able to turn our skills over and fight for that future. So APDEP is, I think, is a really important, a really important program, a really important organization. And I salute the African People's Socialist Party, in particular Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for having the foresight to have established such an organization.
Uhuru, I join you in saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela as well for that foresight. And it seems that, APDEP, like the Black Power Blueprint and every other front of the African People's Socialist Party and Uhuru movement, is about power. Yes. It is about power in the hands of the African working class and the African nation. And what you're talking about, African people with skills, maybe going to Africa, or maybe going to Houston, or maybe, going to just this sense of the African nation as the chairman talks about it. Could you say a little bit about that and how some of the places that you've done work?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question, because what APDEP, one of the things that APDEP allows us to be able to do is to become a part of a network of African skilled people whose skills, as you said, could be used anywhere in the African world that they might be needed. Many of our most important, I think, programs have been on the continent of Africa, in Sierra Leone in particular, which is where we really initiated our programs. We had our founding conference in 2007, November. By January, we were in Sierra Leone. January 2008, we were in Sierra Leone, assessing our capacity to take on certain kinds of programs. And by February, we had initiated our first program, which was a program to address the issue of clean water, or the lack of clean water, which is a major problem throughout Africa. Most African people don't have access to clean water, and it causes a number of preventable diseases. People often die from the dehydration associated with getting diarrhea, for example, from drinking bad water. Millions of people, in fact, a year die on the continent of Africa from drinking poor water. So we initiated our first program there, which was a two-part program. We first started a community health workers training, where we trained 50 community health workers on the prevention, identification, and treatment of waterborne diseases. And we followed that up with another aspect of the program that actually helped to build rainwater harvesting systems that would capture, rainwater during the rainy season, and make clean water available to, communities that prior to that were having to use unsanitary wells, swamps to get their water. And from there, we've built over the years maternity centers, 2 maternity centers. We've built community farms. We've built vocational schools, nursery schools, variety of youth and educational programs on the continent of Africa. In the US, we built community farms, community gardens. We built healthcare programs that address diabetes and high blood pressure. We've built youth programs that teach African children survival and development skills, and just too many really to number. I mean, really tremendous programs on the continent of Africa and here in the US. And I think part of what makes the programs so powerful, again, is that we are a network, we're an organization of African people whose skills, we have Africans who are members of our organization, for example, who have skills in healthcare in Sierra Leone, whose skills can be used in programs that we have here in Huntsville, Alabama. We have Africans who have skills in agriculture in Washington, D.C., whose skills have been used in programs on the continent. It allows Africa and African people to have access to Africa's resources no matter where they are, which is a really powerful process to be a part of.
That is so powerful, and the only thing of its kind. It is really, really just so brilliant, a brilliant strategy of the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and just such great work that you've done. And it's really like the people's power, or dual power, on the ground in a really hands-on, concrete way. That's just beautiful. Really salute that. And I wanted to also ask you about your program of Zenzele consignment in Huntsville. So tell us about that. That's
Thank you.
Really beautiful. I see so many things on the Facebook and social media of just great programs that you have, and how beautiful the store looks. And wow, it's very dynamic.
I couldn't say anything about the store without saluting Deputy Chair Onozine Yeshitela. I really want to salute Deputy Chair, who, let's see, our store now. So Zenzele Consignment, we opened in August 13, 2016,
Wow.
2016, I'm sorry, 2016.
Wow, well, that's almost,
yes, so it's 4 years in this August.
Congratulations.
Next August it'll be 5. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. And the Deputy Chair, who I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about throughout this Giving Tuesday.
Absolutely. She's going to be on a little later.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Great. Okay, wonderful. She, such a dynamic leader in our party, and has been so critical in the development of not only the institutions that we've had for a very long time in the Uhuru movement, but she's been critical in the development of the newer more than 50 economic institutions that we have, including Zenzele Consignment. It was a Deputy Chair who made the proposal. Maybe the proposal was made in 2014, I'm sure it was, that APDEP initiate the development of our own economic institutions, Zenzele Consignment, so that we could have a way of raising resources for our programs that didn't require, only making the ask, that we would have an institutionalized way of bringing in those resources. And we launched in 2016. We have really been developing that store as an economic and political hub of the African community in Huntsville.
Hold on 1 second. We're getting, somebody needs to mute. Thank you. Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dr.
No problem, sure. But we've developed that source as an economic and cultural and political hub for the African community. In Huntsville, we sell African and African-inspired clothing, jewelry, accessories, revolutionary apparel, posters and personal care products. And we are an African marketplace. That's where the consignment aspect really plays, because the vast majority, more than 90% of what we sell in our store are handmade items that African people make throughout the country and throughout the world. And they sell their items through our store. The store, of course, makes resources to support our programs. And then African artisans and artists make resources for themselves. So it's a real community institution. I really want to appreciate all of the support that Zenzele has had over the years. If it weren't for the support of the African community in Huntsville and beyond, no way we could have made it through COVID. This is not possible. We had to shut down twice and we're still standing. And I really want to call on everybody who is able. You can shop with us even if you're not in Huntsville by going to our website, which is Zenzele, Zenzele, consignment.com. You can please like us on Facebook and on Instagram. We go live Monday evenings at 6:30 Central, Friday afternoons at 12 doing live sales. So you don't have to be in Huntsville to support our institution. I really want to call on people to do that.
Just really want to unite with that. And first of all, also salute Deputy Chair Ona Zane-Chatelo, who gives us so much solid leadership in the Solidarity Committee, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, just really powerful. And I also want to unite with the fact that people need to support Zenzele and can go to zenzeleconsignment.com and find out more and actually purchase things. I know that Zenzele goes live so that you can actually buy from Facebook. And I see that happening a lot. So there's so many ways that people can support this. And I do want to call on people to do that today. And just say that Zenzele is part of the program by Black Power of the African People's Socialist Party and Black Star Industries. So it's been really, really fantastic to have you on today. I really want to thank you, Dr. Aisha Fields. This has been just excellent talking to you. And, you know, if you just want to say why you think people should donate, we're raising $10,000 today for the Black Power Blueprint. If you just want to sum up why you support that.
I think there's no better place to put your money, you know, than into this process of the Black Power Blueprint that is really transforming the African nation. I mean, we can see concretely the work of this program in Northside St. Louis that is absolutely undeniable. And I think the fact that it's called the Black Power Blueprint allows us to recognize that North St. Louis is just the beginning, you know, and with your support, this can be the blueprint, and this is the blueprint for really establishing our own independent anti-colonial economy, and that everybody who donates is contributing to that positive future. And I want to make my donation. It's not much, but I want to make a $20 donation towards the goal of the $2,500 that you want to make during this period. And I just want to call on everybody who's listening to donate, to share, call on your friends, your family, your colleagues, you know, your coworkers, your comrades to share this live, donate to the Black Power Blueprint. And yeah, no better place to put your money this Tuesday.
Uhuru, and thank you so much, Dr. Aisha Fields, the director of APDEP and the coordinator of the Zenzele consignment store in Huntsville, Alabama, one of the programs of the Black Star Industries or the by Black Power program of the African People's Socialist Party. It is always a great honor to have you on, to be able to just hear from you. Thank you so much for coming on today. And just want to say Uhuru and unity through reparations.
Uhuru.
Thank you.
Thank you, comrade.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Penny and Dr. Aisha Fields. Really salute you and all of the work that you are involved in. Before we move on in our program, I did just want to talk back to Comrade Carbon Anderson about the No Surrender Reparations Challenge that they were involved in. And I just want to ask you a couple questions, Carbon, if that's cool with you.
Of course.
Cool. So what exactly was your reparations challenge?
So I've done a few over the years, I guess. The No Surrender Challenge in particular was really a wonderful experience. that I did with comrade Declan, who's also in New York City. And it is a reparations rave, basically. And we did a few of those in person. And then after the beginning of the pandemic, we did an online live stream where we also raised funds. And it was just I think it really was an eye-opening experience for me as a musician and as an artist, like having been in the art world and stuff, in the music world for a while. I always, I've seen these contradictions in the way that money moves, in the way that material resources are withheld, and like just kind of gate kept and recirculated within the white community, basically, even though, you could say that almost all art and music come from African people and indigenous people, colonized people around the world are really the true creators. And like, and while some people may be a little bit aware of that within the music community and stuff, to really take it on in a material way, through having the resources from something that should be so beautiful and pure, like music and coming together and dancing, having the material aspect of it not be a contradiction, but actually be like forwarding, the well-being and survival of people and of the revolution, which is also like when you look at what techno music is, it's revolutionary music, it's music, it's love music, it's, it comes from oppressed communities. So in order to really honor that, and if you want to participate in techno, you should be honoring that through reparations and solidarity. So yeah, that was a really wonderful, I think that really changed the way I think about, music. And then another challenge that I did was I do like paintings and stuff and shirts. So I've done things where I like sell paintings or screen print shirts and sell those. So yeah, I like finding those connections between the things I really love to do and how can I like, how can I use those things?
Yeah, that's really profound. Yeah, that's very, it's all connected in like a deep way. That's awesome. I really salute you for that. So how did you come up with these ideas for your reparations challenge?
Well, so No Surrender actually was started by Casey, Mackey, and Declan in Boston, I believe 4 or 5 years ago. They did the first one, and then yeah, it came to New York, and yeah, I joined up with Declan, and I've been organizing music shows and concerts and stuff like that for probably like 10 years. So this was just a really, a really eye-opening application of that. And then for art stuff and the shirt stuff, it's like, these are things that I already do that I love to do. And it's been life-changing to, I think I think in the past, it's like a sort of thing where it's like trying to operate in those worlds. Always felt something was really off. And then with the analysis of African internationalism and colonialism, then it all started to make sense. And I understood why it felt so wrong before. So I think that analysis and that education has been really incredible for changing the way I think about art and what, the way that, art can be something that is loving and wonderful and not just a capitalist expression of colonial violence. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So why, I mean, I know it's important to like support like the Black Power Blueprint and stuff, but like, why is it important for you to participate in the Reparations Challenge?
Well, I think that, everyone has to find a way to like, it's like what a lot of previous speakers have said so far, but just that like, even if you don't have immediate like money in your bank account. You still have resources as a white person, and you have those resources due to generations of violence. So, and like, you know, you can like access those resources, and those resources might be connections or labor or like, yeah, just like friends, or, you know, there's always a way to find a way to do it, and to practice it is a really, I think it's just crucial. And also I believe it was Leah who said the pandemic is not, just because there's a pandemic doesn't mean reparations are not owed, and it's actually they're more owed than ever, because it's such a dangerous time. And it's such, the scarcity is really intense right now, with all the unemployment, and just like the way the prison system is a really dangerous place, even more than ever. So yeah, I think it's just a really important time. Even if it feels like you can't find room in your immediate budget, you still have resources. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think you have any other ideas for like any upcoming reparations challenges?
Yeah, I've been thinking about just, I think the big question I'm kind of thinking about is, how can I really incorporate this into like, as I'm moving into focusing primarily on making things as the way that I support myself now that I haven't been able to work for a while. I'm just really trying to think about how can I design, like, how can I build my life around this? Like, how can I like have this be just a super regular thing that, but yeah, so that's not a non-specific thing, but I guess like, yeah, I guess ongoing, just making things in collaboration with other people, and raising funds through art, basically.
Awesome. That's really inspirational, Carbon. Thank you so much for sharing all of that today.
Yeah, it's an honor to be on.
I think we're moving on to
the appeal now.
Yeah.
Let's see. So let's bring on Leah.
All right, uhuru everyone. Thank you so much for that interview, Len and Carbon. Carbon, I really want to appreciate you for all of your tremendous work in the Reparations Challenge. You know, you're just such an inspiration for all the different ways that we can be using our creativity and our skills in order to forward African liberation and paying reparations. So I want to go forward with the appeal for this segment. And I want to remind everybody that this telethon is a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint, which is the visionary anti-colonial project acquiring abandoned buildings and initiating a rapid process of restoration or demolition to create Black community-led self-reliance programs. So today we are going for a total of $10,000. You know, and we've broken that up into segments of $2,500. So we just need to keep pushing towards our current $2,500 goal. Specifically for the African Independence Workforce Program. This is what the money is going towards right now. It is a program within the Black Power Blueprint to bring community members that are coming out of the prison system into the struggle for self-determination. So this program includes housing and job training. We are raising resources for the housing renovations of the fourplex apartment that's located on College Avenue in North St. Louis. And this apartment building needs to be furnished. This needs to be outfitted. We need to create a warm, welcoming home for the people that are participating in this program. So I am really excited to, let me just pull this up. Let you know that we have raised $2,254 so far. So we are so close to that $2,500 goal that we have. We just have $246 left. So that's just one person making that $250 contribution, which will get you one of the books. I know you can choose from that as one of your thank you or give backs for that donation. So I do want to thank the people who have recently donated. Yara Flynn gave $50, Uhuru Yara. Amoha Living gave $50. Amoha Living is one of our sponsors, so Uhuru. And then Kyle Weiss gave $100. Uhuru, thank you, Kyle. Tia Mills gave $50. Uhuru. And Dr. Aisha Fields gave $20. And then I wanted to just also say that I just, for my reparations challenge that I put together for Giving Tuesday, I just turned in this $200 reparations challenge money that I put together through selling books and household items. So I was able to give that just recently. All right. I also want to thank our donors and our sponsors, Tombolo Books in St. Pete, also Mad Music in St. Pete, and Amoha Living in Ashland, Oregon. Thank you so much for being a part of this. So I am challenging everybody who is watching right now to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So that's A as in African, P as in peoples, E as in education, D as in defense, and F as in fund. apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, and donate right now. Make sure that you are giving during this period so that we can reach that $2,500 goal that we have right now. The Black Power Blueprint is completely unique. It is the Black community taking back their resources to economically develop and revitalize their own community. We are calling on the white community right now to contribute as a stand of reparations, repairing the damage from centuries of colonialism and exploitation that continues to this day. So as I stated before, we're going for a grand total of $10,000. We need very specific items to start to furnish and, really make comfortable these apartments in the fourplex. And these apartments are being renovated as community controlled housing. So before we get to the specific items that people can buy today and have furnished these fourplex apartments, we want to show you a community testimonial. This is Helen Hunt, who really expresses support for this project. She was born and raised in St. Louis. She has raised her children and her grandchildren in this community, and she is now a part of the Black Power Blueprint Garden Club. So let's go to that video.
How will gentrification affect this community?
Because it's time for us, gentrification is going to affect us tremendously because it's going to cause us to rise up. It's like people just accepting whatever is given. This is going to give us a reason to rise up and realize who we are, that we are a people, we are a nation of people, that we can do and we can accomplish whatever we want to accomplish if we do it together, if we work together to make better our life and to raise us up in our social standing where we feel good about who we are, take back our identity, and not be seen or be thought of as what somebody else think we are, but as who we really are. We have to be proud of ourselves. We have to be proud of who we are. We have to be proud of where we came from. And we have to be proud of where we're going.
Uhuru. What a powerful statement. Yes, I'd like to take a moment to appreciate some of the donors from this morning and hosting fundraisers, including Jackson Hollingsworth, Paula Lipsy, who gave $100 this morning, Diane Tournay, who gave $30 this morning, Leah Fifield, of course, Virginia Wilson, Robin Solo, and Santosh Rahit. So thank you so much for contributing towards our goal, and we're getting really close for this block. There has never been a better time to contribute to this really incredible project that, as you can see, is just deeply, just building a future in this community and around the world, ultimately. So we're raising $10,000 today, and for this specific block, we are trying to reach a goal of 2,500 for one of these fourplex housing units. And if you donate today, you will get, on the left, you see we have the Black Power Blueprint sticker, which you will get for any donation. And then on the right, you can see we have the Black Power Blueprint tote bag, which is awesome. And you get that if you donate $250 or more. As well as the first 7 people to donate $250 will get one of these, one of the books from Tombolo Books, who have so generously contributed books from St. Petersburg. And I believe we have a few of those left. And if you donate, the first 3 people to donate $500 will get one of these incredible works of art by Santosh Rohit. So let's raise another $500. And the money that you contribute will directly contribute to furnishing one of these fourplex units. So your donation will go towards, end tables, reading lamp, area rugs, coffee table, just the, and this will be for people coming out of the colonial prison system. So this is just a really incredible place to put your money. So yes, let's keep it going. We're getting really close to our goal for this unit. So the donation link is apedf.org/givingtuesday. Let's meet the goal for 2,500 now. And we have an announcement. We got a donation of $25 from Claudette. So Haru, thank you so much, Claudette. And so that puts us at $2,279 with the remainder of $221 for this to fully furnish this fourplex apartment. So we're so close, $221. And again, thank you so much to everyone who has contributed so far.
Hi, my name is Laura Brown, and I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in Detroit, Michigan. I'm donating to the Black Power Blueprint Project because I believe in unity and peace through reparations in order to right the wrongs of slavery and address the vast economic disparity that we see today. This project offers tangible, community-led opportunities that support African self-determination under an organization with a clear vision and hope for the future. So if you're looking to make an immediate impact, check it out. Donate. Register for Giving Tuesday and spread the word. Uhuru.
Hi, I'm Virginia Wilson, member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in the Louisville, Kentucky area. And I support the Black Power Blueprint because I believe in Black self-determination and putting political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right, so we should have Mara coming on too. Uhuru, Mara. So yeah, so that I just want to appreciate Leah and Carbon for that interview, and Dr. Aisha Fields and Penny Hess before that, and Len, and just this whole program has been really exciting. My name is Hallie Murray. I'm going to be the MC for now, as well as doing our next part. And I'm the North Regional Coordinator of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I live in Somerville, Massachusetts, and I'm also chair of Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel, which is going on later tonight at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And Mara, would you like to introduce yourself?
Uhuru, yes, my name is Mara, and I am an organizer here with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in the Boston area. I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And first, we're going to break things up with a little bit of Uhuru movement trivia today.
Yeah, so we have a whole packed day of workshops and speeches and presentations, and we just wanted to do something a little fun. So, there's so much history of this movement, the Uhuru movement. It's almost 50 years old of revolutionary African resistance led by the African working class. A lot has happened in that time frame, and we want to test your knowledge, see if you're tuning into those Sunday studies featuring Chairman Omali Yeshitela every Sunday at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time on his on YouTube and Facebook. Really critical political education. And so we have a bunch of different topics, and Mara's going to let you know how you can participate today, because we want to hear from you. We want your comments. We want you to engage with us and participate in our trivia.
Uhuru. Yeah, I really want to unite with what Hallie just said, and I also want to salute our leadership again, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and also leading the Solidarity Movement work, Chairwoman Penny Hess. And I just really want to unite with the intersection of fun trivia, but also still getting to refresh our memories about revolutionary history. And hopefully you'll also get to learn a few things along the way. So we want to ask that when you submit a question, please include your first name, the city from which you're tuning in, and then also the answer to that question, which you can submit either on the Zoom chat field or on YouTube or Facebook in the comments.
Uhuru, yes, and I just got an update that our current total we've raised so far is $2,279. We have only 221 left to go to fund the first apartment. Who can put in $221 right now? Who can do that? Really want to appreciate Ron Hudson for having put in 50. And we have so much more coming in. We are going to be doing an appeal in a bit too. So we're gonna get to these questions. So put your answer in the chat, in the Zoom chat, or on Facebook or YouTube. We will have people reading them out for us. So our first one is the category is vocabulary and language. So of course we can't not start without saying what does Uhuru mean and in which language? Everyone part of this movement should know that. So you gotta let us know what it is. And we'll just read out, a couple in a row, and you can just comment the ones as you, get them. So all right, our next one is, what does Chairman Omali Yeshitela's name mean? Specifically the word Yeshitela. It's really incredible that, all African names have a whole story behind them and a history. And even the African People's Socialist Party does an African renaming ceremony that I've even witnessed sometime. It's truly an honor. So if anyone knows what Omali Yeshitela's name means, and also what language it happens to be in, that's another question. And our next one is, so question number 3 is actually a 2-part question. So the African People's Socialist Party has a call and response slogan, which means Africa is our land. And the first question is, how do you say this? The language is in Zulu. So what does that translate to in Zulu? And then the second part of that question is, so Africa is our land. It's an appropriate slogan for African people, and it's really important that Africans reclaim their identity. You know, Africa is our land as African people. But for the solidarity movement for white people, it doesn't make sense for us to say Africa is our land, because we're not we don't want to be the colonizers anymore. So there's a version to say that where it translates to Africa is their land. And whenever we do the chants, like at Uhuru movement events, you know, we usually ask the solidarity members to say that when you're participating in the chants. Yeah, I know I want to shout out Marissa. I know she's our social media. She's been checking the live streams today, and she will be answering our messages. And also, oh yeah, so those are our 4 vocabulary ones. And if we don't hear from folks, I think we could just go through them. We could just, Mara, if you want to go through the answers for this, for our 4 questions here.
Yeah, let's do it. Awesome. So to review, question 1 was, what does uhuru mean and in what language? And uhuru means freedom in Swahili. And the reason we use this word in greeting each other, and also why the movement was named after this, is to remember that the first thing that we are fighting for is African liberation, you know, freedom for all African and colonized people. So Chairman Omali Yeshitela's name is actually,
I just got a message here from our comrades behind the scenes that Claudette in San Diego and Jackson in St. Petersburg, Florida, both wrote uhuru means freedom. That is correct, as Mara has just showed us. Thank you so much, comrades, for participating. All right, Mara, you can take it away, what the second one was.
Awesome. So the second one was, what does Chairman Omali Yeshitela's name mean? And as you said, specifically his last name. And it means umbrella for 1,000 people. So it's really inspiring to just think about the symbolism behind that, and how he's been the African leader of the revolution for liberation worldwide since the 60s. So it's just really fitting that he would have such a beautiful name. And I am self-critical. I don't remember how to pronounce this language, but Amharic is the name of the language.
Amharic, I think so. Yeah, it's Amharic. From Ethiopia.
Uhuru, thank you. Awesome. So the next part was that 2-part question. The African People's Socialist Party has a call and response slogan. I didn't see any updates on whether someone answered this question, but the first question is, Africa is our land, and how do you say this in Zulu? And it's Izwe Lethu e Africa. And as Comrade Hallie very astutely mentioned, we as white solidarity members would say Izwe Lenu e Africa. Lenu instead of Lethu would reference to the fact that Africa is their land. It is not our land as white people, as part of the colonizer nation.
True, that's right. Thank you, Mara. And just some other announcements. So we are doing this as a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint. We have a big goal today of $10,000, but we can do that. We've already had donations come pouring in. Want to again salute Ron Hudson for his donation of $50. So that means that bumps us up to 2,329. Awesome. 171 remaining, and our total goal, we have 7,671 remaining of our $10,000 goal towards the Black Power Blueprint. Adriana Christensen has submitted $100. Really appreciate them. Thank you so much. And we only have $71 to go for the first apartment to reach our quarterly, point in our program to reach $2,500. So who can put in that $71 right now? Next, we're going to go through the next questions of our next category is African freedom fighters. So Mara, do you want to read through some of these?
Absolutely. So which leader of the African People's Socialist Party ripped down a racist mural from St. Pete City Hall at age 22? So I'll give everyone a couple of minutes. Again, St. Pete being in Florida, which is the headquarters of the Uhuru movement. And we have a bonus question for that. What year did this happen? If anyone can recall the year. All right, so I'll give everyone a couple minutes and I'll move on to the next one. This African leader mobilized her people in what is now Angola to fight off Portuguese colonization for decades. What is her name? Awesome. And then maybe I'll do one more for good measure while we give people time to respond.
We have someone in the comments, I thought, on Zoom here.
I see some chats. Yeah.
Jesse Neville has answered.
Woo! Actually, it looks like Ali Aiello. Oh no, you're right. Okay, so Ali got it first, and then we'll give Jesse the year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Chairman Amalia Catella is
Yeah.
the answer. Yeah. I guess I didn't see that comment come yet, but that is correct. So Chairman Amalia Catella in 1966, he was aged 22. He ripped down this horribly offensive racist mural, just this massive, ugly painting that was hanging in the city government in City Hall in St. Petersburg, Florida. And he ripped that down as it was an insult to Black people everywhere. And he was imprisoned for this courageous act. He was imprisoned for years, but he has never sold out his people. He never like apologized for that or said it was a bad idea, and they could have like let him be free in prison if he lied and said that. But we really salute Chairman for his just profound stance of African liberation. And thank you, Jesse, and everyone for participating in the comments. I guess we have some comments on YouTube, but
Awesome.
I'm not getting the messages for them. So if someone can message us for the YouTube comments, there might be a bit. Oh, okay. So Jackson has wrote the answer for the leader in Angola, the revolutionary woman was Queen Nzinga. And yes, thank you. Penny Hess has also written that as an answer, and that's also one of our membership levels of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We salute different revolutionary leaders throughout our organization, and I believe it's $20 a month for Queen Nzinga.
Yes.
Ron Hudson also wrote Queen Nzinga. All right, our comrades know what's going on, so we don't want them.
And just to clarify, $20 a month is 67 cents a day. So when we break that down and think about how we might be able to come up with that in our budgets, it is something that I think is definitely reasonable and manageable for a lot of us. And so, I urge you, even during COVID-19, to consider becoming a Queen Nzinga Sustainer member today. All right, so moving on to the next question. This is exciting. I love getting into this a little more. So this African leader created a worldwide movement of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, founded there by voting the red, black, and green FARCA. And he believed that the economic and political are one, and influenced Malcolm X, Ho Chi Minh, and Omali Yeshitela. What is his name? Question. A conference in Madison with thousands of African people from around the world. So I'll give everyone a couple, seem to be picking up their pace. We'll keep an eye on the chat while we go on to the next one. The chairman of the Chicago chapter of the Black Panther Party. Oh, go ahead.
Just to backpedal, I see now the comments coming in our script here that Jackson had got it correctly. Iswe, for this Israel led to Africa is Africa is our land. Solidarity, it's Lenu to say Africa is your land. So they got it correct for Chairman's last name, that umbrella or cover over the people. And that's correct. Umbrella or shelter for 1,000 people for the name of Yeshitela, which is truly beautiful. It's just such an accurate description of this incredible revolutionary leader who's taken all oppressed peoples under his wing, being the vanguard of African liberation. So Uhuru to Chairman, and thank you everyone for participating. I also see a comment from USM Chair Jesse Neville. Garvey was the leader of the UNIA, and this was the organization led by Marcus Garvey, which truly inspired the Uhuru movement. Multiple cases throughout the movement, we salute and honor the work of Marcus Garvey. And they held a conference in New York City in 1920, exactly 100 years ago, this past August. It's part of the reason why August is called Black August, celebrated in the movement, to really honor that. And okay, so I just wanted to, Penny and Mads also said Garvey and Johan. All right, so our comrades, we know what we're talking about. That's awesome. All right, back to you, Mara. You can keep reading.
Wonderful. Thank you, Uhuru. So the next question is, the chairman of the Chicago chapter of the Black Panther Party said, "You can jail a revolutionary, but you can't jail the revolution. Chicago police later assassinated him in an infamous raid at 4 a.m, during which they made sure he was drugged and asleep in his bed next to his pregnant wife. What was the name of this incredible revolutionary? I'll bet that's going to come in real quick. And then, of course, we'd love to know if you know his name, also how old he was, because he was truly.
Oops, I believe it froze for you, Mara. I don't know if I'm frozen too.
A young movement, as we will see very soon.
It just froze a bit, but you're back now. So I really want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess, who's been participating on our YouTube comments, getting all these answers right. Really salute you. And we have time for about 2 more questions. So we can roll through. Let's see. We'll do another one. What was the first successful workers' revolution of the world? The first enslaved African rebellion for their liberation. And yeah, that's truly powerful history. And then, what country that they overthrew. And we also, not Russia. Yeah. And this country brilliantly defeated the most powerful military and navy in the world in 1791. This revolution happened. By which African country was the first country to have a total rebellion of enslaved Africans? I'll say a hint. The slogan was cut off their heads, burn down their houses, is what it translates to, saying that to the colonizer. And then, so our final question for the day will be, what is the baddest nonprofit on the planet, according to the Uhuru movement? So, which might be a leading question because we are here today again for the Black Power Blueprint, raising money for for the African Independence Workforce Program. This is housing for African people being released from prison who've never had a home, who have no place to even register their address. So it's so important. I mean, we only had like $70 to raise for this, to pay for the first full apartment. So really hope someone can do that. Let's see what we have here. All right, and I think we should close out soon. So Mara, do you want to just say the answers to those 2, and then we can move on to our next program?
So the answer to the first one, which was the first successful workers' revolution, it was Haiti, also known as Haiti, and they won liberation from France, which was at the time the most powerful navy and military in the world, led by Napoleon. So really just powerful show of African resistance that really, has inspired worldwide movements since then. And then the finale, of course, the baddest nonprofit on the planet is APEDF, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, for whom we are raising money on Giving Tuesday. Awesome. Exactly. Well, that was awesome. I don't know that we tallied the winners, but I feel like people really showed up and knew their stuff. So that was exciting.
Yes, thank you for participating. I want to again remind people, go to apedf.org/givingtuesday. Donate today, donate right now. Pull out your cards, write that check. Go to apedf.org/donate. We can do this. We're almost a quarter of the way there for this $10,000 goal for a 4-plex housing unit for people being released from prison to have a home again. And, in the white community, we have our homes, we have our comfortable plants in our beds and couches, but it's different in the Black community. And we're here today doing this 24-hour program, raising resources for the Black Power Blueprint so that African people can just have a home to just chill and land and restart their lives after being in these colonial prisons for a majority of their life. So we're gonna move into our appeal next. And let's see, we got some more donations have come in, and then I'll turn it over to you, Mara, to lead our appeal. So Adriana Christensen, really want to give you a shout out for submitting $100 for the Black Power Blueprint. Hooray, that's incredible. We have raised $2,429 so far. Again, only have $71 to go for this segment to meet our quarterly mark for this whole 24 hours of $2,500. So go to apedf.org/givingtuesday, apedf.org/givingtuesday. You got to go there right now and donate. So, Uhuru, all right, Mara, do you want to take us through more of this appeal about why we need to donate to this project, why it's so critical?
Absolutely. Yeah. So again, just a reminder, this is a telethon that's a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint, which is the visionary anti-colonial project acquiring abandoned buildings and initiating a rapid process of restoration or demolition in order to create Black community-led self-reliance programs. So this is really, we're really in here to capture some of the donations that are coming in the millions nationwide right now. And today we're going for $10,000, which is just such an attainable goal. And when you really think about the millions of dollars that will be donated today, and wondering what comes of that money that's donated, here we see really tangible and concrete projects. Specifically today, the $10,000 will be going toward the African Independence Workforce Program. And this is a program within the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, and it's going to bring community members who are coming out of prison into the struggle for self-determination. This program includes both housing and job training. And today we are raising resources for the housing renovations of a 4-plex apartment on College Avenue in North St. Louis, which needs to be furnished and outfitted. So as Hallie said, I believe we were $71 short on, sorry, let me just check. Yes, so $71 short of our goal for that quarterly goal for the day or for the hour. $71, we're really looking at things like couches, stoves, first aid kits, as we said earlier today, just all the things that you need to furnish a home in order to be able to feed, clothe, and house the community. So it's really just inspiring to see. And as you may have seen, if you've ever encountered the Black Power Blueprint pamphlet, it is already outdated because of the speed with which the movement is working. So, this $10,000 can be raised today, and I think we can even surpass that goal, absolutely. So I just wanna thank, also we have another donor, Adriana, is a journalist in Canada, and thank you for your support today. And I think we're still at 71 short of our $2,500 goal currently. And let's see, I have a couple of thank yous to Tombolo Book, Mad Music in St. Pete, Amoha, living in Ashland, Oregon. And also just a reminder, go to apedf.org/givingtuesday to donate. And please do that right now, just get it out of the way. Any amount is really, really reasonable and valuable. No amount is too small. So please, as I said, apedf.org/givingtuesday. It really is important to have people go and donate and support this project, which is bringing concrete solutions to the issue of mass incarceration, as well as gentrification. When African people come out of prison, they often cannot live in public housing. So if they have family members with whom they want to live, they have to choose whether to leave the affordable housing in which their families are, or live separately because of their prison records not allowing them to have access to public housing. So there's obviously an issue of cultural genocide, talking about separation of families. So this 4-plex apartment is truly keeping families together in the Black community. Let's see. So I want to go into a community testimonial, which is going to express support for this project. This video is from Sherry Moorhead, another lifelong resident of St. Louis, who is a frequent vendor at Uhuru House community events. And before COVID-19 hit, they were frequently at the Uhuru House as a vendor. Unfortunately, the Uhuru House was forced to close, so I'm sure we will see them back again soon. So while we watch this video, please remember the link to donate is apedf.org/givingtuesday. Uhuru.
Oh, to me, the Black Power movement is from what I've seen, is a very powerful, positive, and energetic movement. I love the passion that I've seen in them making the change for good in the community, not just I see like no selfishness. Everybody trying to, make a change, do better, learning from, old and past mistakes, things that we've been taught that we thought were right, but really have like kind of set us back a lot. So the information that they give is very educational. They explain things to where everybody can understand, even like sometimes it's kids there and you can tell that the kids even understand, what's going on. They can, of course, relate because they see a lot of the things that's going on, and we know kids are very smart, so they know a lot of time what's right and what's wrong. And I just think that it's setting a positive example for even in the politics. They talk a lot about making changes, and I think that this movement would be something very good to get out to the world about positive change in the communities, not even just here. I think that the tools that they are using, it can be used worldwide to bring people together in unity and just doing the right thing. So that's my opinion on that.
Haru, really appreciate that that statement from Chari Moorhead. And again, we are raising resources for the Black Power Blueprint. We have just $71 to go. If someone can just drop that right now, we will have paid for one entire apartment. Just $71. Who can do that? Who can do that? So this is, and just by the statement we just saw, you can really see this is a true grassroots community-led project. And donating and participating through material solidarity, paying resources to this project is how we as white people can be part of this solution. This is a positive transformation led by the African working class. Today we're raising $10,000 total. And again, just $71 will bump us up to our quarterly goal for the whole day that will pay for one entire apartment. So that will be truly a benchmark in our program today. I'm waiting for the little text message saying we met our goal for the section. So please, someone help us get there. If you donate today, you're going to get all donations will receive a Black Power Blueprint sticker. We really appreciate and thank all of our donors. And if you submit $250 or more, we will send you this awesome tote bag featuring the Black Power Blueprint logo. And the first 7 to donate $250 will get one of these Tombolo books, which is one of our sponsors for today. And we really, appreciate them for participating. And the first three people to donate $500 will get one of these beautiful works of art by Santosh, who is a member of USM, participates in the Art for Reparations Committee, and doing, making art to raise resources for African self-determination projects. So we're trying to go for another $500 right now. We're so close to our $2,500 goal for, this quarterly goal for the whole day to pay for the first apartment. So just $71 more, and we can do that. Who can put that in? Really hoping that can happen.
I actually was gonna match it with my mom anyway, but we're gonna do 200 together. So I just say one to finish the apartment, but I just wanted to just round it up to 200.
Wow, excellent. Wait. Hooray. Thank you, Mara. Okay, so we have a couple slides. Yeah, that's so excellent. Thank you so much, comrades. All right, we have a couple slides to show you where exactly your money is going when you donate to this project. So we're raising resources for living rooms, such as curtain rods, desk lamps, a couch set. Curtain rods, $18 a unit. Desk lamp is $29. Curtain sets for showers and bathrooms. Desk lamps, $30. Couches, $350 per unit. So if you want to pay for a couch right now, you will get one of our give backs, the Black Power Blueprint tote bag, and you will know that people will be enjoying that couch for a long time in this incredible housing. this house project, the fourplex of the Black Power Blueprint. So your resources will go a long way to bringing a comfortable, safe place for African people to be when being released from these colonial prison systems. So we really need someone to just pay for this one couch right now, or all 4 of them. You know, it's 4 houses total in this big apartment unit. And while we're waiting for more resources to come in, we'd like to share a couple more testimonials from donors of this project who are also organizers in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. So we're going to hear from our comrade Josh, who is based in Portland, Oregon.
Hey there, my name is Joshua Spencer. I'm from Portland, Oregon, and I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I'm supporting the Black Power Blueprint this Giving Tuesday because I believe that Black people should be in charge of their own lives, their own communities, and their own resources. And the Black Power Blueprint is doing just that. They have community, economic, and educational initiatives at work to enable their self-determination. I'm contributing to the Black Power Blueprint and calling on you to do the same. Join us in raising reparations for this worthy organization as a principled stance, not just in philosophical or emotional solidarity, but in material solidarity. Thank you, and contribute now.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Josh Spencer in Portland. Really appreciate that statement of solidarity, of material solidarity. And I have some final announcements. So with that donation from Mara and her mom for $200, we have paid officially for the first house of the Uhuru movement of this Black Power Blueprint project, the African Independence Workforce Program. Really want to appreciate all our donors. So we have raised so far today on this one day, $2,629. Uhuru to that. And we have, so we've already started in this appeal right now, we've started our fundraising for the next house, which all of the units are $2,500 total to furnish all the insides. So with the onto our next house, we have apartment, we have $2,371 to go to fund the next apartment. So if anyone would like to just help us reach our goal to fund the whole next apartment, you can go to apedf.org/givingtuesday, put in, pay that donation of $2,371 to help us just get there. Just, drop it in. We really need these resources. The African community really needs this. It's so important. It's not just a regular old house. It's, it's so much more than that. I appreciate, Abdullah's presentation earlier, just having been in prison himself and just understanding how important it is to have a place to go when you're released and a space to just get back on your feet and be part of the community. So I just, again, appreciate all of our donors, and we would like to turn it over to DJ Konami is our next performer for the next, block of time. We have a really, this DJ has donated their DJ set for the telethon for today. And we really appreciate you, DJ Konami, and we just hope you enjoy the music. And again, if you like what you hear, if you enjoyed the music, please donate at apedf.org/givingtuesday. And we will see you later on the program. Uhuru. Uhuru, Mara.
Uhuru.
Chiesa Chiusa con la missa
To the basics, I'll set out on my own, take on the world and face it. I leave it all alone, as I go back to the basics. I'll set out on my own, take on the world and face it. I'm a twisted soul. The darkness comes down to take me home. I leave it all alone, as I go back to the basics. I'll set out on my own, take on the world and face it. I leave it all alone, I go back to the basics. I'll set out on my own, take on the world. back to the basics. I'll set out on my own, take on the world and face it. Sing me a song tonight and watch the rainbow, wrapped up until daylight. I need nothing more. Sing me a song tonight and watch the rainbow, wrapped up until daylight. I need nothing more. People come towards us, ooh, eyes they're looking down, ooh. People come towards us, ooh, eyes they're looking down, ooh. People come, people come, people come, people come, ooh. People come, people come, people come. I'm a twisted soul, don't speak, I'm tired, tired of waiting for you. I hate but I adore you.
Wow, that was really awesome. I'm sure I am not alone in wishing that we could listen to more of that. That was really great. Konami, what an amazing artist, and thank you so much for contributing your incredible talent to this telethon. I like that. That was great. I think everybody felt the same way. So thank you so much for that. And I just want to welcome everybody who's just tuning in. You're tuning into the Reparations 24-hour telethon of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for Giving Tuesday for the Black Power Blueprint. And I am about to be joined by Mara Ratu, who is a comrade here of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement located in Boston. And Mara, are you there, Mara?
Uhuru, yes, I am. I don't know if my video is not working, but can you hear me?
I hear you and I don't see you. So yeah.
Oh,
oh, you know what? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now you can start your video.
Okay. Start video, heard. Oh, unable. Interesting.
Still,
The host has stopped it. Okay, got it. Perfect. Uhuru.
Uhuru, how you doing?
Uhuru, doing great. It's an honor to be back. Long time no see. That was a great set. I just posted to Instagram dancing in my chair because I figured, the algorithm gods would be like, "Ooh, cool selfies." But it's just, that was a really, really, really like energetic set, and that was a great way to segue into the next movement here.
That was awesome, and thank you for being on this telethon and for your contribution, and also shout out to your mother. That's a great stance that both of you have taken in solidarity with the Black Power Blueprint today. And I want to just salute everybody who has participated. We're in currently halfway through the 5th hour, if I'm doing my math correctly. No, we're halfway through the 6th hour, right? She's doing the math in her head right now. We're almost halfway through the 6th hour of our 24-hour telethon. And so far, it has been so dynamic, so much fun, so powerful, so exciting, and so successful in raising reparations for the African Independence Workforce Program housing. We are setting a goal to raise $10,000 for 4 of these apartments that will be used for the Black Power Blueprints program, providing housing to Africans who are participating in a workforce development training program for African people coming out of the colonial prison system. So this is a very, very positive and visionary program that is designed to not just address the symptoms of colonial oppression, like mass incarceration, but actually to address the underlying cause, which is a system that is built on denying African people any power over their own economic life. And the Black Power Blueprint was created to resolve that, to overturn that, and to build political and economic power in the hands of the Black working class. And I'm just looking to see where we're at. So we've raised $2,629. So we're into the 2nd apartment now. We want to raise the $2,500 for apartment number 2 of 4. And we have raised we need to raise $2,371. We want to raise $500 during this hour. So let's go ahead and raise $500. I know we can do this, Mara. I feel confident, and I'm assuming that you feel the same. Yes.
I do.
Okay. So before I turn it over to Mara, I do want to say a couple things. First of all, Julia Hughes is who we have to thank for the fact that we can break down for you in such clear images where the money goes. Comrade Julia, a volunteer with the Black Power Blueprint, stepped up and made this beautiful PowerPoint presentation that we've been showing off throughout this entire telethon. Thank you so much, Julia, for putting in the work to make it possible for us to clearly show the people where these resources are going and where these resources are urgently needing. One of the things I loved about this program so far, it's so concrete, it's so real. We literally had an interview with somebody who was in the building where this work is happening. We had somebody on the comment section who said, hey, this is a great program. I'm on my way to the fourplex right now. This is not some pie in the sky thing. And this is not something way in the future that we're raising money for. This is something that is literally happening right now, and the resources are needed right now. And that's why right now you should go to APEDF. That stands for African People's Education Defense Fund, APEDF.org/Giving Tuesday, and go ahead, put in the 500, put in whatever you can towards meeting our goal of 500 for this hour. APEDF.org/Giving Tuesday. We're going to raise the 10,000 for the African Independence Workforce Program. And we want to thank our donors and sponsors, Tombolo Books, Mad Music in St. Pete, Omaha Living in Ashland, Oregon, and everybody who has contributed to making this telethon a success. And the last thing I want to say is we hear this term, the Del Mar Divide. We're on one side of the Del Mar, and this is the Del Mar Divide is in St. Louis. This is this brutal division that separates the wealth of the white community from the impoverishment of the African community, the imposed poverty faced by African people. Housing prices average $300,000 on the white side of town. On the other side, the housing prices drop to about $78,000. 35% of the north side population, that's the Black population, lives off an average of $5 a day. These are the conditions that African people are facing, but they are not just laying down and taking it, they are fighting back. The Black Power Blueprint represents an optimistic, visionary fight back, a resistance, a defiance, and a refusal to accept the fate that this social system would assign to African people. African people are saying, no, we're taking back control of our own lives. We're taking back control of our own resources. And guess what? When African people do that, it's good for everybody. It's better for everyone when there is no oppression, there is no exploitation, and we can live in a world where no one lives at the expense of anybody else. So that's what this is about. Go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, donate right now, so this movement that created the incredible Black Power Blueprint can continue to move forward in building the second of fourplexes, apartments in this fourplex apartment complex that we're raising money for today. So I want to thank Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella for the visionary leadership of this entire project. And as a white person in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, it's a great honor to be a part of this and to raise these reparations. And I want to salute everybody that has done so up to this point. So we're going to take a look at a video that actually shows you an overall sense of what has been done and what will be done through this program. And while this video is playing, what you can do is open a second tab in your browser or go to your phone and type in apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and put in your contribution, because we want to thank you on the air. We want to salute you. We want to put you forward so that other people can be inspired by your stance to do the right thing and pay reparations to this incredible project. So we're going to show a quick video and then we'll come back and continue with our program. Nice. All right. So that's what it's all about right there. And that's the project in a nutshell. And I want to thank Michelle Lippman, who heard the call and went ahead and went to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and put in $25. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle Lippman, for that $25 contribution. That means we have 2,346 left to go. Let's get that 346, just bring it down to a nice 2,000, before this hour is up. I know we can do that. So this is Will Washington. We're about to hear from Will Washington, who is poised to be the vendor coordinator for the Black Power Blueprints One Africa, One Nation marketplace. So while you're listening to Will, head on over to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and make your contribution towards the African Independence Workforce Housing Program. Uhuru.
My first question is, what does the Black Power Blueprint mean to you?
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for joining me here in my home. The Black Power Blueprint to me is very vital. It's very important, mostly because I'm aware of it. And I'm awake to the principles that the Black Power Blueprint stand for. To me, it stands for the economic development and empowerment of Black people and giving us our independence and freedom through those economics and resources that have been starved of our communities for centuries.
Yes, wow.
Wow, indeed. That just sums it up so concisely and in such a powerful way. So I want to thank Will Washington and Mara.
Uhuru. Uhuru, yeah, I really unite with both his testimonial and the one right before it, the just really outlining the project. So today, if you donate, you will get this Black Power Blueprint sticker. And if you donate $250 or more, you will get one of these Black Power Blueprint tote bags, which is made by one of the institutions of the party, Uhuru Planet, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And the first seven to donate $250 will also get one of these Tombolo books of your choosing. I want to shout out to that sponsor again, Tombolo Books. Thank you so much for your contribution. And the first 3 people to donate $500 today will get one of these beautiful pieces of art crafted by one of our very own members, Santosh Rohit. And he's also a member of the Art for Reparations campaign, the Reparations Challenge campaign. So let's raise another $500 right now. So first, I just want to ask who can just donate $500 and just be done with it. And then we can move on to the next segment of our goal. So I'm going to leave that open call. Please go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate right now. We surpassed our first apartment goal of 2,500. As we said, we have 4 apartments that we're furnishing today. We did surpass our first quarter goal, quarter of the way through the day. So we are moving on to finishing the furnishings on the second apartment. So I believe, Jesse, do you have a most recent number? You said 300 and something.
We actually just got a donation from Joseph Moen for $40. Uhuru! Thank you, Joseph. So that means that we have $2,306 left to furnish and outfit the second apartment.
Awesome.
We can do it. And we have 6.
Absolutely. And just, oh, go ahead. What's up?
There's 6 more books to claim. So the next 6 people to donate $50 or more. We'll get to
awesome. So 1 down, 6 to go. And as you see in your screens, you see the very tangible items that we need for these apartments. So if you want to pick an item and buy one, like the working desk, which is $200 per unit, you can buy all 4. You can buy 1, 2. We obviously need light bulbs because people need lights to read and to cook and live in their homes. So light bulbs are essentials. And the desk chair, of course, to complete the desk. $70 per unit. We have 0 for fulfilled. So things like broom sets, just all the little things that we take for granted in our own homes that give us comfort and cleanliness and and productivity actually. We really, really want to make sure that everyone that lives in these fourplexes have all of the comforts of living in that home. So let's see here. Let's see, are there some more slides I missed here on the other items? I believe not. I think that's it. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Mara. And thank you to everybody who has contributed up to this point. We want to continue to ask you to go to apedf.org Giving Tuesday and donate right now. And I believe, Mara, before we close out, we have 2 quick video clips of Leah Fifield and Santosh Rohit. So we'll take a look at those.
Hello, Uhuru. My name is Leah Fifield, and I am a proud member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. There are many different institutions to which we could donate our money to right now. The reason I am paying reparations to the Black Power Blueprint on this Giving Tuesday is because doing so is not an act of charity, but a stance of solidarity. I am paying reparations because I acknowledge and take responsibility for the centuries of colonial capitalism, which has utterly destroyed countless African lives while benefiting all white people, including myself. The Black Power Blueprint is an inspiring example of the African community fighting back against gentrification and colonial capitalism and creating the economic institutions they know are necessary to strengthen their communities. By paying reparations to the Black Power Blueprint today, we are saying, yes, I support anti-colonial economic development, and I understand that my role as a white person is to return stolen resources. I choose to return resources by paying reparations to the Black Power Blueprint, which is the most exciting Black-led self-determination program I know of. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Awesome statement from Leah Fifield, who gave that great workshop earlier today on the Reparations Challenge.
All right, and next up is Santosh.
My name is Santosh Rohit, and I'm a proud member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. I'm also very proud to support the Black Power Blueprint Project. The Black Power Blueprint Project is led by the African working class, and this is exactly how decolonization and liberation looks like. The Black Power Blueprint Project in North St. Louis has transformed the community and is continuing to do so at a rapid pace. This Giving Tuesday, I'm going to support the Black Power Blueprint Project. Will you join me? Here.
Yes, I will. I definitely will. Thank you, Santosh. I will go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and contribute reparations to this project. And I encourage everybody who's watching to do the same and share this broadcast. If you're watching on Facebook, share. If you're watching on YouTube, send this link around to your friends and family. We're going to be going for 24 hours. So there's plenty of time. Every time zone can plug in and participate in this telethon today.
Awesome, Uhuru. Yeah, and I really want to just reiterate how much money is circulating today among the nonprofit sector, and the ability to capture this for reparations, for African liberation is truly the only way to show a stance of solidarity and not charity. So we now are going to talk to you all about a campaign that we're going to launch, that we launched in April to go after our own white ruling class, Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign. So I want to welcome Jesse and Hallie. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Mara.
Uhuru.
Thank you, Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right. So, Hallie.
Can you help start my video? Can you invite me to?
Yes. I'm not sure why that happens.
Okay.
But okay, here we are. There you are. Okay, Uhuru. So, welcome back, Hallie. How are you doing?
Good to be here. That DJ set was great. This whole, it's just so amazing. We're raising these resources like today. So really glad to be part of this discussion.
Yes, very powerful. Very, very powerful. So I want to go ahead and get started with our workshop here. And we are excited to talk about Make Wall Street Pay Reparations. So this is a campaign of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement that was created to target Wall Street banks and corporations. Beginning in April of this year, right after the Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention, we launched this campaign to target the white ruling class with the revolutionary demand for reparations to the Black community. And I want to start off by saluting and appreciating Chairman Omali Yeshitela, our leadership, for creating this strategy and for calling for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement to escalate the work that we have already been doing as part of the chairman and the party's strategy of going to the white community to raise reparations. Then the chairman said, you need to kick that up several notches and take that right to the doorstep and to the corporate boardroom of those billionaires that have been profiting, that have been making billions of dollars, almost $500 billion off the COVID-19 pandemic. All these banks, all these companies that have profited from the enslavement of African people for centuries need to be made to pay reparations. And especially in this recent period, when it has been so clear that the ruling class has been in a state of vulnerability, they are vulnerable. The banks and the corporations have been targeted both politically and literally by African people resisting, taking back their resources, or what has been slanderously referred to as looting. The question of reparations and colonialism has been pushed to the surface, which is a testament to the power and influence of the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela. The brilliant uprisings of African people after the murder of George Floyd brought this question to the center and created a serious crisis for the ruling class. And many of the major banks and corporations revealed this vulnerability by stepping forward and making all these false proclamations in support of Black Lives Matter or even reparations to African people. And what we're saying, what the Uhuru movement is saying, is Nike, is Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan Chase, Brian Moynihan from Bank of America, Amazon, Jeff Bezos. You don't get to say what reparations looks like. You don't get to throw a little chump change at some charity program of your choosing and call it reparations. African people will say what reparations looks like. The African working class is defining what reparations looks like. And white people can get involved in winning this demand by building a movement under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to wage this struggle with the banks, to wage this struggle with the corporations, to wage this struggle with the ruling class and demand that they pay reparations. Capitalism is built on slavery, genocide, the assault on Africa, the theft of African resources, colonialism, and instead of continuing our tradition of uniting as white workers with our own ruling class, we can join the real class struggle against capitalism led by African workers by carrying out our front of demanding that our ruling class pay the ultimate price of reparations to African people. That's what this is about. It is very exciting. We have hit the ground running with this campaign and we have so much more ground to cover. So we're excited to talk about this and to get you involved. And I'm going to turn it over now to my comrade, Hallie Murray, who has always played a very important role both in the leadership and out on the front lines of giving hell to these bankers and demanding that they pay reparations. Uhuru, Hallie.
Uhuru, Jesse, thanks for that really powerful interview. And I also unite in just saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela's strategy for going after the white ruling class, because if we're sick of capitalism, like Wall Street embodies all of that parasitism. I mean, it's literally built on an enslaved African burial ground. It's called Wall Street from the Europeans building a wall, a literal wall to keep out indigenous people. So it's just like the heart of everything we're trying to do. If we're talking about reparations, we have to focus on these parasites and to make that demand. And so we've done a lot of actions this summer. We kicked it off after the convention with these car protests against JP Morgan. We've done various protests all throughout the summer. We've done a march for reparations, and we have some cool footage to show you throughout this little workshop we're doing. So we're just gonna start. It's just a 1-minute video, but it's really solid. It starts with the audio in the beginning is from Chairwoman Penny Hess, just summing up the root of all of this is colonialism. So we'll watch this video first. Uhuru.
While the 1% owns about 50% of the world's wealth, the top 19% under that, which is basically the white population, owns another 45 or 46% of the world's wealth, and 80% of the population of the world lives on 7% of the world's wealth. And so that's colonialism.
So when I say reparations, you say now. Reparations! Now!
was a Wall Street banker, that video would scare the hell out of me.
Wow, yeah, it gives me chills, just the seriousness that we're taking this. This isn't a little protest in front of one bank. This is the entire capitalist ruling class. We're taking them on. And so, it's really significant that we're doing this campaign to make Wall Street pay reparations during this pandemic of COVID-19. We're seeing that billionaires in the United States have increased their wealth by $637 billion. And this is, we have some quotes here from an article from Business Insider from earlier this year that, just some talking points from that, saying that 40 million Americans filed for unemployment during the pandemic, but billionaires saw their net worth increase by $500 billion. Meanwhile, while the Black community is still dying of COVID every single day, still waiting for their measly little check, the $1,200 check, this is colonialism. That cannot be, that's not racism. This is a power dynamic that we have to make Wall Street pay reparations is the only solution to overturn it. So other things from this article is that this isn't the first time billionaires have seen gains while others dealt with loss. And it tends to tie back to two things. The government disproportionately gives more aid to larger companies. So we've always known that the capitalism is never going to indict itself. Of course, they bail out themselves. We've just seen that time and time again. And when the stock market bounces back, the unequal bailouts, these are again from the Business Insider article. The unequal bailouts mean that the wealthy still have money on hand to invest and thus profit, while the middle and lower classes do not. And of course, we know that's the billionaires profit, and the African working class is living on pennies a day, even $5 a day in St. Louis. And wealth-friendly tax laws and loopholes, these things that keep billionaires at the top. And some are advocating for policies to help level the playing field, but we know that the ultimate leveling of the playing field is reparations. It's the ultimate redistribution of wealth. It's the ultimate socialist demand, reparations, but led by the African working class. And, when this article talks about things like wealthy loopholes in the system, we understand that as stolen colonial loot from African people, and all the riches in the pockets of Brian Moynihan and all these CEOs, Jeff Bezos, all their billions of dollars is 100% traced back to their being built on the enslavement and genocide of African people. So, Uhuru, Jesse, do you want to tell us about what the CARES Act is and how that's taking a play in this?
Sure, I'd like to say a quick word about that, and then actually, just for the sake of time, I know we're trying to get caught up a little bit. I want to take us to another video. But yeah, clearly what's been going on with the so-called CARES Act, with all of the ways that the white ruling class has hoarded more and more wealth for themselves at the expense of African people in this country, has been absolutely disgusting. And it is even more reason why we must build this campaign to make Wall Street pay reparations. And I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, because Chairman Omali Yeshitela spoke at a press conference that we held, and we wanted to show a clip of that. Hallie, do you want to introduce that?
Yeah, so this was a press conference in St. Petersburg, Florida. We had them in other places around the country, but the St. Pete branch of USM had the honor of having Chairman Omali Yeshitela speak on it. And it's opened up by Jesse Neville. And we just, Bank of America in particular, they have a history of, they would accept enslaved Africans as collateral on a loan if their predecessor bank, the thing that started Bank of America. So that means if a slave master couldn't pay their loan, they just took these African human beings as property. And then we wonder why they're the second largest bank in the country. So it's directly tied to that. And Chairman Omali Yeshitela just sums it up so precisely, that it's colonialism, and that's why we need to make these banks pay reparations. So let's go to this clip of that press conference from earlier this summer.
We are here today in front of the Bank of America building here in St. Petersburg, Florida, to deliver a message to the CEO of Bank of America, the country's second largest bank. His name is Brian Moynihan. The time is overdue for you and Bank of America to pay reparations to the Black community. We are calling for Bank of America to pay reparations through a massive capital infusion into the Black Power Blueprint Project in St. Louis, Missouri. Bank of America was founded in 1904 from a merger of predecessor companies who accepted enslaved African people as collateral on loans given to plantation owners. When Africans were put in chains and forced to work on plantations to build the capitalist white power economy, it was Bank of America who reaped the benefits. This bank is also one that has benefited hugely from underwriting municipal bonds issued by city governments throughout this country anytime they have to pay settlements in cases relating to police violence and murder of African people. They even call them police brutality bonds. Who underwrites those bonds? The banks. Who funds the police departments throughout this country that kill African people at a rate of at least 3 people per day? The banks. When an African person is forced to the ground and suffocated to death by a white cop, it is Bank of America who reaps the profits.
Reparations means repair the damage. That's what reparations mean. What does 400 years of slavery in this country, what does it cost Black people? In addition to our dignity, our culture, and the actual material resources that's been stolen from us. We talking about, when we look at these buildings right here on the other side of Central, they go up at the expense of our community that's going down at the same time. Gentrification, pushing people out of our homes, stealing our resources, subprime mortgages that they put, that's resulted in African people losing in just a short period of time more money that came from us during slavery. There's a big discussion going on about looting. When they say looting, they're talking about the reparations that people are taking in these shops and these corporations around the country that are being torched by rebellious people. But the real looting that's happening in the country, the real looting is happening right here from Bank of America. They're looting our communities on a daily basis. That's why we are starving. That's why we are hungry. We say that you have to give to an anti-colonial program like the Black Power Blueprint that has actually already transformed an entire community in North St. Louis so that the people can live, so that people can create our own resources, so that the people can have dignity as all human beings should have. That's what it's about. That's why we're here. Bank of America must pay reparations. Wall Street must pay reparations.
Wow.
Wow. Yes.
Really powerful. And I just want to say that this press conference in particular really put this campaign on the map, and for national headlines. We got coverage after this in the Tampa Bay Times newspaper, in Business Insider, and Axios covered this. And it inspired a slew of articles and editorials in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and other bourgeois publications stating that banks need to take responsibility for reparations. Of course, not all of those other ones cited that they got that info from the Uhuru movement. So we just really see the brilliance of Chairman putting this out there and really leading the masses. Jesse, do you want to introduce our next clip?
All right, so we held a march for reparations in 6 states throughout the United States, and one of them was in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, and in front of a rather, public scenario in front of the Bank of America location in Philadelphia. Hallie Murray stood up in front of that bank and delivered a bold message directly to Brian Moynihan and the board of trustees and stakeholders and investors of that parasitic bank. So we're going to take a look at that, and then we'll actually be at the point where we have to wrap up this workshop. So we're just going to tell you how you can join this campaign and what our next steps are. We're going to take a look at a few minutes from this presentation from Comrade Hallie at the March for Reparations.
They make billions, they are profiting right now while Africans are dying of COVID. Bank of America is profiting while the Black Black community is still waiting for their measly $1,200 stimulus check. That is outrageous. We are here, we are angry. We demand this bank owes reparations. Bank of America owes reparations now, today. Right, Moynihan, get us a checkbook. Right, that $10 billion check, $1 trillion check must go to the Black Power blueprint. Yes. Right, Moynihan, he's quoted. He said, we all need to do more. He said, so, okay, Mr. Moynihan, you have to do more. We're calling on you to do more, and with urgency. You have to write a check and pay reparations to the Black Power blueprint. And $1 billion, that is just scratching the surface of what this bank owes to African people. That's like a speck. That's like, they go to the bathroom with that. It's nothing. They owe so much more. And you might be asking, where did Bank of America get its enormous wealth to become the second largest bank in this entire country? They got their wealth from the enslavement of African human beings. Because African people enslaved were the first commodity, they were the first stock on the stock market today. Even wording that's used in accounting is based on the slave trade. Everything about this white nationalist colonial settler state is built on the oppression and exploitation of African people. And this whole campaign is called Make Wall Street Pay Reparations. That's why we're chanting in the streets. We're going after Wall Street, the second biggest bank in the country, and what do they owe? Reparations now! Bank of America was founded in 1904 from a merger of predecessor companies who accepted enslaved African people as so-called collateral. That means if the slave master couldn't pay back their loan, they gave human beings to the bank. So the bank owned enslaved Africans. And the bank profited off of that as well, enormously. This bank has been one of the biggest financiers of the colonial mass incarceration system in this country, in which more people are in prison than anywhere. Over 2.5 million people, more than any country on the planet Earth. And we know that over half of that prison population in this country is African and colonized people.
Damn. Uhuru, Comrade Hallie, that was powerful, and just really salute all the comrades that were there outside Bank of America. Not only that, but we had demonstrations for weeks in Philadelphia led by Len Demmer and in other cities in front of Bank of America locations, as well as car rallies. During the height of the COVID lockdowns, we had car rallies out there in front of JP Morgan Chase banks and even in front of the home of Jamie Dimon. And that scared him into having to start talking about the conditions of the Black community in his annual shareholders meeting just a few days later. So I know we have to close it out soon, Hallie, but I know you were going to say a bit about the demands of the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign. And then I'll just say a few things about how people can join, and we'll close out this workshop. But it's been great to talk about Make Wall Street Pay Reparations. Uhuru.
Yeah, it was great seeing that clip again. That was a stop on our tour of the March for Reparations to African People, which, as Jesse was saying, it happened in 6 cities around the country on October 17th of this year. And we raised over $22,000. So we were marching for reparations to raise resources and to raise these concrete demands. So we had national demands, and then every city had a set of local demands. So some of our national demands were that, number one, make Wall Street pay reparations. Bank of America and other corporations and banks on Wall Street must pay reparations to the African community through massive return of stolen wealth into the Black Power blueprint, the anti-colonial economic development program of the African working class. Number 2, make the US government pay reparations to the Black community. Number 3, white people must refuse to be complicit with our own government's crimes against African people. We must stand in solidarity with the African community by waging a struggle with our own ruling class to pay reparations. The next one, stop Wall Street's imperialist wars at home and abroad. Victory to the people of Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America. Solidarity with the indigenous people of the Americas, including the Mexican people who are labeled as so-called illegal immigrants on their own stolen land for crossing this illegitimate border that's their own land. So our other ones are stop colonial police terror against the African community. And as USM, we are in total solidarity with Black community control of the police. This is a campaign of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and we as white people support Black community control of the police. And of course, our last one is to free all African and colonized political prisoners and all prisoners of war. So it was a really powerful campaign. Those were our national demands for this campaign. And yeah, Uhuru, Jesse, back to you.
So later tonight I should say tomorrow morning at 2:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, because this is a 24-hour reparations telethon for the Black Power Blueprint, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday to continue donating reparations to the program of the African Independence Workforce fourplex apartment. We've already raised the first one. We're on to the second one. So go ahead to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and contribute. And we will see you again at 2:50 a.m. By we, I mean myself and Hallie, to talk to you about the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations mobilization and the March for Reparations campaign. Join the campaign to make Wall Street pay reparations by going to wallstreetreparations.org. Sign up, get involved, hold an action, do a press conference, be part of bringing the reparations demand right into the belly of the beast. We are not going to let up. We're going to keep the fire burning beneath these ruling class bigwigs until every last drop of reparations is paid. So join the campaign, join the movement on the side of African people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate. We are going to raise $10,000 today. That is the stand of reparations that we can take right here, right now. So thank you so much, Hallie, and I'm going to see you all in a little bit. Uhuru.
All right, thank you, Jesse. So I'd like to bring on Amanda Carlozzi to help, that her and I are going to give the next appeal. Really salute Amanda as the national treasurer of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, as well as our vice chair. So Uhuru, there you are, Amanda. Good to see you. Uhuru, she's been tallying all these pledges that have coming in today. That's Amanda behind the scenes doing all that. So just, a reminder to everyone right now that this is a fundraiser. We're doing this whole 24-hour program to raise resources for the Black Power Blueprint. This is a visionary anti-colonial project that is acquiring abandoned buildings and initiating a rapid process of restoring demolished buildings to make Black community-led self-reliant programs. And we're really calling on you to donate today. Donate right now at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. You can put in your donations right now. We're going for a total of $10,000 specifically for the African Independence Workforce Program. This is a program within the Black Power Blueprint to bring community members coming out of prison into the struggle for self-determination. This program includes housing and job training. We are raising resources for the housing renovations of a fourplex apartment on College Ave in North St. Louis, which needs to be furnished and outfitted with all types of furniture, kitchen supplies, spoons, every single thing that a house needs. We need to raise those resources today. So please go right now to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And we do have some more donations have come in the last hour. So far today, since 8 o'clock this morning, Eastern time, we've raised $2,786. Amazing. And we have remaining of our $10,000 total goal. We have $7,214. So for right now, for this segment, we need to finish the second apartment. So each apartment breaks down to around $2,500. And to finish the second apartment, we need just $286 more. So who can finish the second housing? Who can help African people have a home again after being released from these terrible colonial prisons? They've never had a place just to call home and just exist safely in their community. So we really need these resources. Again, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. We just need $286 left. Yeah. Take it away.
So just a small correction, we actually need 2,214 for that second apartment. We raised 200.
Oh, okay.
Maybe in a different thread, perhaps.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I am.
So I really want to appreciate everyone that has donated so far. And I want to appreciate the person who just donated, which is Aaron O'Reilly, who went ahead and went to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and gave $50. So thank you, Aaron. We really appreciate you for that $50 donation. Go ahead, Hallie.
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, there's just so much resources coming in. It's a little hard to keep track of it all. But we have, again, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And we have a video we'd like to show you, just, to let you know what the Black Power Blueprint is, like behind the scenes. And we want to show you this powerful video, and we really want to salute the team who put this together. This was produced and donated by Aaron Albin and Aaron Abeln and Ali Abeln from adventure.nyc. And salute the director, Cami Thomas, who is an incredible African videographer who filmed and edited this video, Brandon Madkeys, who wrote the original music for this video, and everyone who played a role in this powerful project. So we're going to play that video right now. Haru.
My name is Abdullah Alexander. I'm 59 years old, and I'm now living in St. Louis, Missouri. This is a place that I love. I've been here now for 3 years and working for the Black Power Blueprint.
After we purchased the building, we just went right into renovation mode. There were 2 stores down the street that, had no food. It was like a food desert, no economic development or job opportunities within the community. And the community, I felt, was demoralized. 3 years later, we have acquired all these different properties and also programs within the African community. The Black Power Blueprint organically just grew out of the process of APDF coming into St. Louis and finding the Uhuru House.
The community is just glad that we got these dilapidated buildings taken down and that we are bringing economics to the community. And that's the bottom line. We have to revitalize this community economically.
My name is Kay, Chris. Most people in the neighborhood just call me Kay. And I work at Young Auto. And we've been in the neighborhood since 1977. There's not a lot of decent halls. So those type of things give more action to just the words.
That red, black, and green flag unites us all, regardless of what ward you're from, what set you claim, what block you from. We all see that flag and we see that we're united. We understand that we are one people.
Wow, that's a really powerful video. Just so beautiful, showing the faces of the community in North St. Louis, the people behind the Black Power Blueprint Project. So we're going to show another video. This is a testimonial from one of the community volunteers. Their name is Jordan Fly. He's a well-known fashion designer and dog groomer and member of the Uhuru movement based in St. Louis. So we're going to play this video of Jordan Fly. Uhuru.
What does the Black Power Blueprint mean to you?
The Black Power Blueprint. Well, let's see. I could go on and on about it, but the Black Power Blueprint means to me basically is what we will utilize to take back over what was taken from us. That'll just sum it up because I can go all day long.
Wow, really summed it up. we're taking back what was taken from us. That is reparations in action. That is, Black power in the hands of the African community. So I'd like to turn it over to Amanda to say a bit more about this project. And again, please donate today at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Uhuru, Amanda.
Uhuru, Hallie. Well, I want to echo that call to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday to support this project. And I just want to, first of all, appreciate those amazing, powerful videos from Aaron Ablin and Ali Ablin. We got a correction for the pronunciation, as well as the director, Cammie Thomas. Very amazing video, and what a powerful testimonial from Jordan Fly. So if you go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday today, no matter what you donate, you will get one of these beautiful stickers. Show your support of the Black Power Blueprint. Put this on your laptop, your notebook, the bumper sticker, use as a bumper sticker for your car. Put it anywhere so that people can see the amazing project that you donate for any amounts. And then if you give $250 or more, you will definitely get one of these tote bags, no matter what. And if you're one of the next 6 people to do it, you will get one of these books. So already Janice Kantz and we had Laura Brown donate $250, so they'll get the first and second choice of these books. And if you donate $250 today, you can have a choice of one of these books as well, donated from Tombolo Books. And the next 3 people that donate $500 are going to get one of these beautiful paintings from our USM member, Santosh. And this is an acrylic pour, and the nature of an acrylic pour is that every single one of them, no matter what, is unique. So this piece that you will be receiving is a unique piece. Nobody else in the world is going to have one like this. And they're absolutely beautiful. So if you want to claim one of these beautiful art pieces, you can go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate right now. And, like Hallie said, we have 2,100 and I believe it's 64 left to go to get to that second apartment. We already funded the first apartment. So I just want to really, really appreciate everyone that's given so far. And go ahead, take out your credit card, your debit card, your checkbook, your cash, donate to this project. And how can you not be inspired to donate after seeing just the really powerful testimonials that we have seen all day throughout the day, if you've been here with us for the full 6 hours so far. And of course, that amazing video that was made by Aaron Ablin, Ali Ablin from eventure.nyc, as well as the director, Cammie Thomas, who's an incredible African videographer, and Brandon Madkeys, who wrote the original music for that video as well. So go ahead and donate today.
Yeah, so thank you, Amanda. Again, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And we have our, we really just need to get these resources in. Someone can put in $600 right now to pay for our refrigerator to get that's just one refrigerator. We have, an electric stove for $500. Just put that in at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and donate right now. Kitchen table and chairs, $65 per unit, and we need 4 of them for all 4 of the houses. Vacuum for $150 per unit. There's just so many ways that your resources go directly to furnish this beautiful home that's being renovated as we speak. We've had workers on who are there right now today renovating it, so your resources will immediately be put to use. Please go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, and we have some other video testimonials we'd like to show from the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. we have some videos of solidarity from Paul Kessler and Carrie Porter. So we'd like to turn to those right now, or Haru.
Hi, my name is Paul Kessler, and I support the Black Power Blueprint because Black Power, which is really political, economic, and social power in the hands of African working class community, is the way forward to a future of happiness and well-being for African and all other oppressed people. I've had the privilege of working under the leadership of the Black-led Uhuru movement for over 30 years, contributing my skills as a carpenter and woodworker and in the food service. And I've really come to understand the importance that unity of a sound political theory and practice, that is of African internationalism, can have in the world. I've seen and been a part of the programs for political, economic, and social transformation that the Uhuru movement has put on the ground. And I gotta say that it's reparations from us, from white people, that is the highest expression of unity with this struggle. I support this movement because I cannot live in a system that forever perpetuates stark disparities in wealth and opportunity for white people versus everyone else. I cannot tolerate that these disparities are a direct result of the oppression of 80% of the world's people whose natural and cultural wealth flows to us. I really urge you to support the Black Power Blueprint this Giving Tuesday and become a part of the brilliant fight back against the decades-old policies of economic embargo, redlining, gentrification, police containment and brutality, criminalization, massive incarceration of the African, Mexican, and indigenous people here and around the world. Please contribute generously. Thanks for your support.
I'm Carrie Porter, and I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in Huntsville, Alabama. I support the Black Power Blueprint because I believe in Black self-determination. The Black Power Blueprint is transforming North St. Louis and putting power into the hands of the Black working class. I'm calling on all white people to support the independent economic institutions of the Black Power Blueprint by taking a stance of material solidarity. I'm pledging $30 for Giving Tuesday because I believe reparations is the way forward, and I'm inviting you to do the same. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Very, very powerful videos from Carrie and from Paul. So I just want to remind everyone again to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And I just want to salute the entire team that worked on the video that we saw a little bit earlier today, which is Cammie Thomas, the director and editor, Aaron Ablin and Allie Apron, who are the producers. They're from eventure.nyc. St. Louis production is Bailey Sinclair. And then the original music is Brandon Madkeys. And the second camera operator is named Ethan. And we're going to be putting their names as well as their Instagram handles in the comments on Facebook and on YouTube, and I believe on Zoom as well, so that people can follow them and see all of the amazing work that they do besides the video that we just got to watch. So before we close out, I just want to say where we're at again. So the total right now that we've raised so far is $2,836. The remaining for the second apartment is $2,164. And what we need to raise for the rest of these 24 hours is $7,167. So if you're able to put in 167, if you're able to put in 2,167, please go ahead and go to apdf.org and do that today. And Hallie, were you saying that there's announcements at the end here?
No, that was them. Yeah, you got. Yeah, and just, you know, to close out this this short appeal, again, this is not just a random lamp or a random couch for the things we're asking for. This is furniture to house African people who've been in prison for decades, who have never had a comfortable, just safe home. And for white people, you know, we take that for granted that we just have a home, we have a nice place to be, but this is so critical. It's not just any old couch, it's not just any old housing apartment that's being renovated. This is specifically for an African working class led revolutionary project, the Black Power Blueprint. This is the African Independence Workforce Program. It is a fourplex apartment building, so 4 different apartments in one building that we're raising money for today. We're raising $10,000 that will directly furnish, you know, have beds, kitchen, knives, like cooking stuff for just people to live for Black people who've been in prison for years. They're finally released from these colonial, terrible prison system, and they have, you know, a place to just register their address, to even like have a place to go once they leave prison. So it's really, really important that we reach our goal. Please contribute right now at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Please put in whatever you can. We really need to furnish these houses because people need homes and it's getting cold. We have to finish this project today. So please donate right now at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Uhuru. So I believe our next MCs, we want to bring on Casey and Amy to take over right now. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, glad to be here. I'm back. It's been such an amazing telethon. The music has been great. All the interviews were great. I love the interview with Dr. Aisha Fields about the All African People's Developments and Empowerment Project, the interview with Bakri about Uhuru Foods and Pies, the amazing music that we got to hear earlier, both from Alikia and Goma, so powerful. And then from Konami, today's been so exciting. Definitely keep watching, keep sharing, keep donating. Is Amy on the call? My co-MC?
Uhuru.
Hey.
Yes.
Amy, welcome.
Thank you. It's been amazing so far. I am so happy to get to be a part of this and see all the wonderful things that are happening. We've got $2,836 raised so far, and remaining for the apartment is $2,164. So we can do it. We can definitely do that.
Yes, and then the total goal is $10,000 for all 4 apartments. So we knocked 1 out of the park, just 3 to go. And for all, to finish, all 3 will be $7,164. So if you know someone out there that just has that amount, that wants to just put in $7,000, tell them to go ahead and do this. Because like Hallie said, this isn't just furniture, just for furniture's sake. It is providing a true home for people that are coming out traumatized from the horrible colonial vicious prison system. So go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So Amy, I'd like to turn it over to you to introduce the next guests and panel.
Yes, all right. So moving right along, up next on the program, we have an interview with Yejide Oranmila. And Yejide sits on the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party and is the president of the African National Women's Organization. And hosting the interview, we have Ali Aiello, who's the membership chair for USM. So Uhuru and welcome President Yejide and Ali.
Uhuru, welcome President Yejide. It's so wonderful to have you here on the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's 24-hour telethon where we are raising resources for the Black Power Blueprint. It's really amazing to have you here. And again, we have President Yejide Oranmila, president of the African National Women's Organization. So welcome to the program. And I wanted to start off this interview. My first question for you today is, could you tell us more about the African National Women's Organization and its mission? And, also talk about some of the amazing dynamic campaigns and programs that ANWO has put together, such as the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective. Uhuru, first of all, I just want to thank USM for this amazing 24-hour. I know it's a lot of work putting this together. So far it looks beautiful. And I just want to appreciate you all for inviting me on to talk about ANWO. And also just want to
give a general salute to the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, without whom nothing, that we would not be here today, we would not know each other, that the revolution is what's bringing us together, solving the problems of the African Revolution, and making sure that we are able to put forward the leadership of the African working class is so critically important. And this fundraiser is very critically important to the work that we are doing and with the Black Power Blueprint. So thank you so much again. So the African National Women's Organization is a mass organization, meaning that it's an organization that generally any African woman can join. That was created by the African People's Socialist Party to deal with the contradictions of special oppression that African women face in the world. And we have, over the years, dealt with a myriad of issues. We've had to fight eviction for, in England, for one of our members who was being forced out. She was being faced with a myriad of problems. And we've organized internationally to stop her eviction, to get justice for her son who she was advocating for, to end the stoppage of her benefits that she was also receiving because she was a full-time carer for her mother and could not work. So there was a whole bunch of attacks that were being put out on her. And so that was one of the successful campaigns that we were able to initiate. We did the Black Girls Rap Wednesday, which was to fight the anti-African school policies that will prevent African people, African girls, from wearing African head wraps to express their cultural identity. And that was fought in Pinellas County, Florida, and St. Petersburg, Florida. And then again, we initiated a part of that campaign when we were contacted by three African students in the school in Oklahoma, and with collaboration with all of us, we were able to win on that campaign as well. The Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective is part and parcel of our strategy to win on Arrest CPS as well, and I'll talk about both of them. The Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective has been a campaign of AMWO since the beginning, and it's to organize collectives of our community and to take responsibility for the care of our children and support African mothers and parents who may have difficulty in supporting their children by themselves. And so that means offering care and just being a support apparatus, a network. And so we've been organizing that, and so far we have initiated that in Washington, DC, initiating that in Brooklyn, New York, and we will continue to initiate that wherever we have African women, African members, volunteers, et cetera, who can put that down in places around the country and around the world. And it's particularly important now during COVID, when a lot of people are dealing with children who are learning from home and need that extra support. And so that's what we're working on. And we believe that that's a support structure for another campaign that we've been working on since 2017 called Arrest CPS, which is to stop the foster care, the funneling of African children into the foster care system, which is exploitative, oppressive. And we needed to do more than just say, stop doing that. We needed to create an institution that will be dealing with the welfare of African children and supporting African mothers in a more tangible way. So we connected these two campaigns to deal with this in a holistic way. So we're still fighting on that front of exposing the exploitative, oppressive foster care system, but also developing the infrastructure for the community, how we can take on the responsibility of ensuring the welfare of African women and African children, and essentially the African community. So those are some of the things that AMWO has been working on, and there's more things that we have on our plate, but I'll stop there. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much. That was an incredible answer, and yeah, it is working on all fronts. Yeah, I just really appreciate that and encourage people to support AMWO. Go check out AMWO's website if you want to, learn more about their campaigns and things. And so my next question for you is, so we have the elections that just happened in November. I see you smiling. So we see with the 2020 elections, some people are saying that having a Black woman as the soon-to-be vice president is progress. And I just wanted to see if you could talk about how the African People's Socialist Party and what is the African People's Socialist Party and ANWO's perspective on this as a revolutionary organization?
So we don't think that Kamala Harris, as an African woman, is progress or indicates anything for the African working class woman, or is getting us any further in our quest for freedom and liberation. Actually, her selection as vice president is closely tied to just the reason, the Biden, who also needed Obama to get in the presidential office as well. Her selection is pretty much a strategy to win support of African people during the election because, people weren't really feeling either candidate, Trump or Biden or anything like that. So, let's throw an African woman in there. I think that was really strategic. But, our perspective is that imperialism is imperialism. Like, we don't believe that being voted into imperialist office is going to contribute to the freedom and liberation of African people. Kamala Harris is problematic all by herself. She called herself the top cop when she was a prosecutor in California, and then became district attorney, initiating problematic policies that deepen penalization for misdemeanors such as truancy, and was really a hardliner when it came to keeping people who were in jail who were proven innocent. And so, we don't believe that for some reason that she's now have this holistic, beautiful view of African people. Now that she's vice president, she will continue to uphold those policies as the vice president, just in blackface. And the Uhuru movement has already summed up like neocolonialism, which is white power and blackface. And we should not believe that that representation matters, because it doesn't. It doesn't. Not representation of the capitalism. A lot of people after the elections had Kamala Harris, holding the shadow hand of this young girl, the girl who was walking to school to fight, I forget the law that, end segregation in the 1960s, the young girl shadow. They had Kamala Harris holding her hand. And I really love the edits to that photo where they have Kamala Harris putting handcuffs on that shadow because that's who Kamala Harris is. And even early on in the presidential race, when people were talking about her even nomination to vice president, a lot of that was coming up, but somehow a lot of people were forgetting about that when it came down to the heat of it and trying to beat Trump. So essentially, in the Uhuru movement, our stance, our position is that Kamala Harris, Joe Biden presidency and vice presidency does not represent a furtherance of our goal of getting African freedom. As a matter of fact, it is a strategy to deepen African people's commitment to imperialism. And so, we're going to continue to expose it, the contradiction. We're going to continue to raise up the need for African people to have our own leadership and for essentially destruction of the capitalist system, which Kamala Harris and Joe Biden will be swearing to uphold very soon in January.
Uhuru, thank you for that answer. Yes, imperialism is imperialism is imperialism. All right. So the next question I have, so self-determination is a critical aspect of the work of the African People's Socialist Party. That it has over 50 institutions internationally. One of them being the Black Power Blueprint, which is what we're here raising resources for, the African Independence Workforce Program. And you can contribute to that by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So I definitely want to encourage people to go there. We're raising $10,000 for the Black Power Blueprint. We have one apartment furnished, and we're on our way to furnishing the second apartment. But I also know these self-determination institutions are critical pieces of all of the different fronts of the Uhuru movement. And I was wondering if you could talk to us about ANWO's economic development project, Decolonize, and what makes Decolonize so unique, Uhuru.
Yes, this is Decolonize Hair and Body is a personal care brand that was created by the African National Women's Organization to fund our work. It is a standalone business now, and it is something that we believe can be its own entity and can pay for the salaries of people who work underneath it, and really provide an economic development avenue for African women and African people who can see themselves participating in it. We actually just want to be like a Madam C.J. Walker sort of institution with our brand. We are sold online, etc. But I do want to just give a really deep and profound salute to Comrade Deputy Chair Ona Zanaya Shatella and her office, the Office of Deputy Chair, for all of their leadership and really pushing the brand forward. And the business forward, because there's a certain kind of way that you can just kind of start something and then you just kind of trudge along. But the African internationalism calls for something much more than that. It calls for professionalism, and it calls for success of all the institutions that work underneath its leadership. And so Decolonize is in the process of becoming more professional and becoming an entity that can support itself. But our brand carries, it's just so important for us because more than anything, our brand is unique. That was the second part of your question. The brand is unique because for so many reasons. There's so many little nuances that I love about it. And that it's political education. Yeah, you can buy it and you can get some whipped shea butter or some whipped mango butter and put it on, and you are going to feel amazing using natural ingredients and natural products. But our packaging has political quotations on it from notable revolutionaries. The name itself is Decolonize, and when you're buying it, you're making a political statement. In doing that, it supports African women's leadership. It supports the campaigns and programs of the African National Women's Organization. It is led by African revolutionaries. I mean, there's a lot of things that make it unique more than any other brand that you see out there. But the concreteness of it is that it supports the African revolution. Like when you buy from us, it's not to make us rich. It's not to make us just wedded to capitalism. It's about supporting African revolutionary socialist enterprise and the creation of something that is going to further the African revolution. And so we just want to appreciate everybody who has supported us thus far, all of our customers, and people who share our stuff on the social media. I mean, it's just been really tremendous, the love and the support for the Decolonize Hair and Body, and in turn, get support for the African National Women's Organization.
Oh, that's great. And where could people go if they want to check out Decolonize?
So we are happy to be sold in some of the economic institutions within the movement. We are sold online. We are sold in the Uhuru furniture stores in Philadelphia and Oakland. We are sold in Zenzele Consignment in Huntsville, Alabama. We are sold at a distributor in Brooklyn at Watoto Free School in Brooklyn. We are also sold by some of our other distributors. USM Halley is one of the distributors, and we are also sold online at decolonize.com. And we are looking to be sold in more institutions and businesses very soon. But we just want to thank everybody who's just been supporting and really continuing to support Decolonize with your resources and purchases, and also your promotion of the brand, Uhuru.
Uhuru, great. That's awesome. So my next question is, could you talk about the significance of the leadership of African women in the Uhuru movement, including in the Black Power Blueprint, which is what we're raising resources for here today? To support the Black Power Blueprint, you can go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. But yeah, can you talk about the significance of the leadership of African women in the Uhuru movement, including in the Black Power Blueprint? And if you could also talk about why you think that the Black Power Blueprint is so important to African women.
Yeah, I just want to say that you can't talk about the Black Power Blueprint without talking about Deputy Chair. She is the, it sounds nefarious, but I'm going to say it, like the mastermind of the Black Power Blueprint. She is a vigilant, unquestionable fighter for African working class, and the determination to complete all of these projects to show our people, you know, what is possible when we support revolutionary theory, when we support revolutionary organization, and just her leadership, her unwavering leadership of the African internationalist theory and putting it into practice. I mean, I don't know of any other African woman out here doing this work anywhere that can really touch Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella. I don't know of any. And I think that's okay. And just the rest of the African women in the party, I mean, in the leadership of the party, sure, with, you know, Comrade Aisha Fields and Kalambaya and Danette and Comrade Akile and Nai, myself, and there, I hope I'm not forgetting anybody because sometimes I do that, but but all of the African women who are in the party's leadership, I think that's really important too, because, you know, we have a women's organization, we have ANWO, but like all the women are in, like everybody's a member of ANWO, but like all the women aren't just relegated to like ANWO duties. Like we are actually a part of sustaining the African People's Socialist Party. We are theorists. We are the ones who are strategizing to solve the problems of the African Revolution through our leadership in the work. And we are, you know, helping to bring forward the future of our Africa. And that goes beyond just dealing with the issues of African women. It goes to dealing with the issues of African people coming out of prison. It comes with economics, and we are dealing with the question of development and agriculture and education and all of these components that that is building is leading us to a place where we're going to govern ourselves, and that, you know, the governance of these things are going to be African women. So that's really important, and that's really I think people don't really understand that, because the party always says like we're not just doing this for the hell of it. Like we plan to govern. We plan to bring down the entire damn system, and we plan to, everything that we're working on right now will be the components of the government, you know? So it's not just like, you know, we are just out here with these clubs, but these are the things, we are solving the problems of African people. We are recruiting to bring in African people into these organizations so that you can be an integral part of building our new world. And so African women who comprise probably more than half of the African population, how can we exclude them? How can we limit their ability and their genius to contribute to that process? There's no way. And, you know, the rank and file members of the African People's Socialist Party, loads of women in the party, loads of women who are contributing their skill, fighting and beating back all of the contradictions that prevent us from participating in this work, and trying to figure out different ways that we can recruit other African women into this, because we recognize not only we're significant because of our biological function as women, we are significant because we are Africans, and Africans got to get free. And so we got to be in this work no matter where we are. And we have to be able to contribute to the process of freeing ourselves and freeing the entire African nation. Was there a part that I did not answer to the second question?
I think you kind of answered it. Why do you think the Black Power Blueprint is so important to African women?
Oh, okay.
I think you touched on it, but if you want to add more, I will not stop you.
Specifically, the Black Power Blueprint is important to African women because it just, I mean, jumping back to my whole speech around Deputy Chair, but also like, the community in which we are in St. Louis, a lot of the leaders, the organizers, the volunteers, the contributors, the supporters are African women, just regular African women on the ground, who are contributing their skills and are reinvigorated by the sight of African women in leadership. So I think that when we see a significant project about, with us changing the material conditions on the ground for our people, and African women are at the helm of that, I think that does more for the morale of African people, not just African women now, but like African people love to see African women rocking it, you know what I mean? And not on some old fake Black girl magic stuff, but like like Black girl realist stuff. Like, it's not magic, it's real life struggle, it's real life solving problems, it's material stuff. And so that to me is really the importance, like, and how it's viewed by the African world in terms of the leadership of African women in the Black Power Blueprint.
Uhuru, thank you. That was an amazing answer. And I've got one final question for you, President Yejide. This has been an incredible interview with you. And if you're tuning in now, you are watching the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's Giving Tuesday 24-hour telethon. We are interviewing President Yejide Oranmila from the African National Women's Organization. And my last question for you is, you have made the statement that there is no such thing as women in general. Could you elaborate on this statement?
Yeah. So there are women of the oppressor nation, and then there are women of the oppressed nation, right? And so we say that the women of the oppressor nation are oppressor white nation has been historically, objectively tied to the oppression, exploitation of the women of the oppressed. And to practically say, to give you the visual, is like, there was no women's liberation when African women were in the slave fields, picking cotton and cooking all the meals, being wet nurses for white women. Actually, white women benefited from the enslavement of African people. They had their resources, built wealth on the backs of the babies that were sold as interest. There are, the whole capitalist framework is built on this relationship, this parasitic relationship between the oppressor nation and the oppressed nations. And so African people being of the oppressed nation, we had our labor stolen from us. We have our labor being stolen from us, our resources being stolen from us, our livelihoods being stolen from us, our money being stolen from us through this process of capitalist exploitation. And women, even now, when we look at like the women's liberation movement, I don't know if you can call it, but I think it started way back during the suffragist times, when white women was fighting for the right to vote, and their oppressive, exploitative, really co-optation of African people's struggles during that time is another indicator, is another example of what we mean by parasitic as well, because they have always, white women have always used the plight of African people to catapult their issues on too. And if you want to talk about something more recent, the Me Too movement, which was started by an African woman to highlight the issues that were related to oppressed, colonized people who were being taken advantage of. That was catapulted and utilized by white women to highlight, the problems that they were experiencing, and so, and then the plight of African people were put to the background. So, to clarify, because I think I talked about a lot, but to clarify, white women, there's no such thing as women in general means that we are not the same in terms of our political objectives. African women came into the process of being colonized because our whole entire African nation was colonized and enslaved. And because of our relationship within the African colonized nation, that our objective is to no longer be colonized, is to no longer have our freedoms, our work, our labor our ideas, our culture, our everything be used as a way to hold us back, oppress us, exploit us. And white women just want to be equal to white men. You know, white women just want to have the same capacity, earn the same amount of money for exploiting everybody in the world. And they want to be on top and equal to white men. And so for us, our objective is not to be like white men. Our objective is to be African free people. And for us to see, you know, a healthy life for ourselves, our families, our babies, and to see a world where African people are no longer oppressed. And we can end this parasitic relationship that continuously has us on this hamster wheel going back over the same things every single decade. We want that to end. And white women of the oppressor nation just wants it to continue. Their livelihood, their status as white women are tied very intricately to the capitalist system. And we want to just tear it all down and make everybody equal and ensure that African people are get what's ours and can utilize what has been ours and what has been stolen from us for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Uhuru, thank you so much for that, President Yejide. I really appreciate that answer to that question and to all of your questions. And you know, we as white women could jump off the pedestal by paying reparations, supporting the Black Power Blueprint, and going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Pull out your debit card, pull out your credit card, write out a check, you know, support the Black Power Blueprint today. So President Yejide, I just want to thank you so much for being on this panel with us. I don't know if you have any last comments before we
I want to just also say that African women should overturn the pedestal and also donate to the Black Power Blueprint and the amazing work that our movement is doing, our party is doing in St. Louis. And also, if you want to be a part of a revolutionary organization, join the African National Women's Organization by going to anwoahuru.org. If you want to take it a step further, join the African People's Socialist Party by registering your interest by going to apspuhuru.org. But essentially, I just think that this is really significant, and you know, you can't watch this and then turn it off and then don't do anything. You have to participate in it. And with that said, I am gonna donate $100 to the Black Power Blueprint once I get off this. Thank you
so much, President Yejide. We really appreciate that donation. We really appreciate you being on this panel. It was incredible to interview you. So thank you so much, Uhuru. And I'm gonna turn it over to Casey and Amy to take us on. So Uhuru, President Yejide, and thank you again.
Uhuru, thank you so much, President Yejide. That was an incredible interview. I actually just got my 2021 planner in the mail yesterday as a gift from ANWO for being a supporter. I've donated to this incredible organization that, as you saw, does really, really important on-the-ground work, you know, battling child protective services, taking on battles that no other organization that is specifically in the interest of African working class women. And that is the brilliance of the African People's Socialist Party, showing that if African women are not free, nobody is free. And so this is a critical part of the whole revolutionary transformation of this world. And that there's no such thing as women in general. And white women, we're calling on you to take a stand of reparations by giving resources to the Black Power Blueprint, which is the Black community, taking their resources back to economically develop and build their own community. And all white people should take the stand of reparations. And frankly, everyone should donate to this project because it is about building a better world for all of humanity. So just want to salute that incredible panel again. Again, go to anwoahuru.org to learn more. But for now, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday because we are in the middle of a telethon and we want to thank some of our donors Bill Diaco for $25. Uhuru to Bill. We are on the road to $10,000 in reparations to the Black Power Blueprint, specifically the African Independence Workforce Program, which is part of the Black Power Blueprint's mission to overturn the deep poverty and oppression faced by the Black working class. And what this specific program does is provide housing and job training and support, community support and encouragement for those that are leaving these concentration camps called prison and re-entering society. We did an interview with Will Washington, who sits on the board of the local Black Power Blueprint steering committee, and he has known the former director T'Charwa since they were in high school. And he went to prison and talked about how when he got out, he was given $8 a month to restabilize himself. That is not a typo or a stutter. $8 a month are what's given to African people leaving prison in many cases. And that is an atrocity. How are you supposed to do anything with that when you are leaving this traumatizing experience and trying to get a job in a system where no one will hire so-called ex-felons, or get public, housing in a system where public housing is not accessible to so-called ex-felons? All these barriers are put up to prevent the African working class to have a peaceful life, that we all deserve. So this project is taking matters into its own hands. This is Black self-determination, saying if the US government will not do this, which they are incapable of, then we will do it. And so we are raising money for supplies to furnish and outfit a fourplex apartment that will be the housing for the African Independence Workforce Program. So we really, really encourage you to go now to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, because today is Giving Tuesday. Tell your friends and family that this is what you want for Christmas, or if you are a December, January birthday, this is what you want for your birthday. And we want to show another video right now. If you're on the fence about donating, we want to show, you see a lot of community testimonials talking about how important this project is. And this video is a little different because it's extremely powerful, because if y'all have been tuning in to the whole telethon, or if not, just a little recap, the Black Power Blueprint includes the African Independence Workforce Program, but has also included the renovation of a community center called the Uhuru House and Aquaba Hall, and across the street, the demolition of 2 buildings that have been cleared to make space for a marketplace venue for community commerce and a garden for healthy food and shared vegetables and beautiful flowers and flora and fauna. And so this video in that marketplace has the Black Power Blueprint planted a red, black, and green flag. And on the 4th of July in 2020, this past year, the flag was stolen in the middle of the night by these white nationalists. Cowardly act, a total attack on this community that loves this flag, this red, black, and green African flag that is a symbol of pride and hope and unity. And it was stolen. And then the next day, the Black Power Blueprint, its former director, T'Charwa, who's videoed here, as well as the Uhuru Movement President, Kalumbai and Danette, both born and raised in St. Louis. And they put the flag back up with tons of support from the community. People that live in the neighborhood where this project is taking place even went live to say, hey, do not touch our flag. We will not let anybody touch this flag. This is our flag. That's what the community said. And these are some powerful statements given by T'Charwa and Kalumbai when the flag was stolen. And we wanted to show this video to show that this is more than just renovating buildings. It is a people's movement that is winning the community to believe in themselves and fight for power. Uhuru.
My name is T'Charwa Masimba, and I'm the Economic Development Director of the Black Power Blueprint, and I'm here with
Kalumbai Internet, and I'm the International President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement.
And yesterday, my comrade here, Kalumbai, went live on the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement Facebook page to talk about the fact that our flag had been stolen. So it's not a coincidence. Today is the 4th of July, which is a holiday that is celebrated by our colonizers. And it's a celebration of their conquest of this land that they stole from the indigenous people. And it's a celebration of a whole country built upon the labor of stolen African people. And so it's no coincidence that some people had a problem with the fact that we have raised a 50-foot tall, 25 by 15-foot red, black, and green flag right in the heart of the African neighborhood, where we have renovated this entire space that used to be occupied by 2 abandoned buildings that couldn't be saved. We demolished those buildings, built up this beautiful garden here and market space, stage, which will bring all kinds of life and vitality to this community. We also renovated the space to my right, 9,000 square foot building, the Uhuru House, where we have our regular community meetings and lunches. So it's obvious that, you have a whole country celebrating the founding of a country that was built at our expense. And so this flag is a symbol of the fight for African people to be free from a whole country built at our expense. And so we couldn't let this go down without answering it back. And we couldn't not fly this flag on the day that they celebrate the domination of African and indigenous people. You want to say something too?
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I just really want to appreciate my comrade Chachara and all the work that is done, the Black Power Blueprint and what it has done on the north side. And I just want to say that this community love this flag. And they see this flag as their flag. And this was an attack on the whole African community. Not just in St. Louis, but wherever you are and you Black, they attacked us when they took this flag down. And we know exactly what it is. And Chachara is exactly right. It wasn't going down like that. And so that's why we're committed. Black Power Blueprint is committed, to serve the people, to be a vehicle to actually really say that this is a blueprint of what Black people need to be doing everywhere to stop gentrification wherever it is happening at. And so, it don't stop here. We raising this flag on today, but we saying that you need to get your flag. You need to volunteer with the Black Power Blueprint. You need to go to the blackpowerblueprint.org and say, how can I get involved in that work today? Because the time is now. 600 years is too damn long to owe anybody anything and have your foot in my throat that long. Marcus Garvey, it's 100 years later, Marcus Garvey gave us this flag. He gave us this flag to unite Black people no matter where we find ourselves at in the world. That we 1 billion strong. You know what I'm saying? We say Africa for those at home and those abroad. So I just really stand in complete solidarity with this act. And I really appreciate, some people from the community that came out to help get this flag back up, and just say that this is what community look like. This is what Black Power look like. If you was wondering how do you fight back, this is a fight back. Putting this flag back up, and I dare you to come and touch it again.
Yeah, and that's right. And we're gonna make sure we take extra steps to secure this flag. And one thing that we want to do is raise money. We want to be able to put a lock on here, and we want to make sure we have cameras. But we want to raise money for a lock, so it'll deter anybody from getting this. We also will be doing a campaign.
Uhuru, I thought that would be a good video to show because it shows. Just the statements were so powerful. What President Columbayi was saying was that this community loves that flag. We've seen people take pictures with it. It's just an incredible symbol. Again, it's more than a symbol. Like Chachara said, it represents liberated territory. So when you support the Black Power Blueprint, you support what, Columbayi said is a vehicle to serve the people. That is not something separate from the community. It's growing out of the community itself. And so we want you to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, and Amy will tell you a little bit more about some givebacks that you could get if you donate.
Uhuru, that video was really awesome. Showed how powerful this movement actually is for everyone. And for everyone in the community. So please donate. And if you donate today, you can get, if you donate $250 or more, you can get this tote bag, this Black Power Blueprint tote bag. And if you donate today at all, you get a really cool Black Power Blueprint sticker. So again, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday to donate. And the first, I think we have six left of the books. The first 6 people, or the next 6 people, to donate $250 will get one of these books, any one that you want. And see, the first 3 people to donate will get one of these beautiful art pieces, $500. The first 3 people to donate $500 will get one of these beautiful art pieces by one of our very own USM members, Santosh. So who can give $500 right now? We're going for $2,500 for the first apartment, and I think we still need, let's see, or for the second apartment, and we still need $1,964. Thank you so much to President Yejide for pledging $100, and Aisha Fleary for donating $100, and Dana Shepard for donating $25, and Sarah Lentz for donating $100. We appreciate you so much, and let's get the rest of our second apartment furnished, and the rest of the entire fourplex. So here's some things that we need. Here's some things that we need to finish the second apartment. We need a cookware set, dish, which is $50 per unit. And we need $30 per unit for the, we need more of these. So can anyone please help out, donate to this wonderful, wonderful movement that's giving a place for people coming out of the colonial prison system to call home and make home and be a part of their community safely. So please donate to cutlery and dishware and so this movement is so powerful. And again, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday to donate, and anything is helpful. So while we are waiting for more people to donate, we'd like to share a testimonial from 2 members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in St. Pete, who have both been donating and watching the growth of the Black Power Blueprint since it launched in 2017. So we've got 2 statements. We'd like to welcome Ann Hirsch and Ben Jackson Hollingsworth. Uhuru.
Hello, my name is Ann Hirsch. I live in St. Petersburg, Florida, and I 100% support the Black Power Blueprint. I am very excited. As you can see, I have a garden, and I'm very excited about the Black community in St. Louis having the opportunity to have food sovereignty, to have a garden for the community producing their own food. I'm also just really excited about the bakery that they're going to have, and the program to educate and train people who are coming out of prison to have their own businesses. The Black Power Blueprint is all about sovereignty, power in the hands of the Black community. It's the most exciting project that I have ever seen, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Great video, yes.
Uhuru, my name is Jackson Hollingsworth, and I am a very proud member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. This Giving Tuesday, I am donating to the Black Power Blueprint, and I encourage everyone watching to do so as well. It is an incredible program, Black-led, for the Black community, to empower the Black community. And the programs are just absolutely incredible and numerous and growing. For community development and pushing back gentrification, for job training and job opportunities, housing for, and other programs for recently incarcerated African people to re-enter society, get back on their feet, and it's just there's nothing else like this. It is literally changing the world, and it is a blueprint for everywhere. So that's why I have donated, and I encourage you to do so as well. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Those were really powerful statements from both Anne and Jackson.
All right. Yes, so thank you so much, Anne and Jackson. And we're still raising resources for our second apartment. We still need, I think, $1,964 for the second apartment.
Actually, it's $1,939 now.
Yay! Awesome. So we still need $1,939. So we've raised $3,061 so far. And we're well on our way to furnishing the second apartment for people coming out of prison, to give them a safe place as part of the and job training and an ability to be part of the community. So we're still needing cookware sets and dishware and cutlery, and so keep donating, keep sharing this video, invite your friends and family to donate. As Casey was saying earlier, ask people for donations for your Christmas. And remember apedf.org/Giving
Tuesday. Yes, thank you, Amy. And I just want to say Amy is an incredible comrade right here in St. Louis, Missouri, has been to the Black Power Blueprint to help with the social media work. Have you been to a Garden Day yet? Maybe not, but helped organize the March for Reparations here, which, you know, nationally raised over $20,000 to this project. And man, I can't wait for the day where USM is raising $1 million for the Black Power Blueprint. And that day's not far away, because that's our goal for 2021. That's what this project needs. You know, the kitchen, which is one of the projects that, you know, this that the Black Power Blueprint is going to take on, starting after the completion of the fourplex, is going to be about $1 million. And this is a very ambitious project. We're talking about building an entire, you know, new socialist economy that represents and fights for the interests of the African working class. And we're really, really excited to be able to participate in this. And as white people, this is how we embrace our humanity, you know, which we have not really acted as such as the colonizer, oppressor nation, living off the stolen resources, being complicit with the attacks on the African community, participating in the attacks on the African community. You know, this is our chance to say no more genocide in our name, no more gentrification in our name. You know, how do we escape being the gentrifier, the colonizer? You can't really, but what you can do is fight and be a part of the solution. So again, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. As Amy said, there is need for the cutlery, and the time is up for this section, but we just wanted to thank specifically Yejide Oranmila, again, the president of the African National Women's Organization, for not only coming on and giving such an incredible presentation and interview, but also donating $100 to our goal. So if she can do it, you can do it. Match her at $100 at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And so that I don't hold up our next panelists, just wanted to say that we have an exciting next segment. So hopefully y'all have heard of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. If you don't know, now you know. This is a coalition of all Black-led organizations that I believe is over 10 years old now, and that has created a 19-point platform for Black self-determination. Is an incredible entity that has run candidates for office, hosts March on the White House every single year. And Amy's going to introduce some of the panelists that represent the Black is Back Coalition. Uhuru, Amy.